Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakened as the Ultimate Life Form. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The doctor apologized to Miss Midoriya and explained that after running all the tests, Izuku had no quirk. Izuku Midoriya, a round woman with green hair and green eyes, stood for a moment trying to process what the doctor had said about her son. Izuku turned and found Izuku in the corner of the office, his expression downcast. The lively boy she remembered looked absent now, and that image broke her heart. Izuku sobbed and asked if he could still be a hero. The doctor repeated that it was not going to happen and suggested he find another path. Izuku thanked the doctor and decided they would go home. She moved to Izuku, who was frozen with sadness, and held him tightly, letting a few tears fall as they left. The drive home was quiet. Izuku did not speak, and Inko's thoughts raced with worry about what life would hold for him. She thought about how quirkless people were often treated like outcasts and how difficult becoming a hero would be without a quirk in a dangerous world. When they reached their apartment, Izuku ran to his room and shut himself away. Inko worried and checked on him later, finding his door slightly ajar. She called his name, and Izuku turned slowly in his chair, tear-streaked but forcing a wobbly smile as he pointed to a video of All Might saving civilians playing on his computer. Izuku asked if he could still be a hero like All Might even without a quirk. Inko dropped to her knees, hugged him, and apologized again. Izuku sat quietly, tears flowing. Word about Izuku's condition spread, and life outside their home became harsher. A boy who had once been his best friend became his greatest bully. Izuku reported the mistreatment to teachers, but his complaints were dismissed. After his 6th birthday, Izuku and Inko learned that Hisashi Midoriya, Izuku's father, had died in an oil rig accident overseas. Hisashi left Izuku a necklace with a gem that shone emerald green. A man at the funeral said Hisashi had found the gem at the bottom of the sea while repairing pipes and had kept it because it reminded him of his son's eyes. Izuku began to wear it under his shirt for comfort and protection from tormentors. As Izuku grew older, the teasing and rumors in the neighborhood intensified. He stopped talking about his struggles to avoid more pain and tried to reassure his mother with his practiced million-watt smile whenever they talked about heroes. In middle school, the bullying escalated into daily confrontations and public humiliation, often with teachers ignoring the situation. His once bright smile began to fade, but he never gave up his dream of being a hero. He filled more than 10 hero analysis journals with notes on pro-heroes and villains, their strengths, weaknesses, and imagined ways quirks could be used. Everything shifted on the last day of middle school. The teacher announced that the class would fill out forms indicating what they wanted to be when they grew up. The students complained, but the teacher, smirking, declared that he already knew they all wanted to be heroes. The class erupted, showing off their quirks, everyone except 2 students. Katsuki Bakugo, an arrogant blonde with spiky hair and Izuku's former friend turned enemy, loudly asserted his superiority and claimed he was destined for greatness. His boldness drew admiration and jeers in equal measure, and other students talked excitedly about him applying to the UA Hero course. Bakugo boasted that none of the others could measure up. The teacher then checked the list of applicants and noticed Midoriya's name with a wicked smile. The class burst into laughter at the idea of Izuku attempting the UA entrance exam, joining even the teacher in mockery. Izuku sat at the back of the classroom staring out the window, accustomed to the routine of being teased and waiting for the day to end. However, the pain inside him did not go away. Bakugo suddenly screamed Izuku's name and rushed over to his desk, small explosions flaring from his hands. He slammed his palms onto the desk, leaving another scorch mark, and berated Izuku loudly, calling him useless and insisting he would be the only one from that school to go to UA. Bakugo made it clear that he thought nobody wanted Izuku around. Izuku stammered that UA had announced quirkless students could now attend the hero course and that he had hoped to try. Bakugo grabbed Izuku by the shirt, his hands slick with the sweat that hinted at his explosive quirk, and made Izuku wince. Bakugo told him to stop thinking he was better than others and to disappear. Izuku, trying to defuse the situation, agreed and told Bakugo he was sorry and did not know what he had been thinking. Bakugo smirked and pushed Izuku back into his seat. Before returning to his own place, Bakugo noticed Izuku's hero journal sticking out of his backpack, seized it, exploded it with a small blast into 100 pieces, and tossed it out the window. He taunted Izuku again to leave and be gone from their lives. Bakugo went back to his seat while the rest of the class laughed. The bell rang and everyone left the room except Izuku, who lingered by the window as if it were tempting him. After a short time he forced himself to the exit, thinking that he needed to get home because his mother would start to worry. Walking through the halls, Izuku endured the usual looks of disgust and taunts from other students who called him quirkless and useless. He spotted Bakugo and his friends ahead and chose to take the long way home to avoid them. Eventually he found himself under the bridge, a place he sometimes used to let his feelings out. He asked himself why his life had been like this and what he had done to deserve it, resolved that he would become a hero and prove everyone wrong, clenching his fists in determination. Without warning, a sludge-like villain emerged and attacked, spreading around Izuku and tightening its grip, making it hard for him to breathe. He struggled and clawed at the mass, refusing to give up, but his strength faded and darkness edged in as he began to lose consciousness. All Might arrived in a burst of energy and used a powerful, flashy strike that sent the sludge-based villain flying and disrupted its hold. The villain was driven off and the area was cleared of the bulk of the substance in a dramatic, anime-style display. A voice asked if Izuku was all right, and as he opened his eyes he recognized the towering figure of the symbol of peace standing over him with a reassuring smile. All Might extended his right hand and offered to help, explaining that he had been chasing the villain through the sewers and had finally caught up. Izuku accepted the offered hand and was pulled to his feet. All Might expressed relief that Izuku was safe and asked if he needed medical attention. Izuku, still shaken, said he was fine and thanked All Might for intervening, thinking that this was his chance to hear from the symbol of peace whether someone without a quirk could become a hero through dedication. All Might announced that he would take the villain to the authorities and prepared to leave. Izuku, desperate for an answer about becoming a hero, clung to All Might's leg as he launched into the sky. All Might reacted with immediate concern and warned that this was dangerous, alarmed at Izuku's sudden action. All Might warned Izuku to let go before he got himself hurt. Izuku replied that he would not survive the fall if he let go, and All Might landed on a nearby rooftop. Hyperventilating, Izuku hugged the ground, relieved to feel solid surface beneath him. All Might scolded him for his recklessness. Izuku stood, bowed, and apologized, explaining that his name was Izuku Midoriya and that he had wanted to be a hero his whole life. He told All Might that he had been beaten down and ridiculed for being quirkless, that he studied quirks and their weaknesses, and that he wanted to help people out of conviction rather than for fame or money. He asked whether he could be a hero without a quirk. All Might looked the young man over and saw how much this meant to him. He told Izuku that pro-heroes risked their lives every day and that, as harsh as it might sound, most villains could not be defeated without powers. He admitted that he did not believe Izuku could become a hero in the traditional sense, urged him to keep realistic expectations, and said that emergency services would be fortunate to have someone with Izuku's dedication. The hope in Izuku's eyes faded into hopelessness, and tears rolled down his cheeks. All Might tried to offer further help, but Izuku thanked him and, without another word, left through the rooftop door and closed it behind him. All Might stood there briefly, burdened by guilt, then went to turn in the sludge villain to the authorities. Izuku wandered the city in the cold night, his mind replaying the day's events. He eventually collapsed onto a bench near a fancy restaurant, limousines parked outside, and let memories of taunts and rejection wash over him. He questioned what he had done to deserve such treatment, considered giving up, and admitted to himself how exhausted and defeated he felt. A voice from the restaurant window interrupted his muttering. A tall teenage girl with long black hair in a spiky ponytail and sharp onyx eyes had seen him and approached, concerned. She explained that she had noticed him from the window and did not want to let him sit in the cold without offering help, and she asked if he would like her to call someone. Izuku, numb and ashamed, said that no one would care and that the only person who might care would be better off without him. He told her she could not help unless she could instantly make his dreams come true. The girl recognized the signs of defeat and depression and saw that he was freezing. She decided to help by offering him her jacket so he could warm up. Her stomach glowed a soft blue. After a few seconds she smoothed her clothes and offered Izuku a gentle smile as she held out a red and black hoodie. She explained that she was not a genie and could not make dreams come true, but she hoped the hoodie might be a start. She urged Izuku to put it on because she was worried he would catch his death in the cold. Izuku protested that he could not accept it, surprised that a stranger would be so kind and saying that no one else would even bat an eye. She replied that she was not anyone else, and that she had seen he was in distress and wanted to help. She asked again for him to put on the hoodie, insisting she would not want him to get sick. Accepting his defeat, Izuku put on the hoodie. It was surprisingly warm and felt durable. She finished by saying that, while dreams could be outlandish, they could be accomplished with enough heart, and that a person could do anything they put their mind to. Her warm smile never left her face. Izuku, who had only ever received that kind of kindness from his mother, was left speechless and stunned. Tears began again, and he thanked her softly, letting his emotions out. He felt a little better. She replied warmly and was about to give her name when a limousine horn insisted it was time to go. She apologized, mentioning her mother, and said she had to leave. She hoped the hoodie would keep him warm and that the next time they met he would tell her how he had made his dreams come true. She bowed to bid him farewell and hurried off to her mother, her ponytail swaying behind her. With a teary smile, Izuku stood a little taller from the confidence she had given him. He told himself she was right. It was up to him to make his dreams come true and no one could take that away. He vowed to become a hero and promised himself that the next time they met he would share how he had achieved his goals. He took out his phone, saw the time, and panicked when he realized he was past curfew. He worried his mother would be upset and sprinted home. 30 minutes later, Izuku arrived at his street to find a crowd, police officers, and a few pro-heroes blocking access to the area. Impatient, he pushed through to the front. What he saw there would be seared into his memory. Rescue teams and firefighters were still working to extinguish the remaining flames from his apartment complex and to recover people from the rubble. Izuku prayed that his mother was all right. As he scanned the wreckage, he noticed a patch of familiar green hair among the debris. He abandoned the crowd and barriers, running toward it. He climbed into the rubble and began clearing charred bricks and rocks, cutting and scraping his hands, until he reached her. She was there, unresponsive and badly injured. A pro-hero shouted at him and a police officer moved to stop him, but Izuku did not respond. He knelt with his head hung low, staring at her. He was hollowed out by grief. When the pro-hero and officers looked closer, a police officer took out his phone and said he would get an ID. The officer soon announced that the name on the record was Izuku Midoriya and that she had lived here with a son who was reportedly quirkless. Razor, one of the heroes, sneered about the supposed futility of fussing over a quirkless child and his mother. He began to taunt and belittle them, prompting a sharp reaction. Izuku, overwhelmed and furious, struck Razor in the face. Razor staggered back holding his nose and cursed. Another hero cautioned Razor to calm down because people were watching. A nearby officer said Izuku had run off after the punch. Izuku slipped away, hiding behind a police van, pulled his hood up, and wandered, numb. The earlier kindness he had felt that day collapsed into a flood of anger and despair. Without fully realizing it, Izuku climbed to the roof of the same building where he and All Might had stood earlier. Years of pain and trauma swelled inside him. He told the world, in a voice of resignation, that it had beaten him and that he wanted peace. He referenced advice from someone named Kaken and stepped closer to the edge. As he stood at the precipice, he whispered a goodbye to the world and to his parents. He leaned forward and began to fall, his life rushing past in a blur of hardships and sorrow. Tears finally fell. At that moment, the necklace he wore, his father's, started to glow a bright green. The light intensified until it wrapped around him completely. Just before he hit the ground, a distant voice invoked chaos control, and he vanished as if he had never been there. Izuku opened his eyes to a beautiful, enchanted forest filled with small animals and creatures he had never seen before. He stood, stretched, and looked around for answers about where he was. He wondered if this was heaven and where his parents were. A jet-black, anthropomorphic hedgehog answered that it was not heaven and that Izuku was not dead. Izuku jumped at the sudden voice and scanned his surroundings until he met the gaze of the creature. The hedgehog had red, fiery eyes, a patch of white fur on his chest, a black nose, a tan muzzle, and small triangular ears. He had 6 quills on his head, 4 curved upward and 2 curved downward, 2 spines on his back, and a short, pointy tail. Red stripes marked his head quills, the edges of his eyes, and his arms and legs. He wore white gloves and matching shoes with black cuffs and red tongues, and large golden rings on each wrist and ankle. Izuku stuttered that he didn't know what the creature was. The hedgehog stood on a tree branch with his arms crossed and a smug air, introducing himself as the ultimate life form, Shadow the Hedgehog. Izuku thought to himself that he could hardly deal with this. 10 minutes earlier he had been in a desperate place, and now he was face to face with a talking hedgehog claiming ultimate power. Shadow watched him mutter, his patience thinning until he snapped and told Izuku to be quiet. The sudden sharpness startled Izuku into silence. Shadow said he would be willing to answer Izuku's questions, and then vanished in a blink. He reappeared immediately, delivering a swift strike that knocked the air from Izuku's lungs and left him coughing. Izuku tried to speak between ragged breaths, stunned by the speed and force of the attack. Shadow remarked that the strike had been nothing more than a love tap and approached him. He knelt to Izuku's level. Izuku braced for another blow out of habit but relaxed when it never came. He saw, beneath Shadow's scowl, a rare look of concern. Shadow scolded Izuku for being reckless and explained that saving him had been a gamble that might not have worked. Izuku, finally able to stand and breathe properly, acknowledged softly that Shadow had saved him. Izuku then poured out years of pain and defeat, how the world had seemed determined to tell him to give up, how he had never fit in, and how he felt like a mistake meant only to suffer. Shadow listened as those emotions spilled out, and when Izuku finished, Shadow turned away with sorrow on his face, saying that he understood more than Izuku could imagine. Izuku wondered how the hedgehog knew his name, having only given his own earlier. Shadow explained that he had lived a long, troubled life and had faced defeat, loneliness, anger, and sorrow himself. He said he had been created as the ultimate weapon by Professor Gerald Robotnik. Before him stood memories of someone named Maria, who had treated him with kindness and taught him to care, convincing him he had a heart and a purpose, to protect those who could not protect themselves. Shadow recalled that Maria had been ill with an incurable disease, and that the professor had sought a cure. Repeated failures led the professor to seek help from an alien warlord named Black Doom, who contributed blood that helped complete Shadow. Izuku listened, too shocked to speak, absorbing the story of creation, compassion, and loss. Izuku could hardly believe it. Aliens had created the ultimate life form, or so Shadow claimed. Shadow explained that when Jiuen discovered what he was made of and what he could do, they grew afraid and deemed him a threat. They launched an assault on the space colony Ark and overwhelmed the inhabitants. He and Maria had tried to escape in a pod bound for Earth. Maria had always loved the idea of Earth, though she had never been there. They would often imagine what it might be like. Shadow's voice grew more raw as he recalled the flight. When they reached the pods, there had been only one left. Maria had locked Shadow inside without hesitation. He had begged to be let out so he could protect her, but she insisted that he remember and forgive the humans, because despite their flaws they tried to do good, and that made them worth protecting. Those had been her final words before a soldier caught up to them and killed her. Shadow picked up a small rock and threw it up and down to steady himself, then crushed it in his hand and let the dust fall. Izuku watched intently, impressed by how much the man had suffered. Shadow hinted there was more to his past, but said that Izuku had the gist for now. Izuku was stunned by the story, but still needed to know why Shadow continued to act in a world that had rejected him. Izuku asked why Shadow kept going when the world made it clear he was not wanted. Izuku reflected aloud on his own reasons for persevering. He had wanted to prove everyone who doubted him wrong. No matter how many beatings or harsh words he endured, he had still wanted to help people and protect those who could not protect themselves. That spirit could not be crushed. Shadow approved of Izuku's answer and revealed his own motivation. He had kept Maria in his heart and fought to honor her dying wish. He had never fully forgiven what humans had done, and he often acted his own way, sometimes clashing with heroes and authorities. Over time, however, he had come to understand what Maria had seen in humanity, a flawed species, but one with rare, precious moments that made them worth protecting. The thought of the kind girl who had helped him earlier brought a small, involuntary smile to Izuku's face. He agreed that those moments were what it truly meant to be human. But the memory of years of torment and his mother's death surged up, and his anger left him shaking. He admitted he could never trust another person again after all he had suffered. Shadow told him not to trust then. He explained that he himself had never fully trusted anyone. He had become something of an anti-hero, fighting for what he believed was right even when it put him at odds with heroes or the law. Nothing would stop him from completing a mission he believed in. Izuku considered this and found the logic simple. If the world was already against you, what did it change? Could he do it without a quirk? Shadow began to walk, then passed Izuku and urged him to follow, saying that it was time to show why he had been saved. Izuku snapped out of his reverie and hurried after Shadow, calling for him to wait and rushing to catch up. As they walked, Izuku marveled at the strange landscape around them. He thought the laws of nature did not seem to apply here. It felt unreal, like a dream. He noticed snow-capped mountains and a desert in the distance and wondered what kind of place this could be. Shadow suddenly stopped and held an arm out to halt Izuku. In a tense moment, a massive log bound with metal and vines swung past so close that it grazed Izuku's hair and missed him by centimeters. Izuku startled and exclaimed how close it had been and questioned why so many traps were set in the area. Shadow warned that the lands were full of traps and advised Izuku to watch his surroundings. Izuku muttered that of course the field would be dangerous. After 10 more minutes, impatience and the weight of his emotions made Izuku demand to know where Shadow was taking him. He wanted answers and the chance to stop wandering aimlessly. Shadow told him to stop shouting long enough to notice they had arrived. Izuku looked around and became speechless at what he saw. A large stone shrine of pristine design sat on solid ground, its tiers connected by flowing water. The structure consisted of 2 stacked stone circles, the upper smaller than the lower, creating a 2-story altar. Bushes grew close to the second layer's walls, and a pool surrounded the upper tier, water cascading down to the first layer. A staircase led to the top platform. Shadow encouraged Izuku to ascend, saying the true beauty of the shrine awaited above. Izuku did not respond but began to climb the stairs. With each step his nerves eased and a strange sense of calling settled over him, as if he were meant to stand there at that precise moment. Unbeknownst to Izuku, the gem on his necklace was emitting a pale green glow that brightened with each step. He approached the final stair and, stunned beyond anything he'd seen before, felt his jaw drop. At the center of the altar a vast, beautiful gem radiated a powerful green light. Izuku reached out to touch it, but his hand passed through the gem as if it were only an image. Shadow explained that this was why he had saved Izuku. It was the Master Emerald, or rather an image of it. The land around them was not literally real but a manifestation of the Master Emerald's memories of its home, Angel Island. Shadow continued, describing the Master Emerald as a powerful relic capable of controlling and neutralizing 7 other gems known as the Chaos Emeralds. To demonstrate, Shadow summoned a small purple gem that floated around him, and one by one other emeralds appeared in different colors: red, blue, yellow, green, cyan, and white, circling him slowly. He explained that the Chaos Emeralds were ancient gemstones tied to the Master Emerald, possessing tremendous power. Those who wielded them could perform miracles and feats beyond normal limits. Combining all 7 could grant unimaginable power. Besides their mystical properties, Shadow added, the gems were priceless in beauty and value. Izuku watched, awed by the presence and the energy he could feel emanating from them. When Shadow opened his eyes, the floating Chaos Emeralds vanished. Izuku looked toward the shrine and saw the 7 Chaos Emeralds resting atop the pillars that surrounded the Master Emerald's image. Shadow told Izuku that he could use the Emerald's power through chaos control. The scene triggered a memory. Izuku recalled falling from a building and hearing the words chaos control as he plunged. He realized then that whatever had saved him involved that power and, crucially, his own necklace. Looking down, Izuku noticed the necklace glowing. Shadow stepped closer to the Master Emerald and pointed out a small chip in it. Izuku peered and realized the missing piece matched something he had. He lifted the necklace up to the gap and found the shard fit perfectly. Holding the shard, Izuku accused Shadow with a raw edge in his voice and tossed the necklace at him. It bounced off Shadow's chest and fell to the ground. Izuku demanded to be returned to the roof he had fallen from, his frustration and confusion spilling over. Shadow remained stoic as he picked the shard from the floor and revealed another truth. Izuku was chosen, bound by the Master Emerald to be its next guardian. He recounted the ruined state of the land when he first arrived: chaotic weather, negative energy creatures that threatened to destroy the Master Emerald from within, which would have caused catastrophic consequences. 4 years he fought to prevent that outcome until 8 years ago, a small boy had acquired the shard. Shadow placed the shard in Izuku's hand and explained that the day Izuku received it was the day the Master Emerald began to heal. Negative energy receded, and life, trees and animals returned to the island. Shadow had sworn to ensure the next guardian would be strong enough to protect the Master Emerald. The revelation overwhelmed Izuku. Years of loss and hardship had already worn him thin, and being told he was the next guardian left him unable to keep his footing. He looked at Shadow as if to speak, but the words failed him and he fainted. Shadow's expression shifted to disbelief. He scooped Izuku up and shook him, barking in order for him to wake. Izuku convulsed awake, panting, and dropped to the ground. Shadow turned away, clenching his teeth in frustration and letting out a furious shout, emotions laid bare after the intensity of the moment. Shadow rushed over to Izuku, grabbed the top of his hoodie, and lifted him off the ground. Shadow told him that his patience had worn thin and that the Master Emerald had chosen him to be its guardian. He asked if Izuku understood. Izuku nodded nervously, not wanting to challenge him. Shadow released him and Izuku landed on his feet, relieved to be back on the ground. Izuku still felt like something was wrong. He tried to speak softly and asked why the Emerald had chosen him, explaining that his whole life he had been treated like nothing, feeling weak and pathetic. Tears began to spill and he sobbed quietly until Shadow placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Shadow acknowledged what Izuku had said and admitted he did not know precisely why the Master Emerald had chosen him. He removed his hand from Izuku's shoulder and placed a finger on Izuku's heart, explaining that he had seen Izuku's life through the eyes of the Master Emerald. Shadow told Izuku that he had a warrior's heart. Even if he had not stood up for himself, he had stood up for others many times, never giving up on his dreams and always trying to do the right thing. Shadow said Izuku reminded him of an old rival. Shadow smiled at the memory of past battles with Sonic and reflected on Sonic's optimistic attitude, which, despite puzzling him, had made Sonic a great hero. He pointed out that Izuku's spirit may have wavered that day, but that both of them knew Izuku would not hesitate to jump in front of danger to protect someone else. Izuku sniffed and dried his eyes as Shadow withdrew his finger. Shadow said he wanted to train Izuku so he could gain Shadow's powers and become the next ultimate life form, strong enough to protect the Master Emerald and to carry on Maria's wish to protect the Earth and its people. Izuku's eyes widened at the chance to finally have the power to be a hero, something he had always wanted. Deep down, he had wanted to be a true hero because it felt like the right thing to do. Shadow extended his arm and invited a handshake. Izuku felt doubt and negativity, but he also recognized this as a second chance he would not waste. With a small surge of determination, he grabbed Shadow's hand and accepted the offer, expressing that he would be honored and grateful for the opportunity. Shadow smirked, seeing Izuku's resolve begin to ignite again, and warned that the training would be exhausting and that in a few years Izuku would barely recognize himself. Izuku panicked and demanded to know how long he would be there. Shadow explained that time had little meaning in that place and that he controlled it, adding that Izuku would not age while chaos energy protected him. Izuku felt relief and admitted the Chaos Emeralds still made little sense to him. Shadow said that, in time, chaos energy would become second nature and that Izuku might one day perform chaos control without an emerald, though it would drain his stamina and using an emerald would remain preferable. Izuku declared he was ready to begin training. Shadow replied that they had time and would start in a week or two. For now, Izuku needed to familiarize himself with the land and grieve. Izuku hesitated, not wanting to think about his mother. He reflected on years of lying to reassure her, on avoiding her because it was easier than being honest, and on the guilt and regret for not showing his love more openly. He loved her deeply but had been unable to counter the negative emotions he felt daily. Shadow's point was clear. If Izuku trained only to escape his trauma, he risked becoming consumed by anger and seeking revenge, which was not the kind of hero he wanted to be. He thought about All Might and how his encounter with him had changed his outlook, and he remembered Shadow's earlier advice to do what was right no matter the cost. Izuku sighed in defeat and conceded that Shadow was right. Shadow suggested they take a walk so Izuku could see the land and so the two of them could get to know each other better. Shadow offered to tell stories of his past. Izuku smiled and joined Shadow, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Later, the sounds of battle echoed across the landscape of the false Angel Island. Izuku ran as fast as he could through traps and obstacles while Shadow hunted him and struck when he least expected it. Shadow unleashed a chaos spear and Izuku cursed under his breath as he dodged the light energy spears, leaping from platform to platform across the broken ruins. Shadow taunted him and prepared another chaos spear, but Izuku smirked, thinking he had Shadow right where he wanted him. He continued to evade the onslaught and navigate the obstacles until he found himself cornered and panting heavily. Izuku thought Shadow was relentless. He barely had a chance to breathe. Shadow declared that it was the end of the line for Izuku and began to prepare another attack. Izuku steeled himself, determined it was not over yet. Shadow's hand flared with energy as he unleashed a spear of chaotic light. Izuku concentrated and used chaos control to vanish just before the spear struck the mountain where he had been standing. The blast exploded against the rock and threw dust and debris into the air, momentarily blinding Shadow. Shadow smirked and remarked that Izuku had been clever. Using chaos control, Izuku reappeared above Shadow and readied a heavy strike. Shadow acknowledged that Izuku had improved since their last training session, but before the blow landed, Shadow flashed away with his speed. Izuku was caught off guard as a black and red energy orb suddenly hurtled toward him. The attack struck, sending Izuku tumbling and ending the exchange. Later, at a campfire the two had kindled, Izuku rubbed his throbbing, reddened face. He had dried blood, cuts, and scratches across his face from the training. He muttered about always getting hit in the face and complained about the spikes, wincing as he removed one from his aching cheek. He flicked the tiny spike back toward Shadow like a small javelin. Shadow caught the spike effortlessly between his fingers and, with a wry remark about immortality and not shedding, flicked it back. It flew too quickly for Izuku to catch and landed on the tip of his nose. Exasperated, Izuku pulled it free and muttered about finally getting it out. Shadow chuckled at the display. Shadow expressed genuine admiration for Izuku's progress, noting that his connection to the chaos force had grown and that he no longer needed a chaos emerald to use chaos control. Izuku thought back to the beginning of his training and the hardships he had endured to prepare his body. During those early sessions, Shadow had insisted on assessing Izuku's physical condition. Izuku had hesitated, embarrassed, but he complied. When he removed his top, Shadow saw the full extent of the young man's scars and burns, severe marks and healed wounds that tracked the history of his suffering, and the name Deku engraved across his chest. Shadow's expression hardened with anger at those who had inflicted such damage, but he quickly softened his tone to avoid upsetting Izuku. Shadow reassured him that the past did not have to define his future and urged him to channel those emotions into strength. Izuku, still ashamed but grateful, put his shirt back on and thanked Shadow for not making a bigger issue of it. Shadow said he understood pain and would listen when Izuku was ready to talk. With a hand on Izuku's shoulder, Shadow used chaos control to transport them to a new training location. They arrived at the edge of a tropical jungle. Izuku took in the lush scenery, greenery everywhere, exotic plants, palm trees, waterfalls, and pools connected by unstable wooden bridges and large trees. He murmured that it was beautiful. Shadow warned him not to be fooled by the paradise-like appearance. The jungle, like the rest of the island, was full of traps and obstacles. He explained that this was where the training would take place. Izuku would sprint through the jungle, avoiding every obstacle to build stamina and strength, and then spar with Shadow. Shadow's smile at the mention of sparring was unnerving, which made Izuku nervous but also more determined. He recognized this as his chance to grow into the hero he wanted to be and resolved not to back down. Shadow responded that he was glad to hear that. Shadow reached behind his back and pulled out one of the magical emeralds. He told Izuku to take it before he forgot. Izuku stared at the glowing red gem in awe and asked why Shadow was giving it to him. Shadow explained that Izuku already had a connection to the Chaos Force from the Master Emerald Shard he had carried for years, but its low energy output was not enough. Keeping a Chaos Emerald close would strengthen that connection and make Chaos Control easier to use. Izuku suspected Shadow of having an unfair advantage and asked if that was how Shadow had learned Chaos Control. Shadow answered that he had been created with the help of the Chaos Emeralds and had a natural connection to their power. Izuku muttered that it sounded like a cheat and then, noticing where the emerald had come from, asked about it. Shadow offered only that the emerald's power worked in mysterious ways. Izuku shivered at the thought and decided he probably did not want to know more. Shadow asked if Izuku was ready to begin training. Izuku accepted and sprinted off with determination, determined to prove himself worthy of the power. He tripped on a tree root and fell hard. Shadow laughed loudly, finding the fall entertaining. Izuku, embarrassed but uninjured, accepted Shadow's hand and was told to try again, faster this time. Shadow criticized Izuku's initial effort as weak. Izuku bristled at the comment and kept trying. He failed many times but refused to give up, training day after day and inching closer to his goal. High in the trees, Shadow watched Izuku's progress and noted that 6 months of training had pushed his strength and stamina well above average. Shadow thought Izuku still would not withstand quirks in a prolonged fight, and decided that once Izuku left the jungle he would begin combat training to raise his power more dramatically. Near the edge of the jungle, Izuku pushed himself to the limit and muttered that he would give Shadow a piece of his mind. A giant spiky log suddenly hurtled toward him. Shadow snapped out of his thoughts and acted. The area around Izuku froze as time itself stilled. Shadow realized Izuku had used Chaos Control without conscious thought. The body had reacted before the mind. Shadow recognized that Izuku's connection to the Chaos Force might be greater than his own. Once time resumed, Izuku sprinted the final distance and emerged from the jungle, collapsing from exhaustion and laughing triumphantly before falling asleep with a smile. Shadow approached the sleeping Izuku and praised his effort, telling him to rest because tougher training was coming. As a reward for finishing his initial training, Shadow took Izuku to volcanic springs. Both of them soaked in the warm water. Izuku wore swim trunks and took a quiet moment to admire how much he had changed from the weak boy he had been into a stronger young man. He told Shadow he was proud of his progress and asked when Stage 2 would begin. Shadow teased him about wanting to start immediately and then asked if he was ready. Before Izuku could answer, Shadow launched a fast, powerful kick that sent Izuku into the air with an intense impact. Izuku was winded and in pain as he fell, but Shadow caught him by the hand and held him a few meters above the ground. Izuku dangled like a rag doll, disoriented, and the last thing he registered before losing consciousness was Shadow's disappointed expression. Shadow clicked his fingers in front of Izuku's face until Izuku came back to himself. Izuku felt overwhelmed and frustrated. He acknowledged that his connection to the Chaos Force had grown significantly and that his skills and techniques had improved, but he confessed that he felt like he had plateaued and could not become stronger no matter how hard he trained. He told Shadow that the feeling had been building for a while. Izuku admitted that his punches did not have the power that Shadow's did. Shadow considered Izuku's human form and worried that it might limit his ability to absorb more chaos energy. After a few moments of thought, Shadow said that he had feared this outcome. He had hoped training would let Izuku break through his limits, but it seemed Izuku's human body could not safely absorb any more chaos energy. Izuku pointed out that, as guardian of the Master Emerald, he should be able to grow stronger even without Chaos Force aid. Shadow answered that he honestly did not know, but suggested that being human could be the problem. There had never been a human guardian before, and Izuku likely had biological limits the previous guardians did not. Izuku lowered his head into his hands in disappointment and explained that, although he had studied heroes and villains his whole life, and felt confident against low-level threats, he doubted he could stand against top-tier heroes or mid-class villains. At his current level he could not protect people or important things. Shadow thought carefully. He acknowledged that he had expected this possibility and that he had one risky plan if their original training method failed. He had no certainty about side effects or whether it would work, but they were running out of options. Shadow suggested they rest and discuss it in the morning. Izuku, exhausted and uncertain about facing stronger opponents, agreed to sleep. Izuku woke to birdsong and the lingering scent of campfire and stretched, remarking to himself that the place felt like a paradise even if it might not be the real Angel Island. He called out for Shadow, then realized Shadow was not beside him. Assuming Shadow had gone for a walk, Izuku decided to get some training in and began doing push-ups, counting each repetition. Shadow suddenly appeared and startled Izuku. Shadow adjusted his glasses, dusted off a lab coat with a stethoscope around his neck, and introduced himself as Professor Shadow the Hedgehog. Izuku reacted with a mixture of shock and helplessness at the sight. Shadow told Izuku to come along because there was much to do, and Izuku followed. They arrived at the Master Emerald Shrine where the 7 Chaos Emeralds rested. Izuku asked what Shadow's outfit meant. Shadow explained that when conducting an experiment, one should wear the proper uniform. Izuku complained that he struggled to take Shadow seriously and asked him to remove the coat. Shadow teased that Izuku was being a killjoy, then discarded the outfit. Shadow's expression turned serious as he recalled their discussion about human limits. He acknowledged that Izuku's chaos abilities were exceptional, but his physical attributes strength and speed were only slightly above average for a human. Izuku listened in with the same hopelessness they had worked to overcome, but Shadow refused to give up. He wanted a perfect guardian for the Earth and the Master Emerald and would not let biology be the final obstacle. Shadow moved to the left side of the shrine and picked up a small wooden bowl, presenting it to Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened at the thick crimson liquid that rippled within. He asked if it was blood. Shadow confirmed that it was his blood. He explained in narrative that he had been created with the blood of an alien named Black Doom and the power of the 7 Chaos Emeralds, and that a version of that blood still ran through his veins. Izuku asked what this had to do with his problem. Shadow suggested recreating the experiment that had formed him as the only viable way to boost Izuku's power. He warned that the outcome was uncertain, that there was no guarantee Izuku would survive, and that the side effects could be unknown. Shadow made it clear he would not force the decision, it was Izuku's choice. Izuku, determined and resolute, accepted without hesitation. He held the bowl and declared that he would do whatever it took to become stronger and protect the Earth and its people. Shadow cracked a rare, genuine smile at Izuku's resolve and advised him that thoughts were power when using the 7 Chaos Emeralds. Visualizing the desired result might help the transformation. Shadow instructed Izuku to stand in the center of the shrine and call the emeralds down. Izuku obeyed, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. One by one, the mystical gems rose and surrounded him. Shadow acknowledged that everything was proceeding as planned. Shadow instructed Izuku to visualize what he wanted and, when ready, to drink the blood. The Chaos Emeralds clattered to the ground one by one, and Izuku stared at Shadow with disgust, refusing the order and calling it revolting. Shadow explained that ingesting the blood was the only way for Izuku to take on his DNA. Izuku panicked and proposed a safer method, suggesting the Chaos Emeralds transport the liquid into his body instead of him drinking it. His rapid-fire words only irritated Shadow further. Shadow snapped at Izuku to be quiet, then, calming slightly, warned there was no other way and left the choice to him. After a long, tense moment, Izuku steeled himself and drank the strange crimson liquid in the bowl. Shadow watched with a sour expression and remarked that Izuku had finally shown some resolve. Izuku immediately dropped to his hands and knees, retching and promising he would never do something like that again. Shadow urged him to focus, and Izuku summoned the Chaos Emeralds again. He closed his eyes, breathed deeply, and waited, but after several minutes nothing changed. Shadow's frustration rose until he slammed his fist into the ground. Cracks spidered outward and the earth trembled as he cursed that it should have worked. Izuku tried to calm Shadow, saying they could find another way, and stepped forward. A sudden, searing pain hammered through his head and he collapsed, clutching his skull as an intense heat spread through him. He screamed, the sound reverberating across the land and breaking Shadow out of his rage. Shadow rushed toward him but was thrown back by a burst of energy from Izuku. He recovered and raced back to the shrine, leaving a streak of energy on the ground as he moved. At the shrine, the emeralds whirled so quickly they blurred, forming a glowing dome around Izuku. Shadow attacked the dome repeatedly but could not reach him, breathing heavily and swearing in frustration as Izuku began to levitate inside the light. Izuku's cries continued as a violent surge of wind and crackling red energy filled the area. Shadow pushed forward through the tempest and reached out, but a sudden wave of pain struck him and visions flooded his mind. He staggered, images from Izuku's life and from elsewhere flashing through him, and the pain became unbearable. The ultimate life form collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand it any longer, and apologized softly to Izuku as darkness edged in. The last thing he saw was a brilliant white light sweeping over the land. Izuku awoke drenched in sweat, his heart racing. He realized the blonde girl from his dream was Maria from Shadow's memories and experienced a surge of new recollections as if they were his own. He saw the space colony arc, Maria's death, and the man who had awakened Shadow, Dr. Eggman. He watched scenes of Shadow standing beside another golden hedgehog against a giant lizard-like beast, of Shadow defeating the monstrous Doom, and of Shadow using chaos control to send a black comet back into space. Each technique and moment came to him with vivid clarity, and the flood of memories culminated in the devastating image of Shadow sacrificing himself to prevent the Master Emerald from detonating. Izuku was left stunned and grieving as the torrent of visions finally ceased and the pain began to subside. He picked himself up from the ground and took in his surroundings, realizing he was still at the shrine. As Izuku surveyed the wreckage, broken branches and debris lay scattered like the wake of a storm. He remembered a splitting pain in his head and a bright light before everything went black, and he moved through the ruin in search of clues. A white glove and a golden ring protruding from the rubble of a stone pillar caught his eye. Izuku shouted Shadow's name and rushed to dig through the debris. Overwhelmed with emotion and haunted by memories of his mother's death, he dug frantically, tears streaming as he searched for the hedgehog. He pleaded that it should not happen again. When another piece of rock came away, red and black spiky quills were revealed. Izuku pulled Shadow free and laid him on the ground, pressing an ear to his chest to check for a pulse. Small snores came from Shadow, and relief mixed with irritation in Izuku. He felt a nervous twitch on his brow and scolded the hedgehog inwardly for being asleep after everything that had happened. He shook Shadow firmly to wake him. Shadow blinked awake, rubbing his head and complaining that his skull felt like it had taken a hard hit. Izuku said he was glad Shadow had woken up. Shadow sprang to his feet and, seeing Izuku alive, began to speak in alarm that he had feared the worst, but his words broke off when he took a long look at Izuku and froze. Izuku panicked at Shadow's stunned expression. He worried he had shaken Shadow too hard and knelt down, the tears flowing again. Shadow came out of his daze as the warm liquid soaked his fur. He seized Izuku and delivered a sharp, startling slap to his cheek, then scolded him to pull himself together and stop crying. Watching Shadow compose himself, Izuku calmed and asked why Shadow had reacted the way he had been reacting. Shadow stared with a questioning look and pointed out that Izuku should have noticed changes to his appearance. He told Izuku to look at his wrists. Izuku glanced down and saw a golden ring around each wrist. Curiosity took hold as he looked further and found identical rings around his ankles. His red sneakers had changed too. They looked bulkier, still mainly red with smooth black heels. Each shoe now had a white tongue and a black collar encircled by a golden ring, the same as the ones on his limbs. Along the rims of the soles were white strips of metal on the front and rear, broken beneath the arches with small grooves between the breaks. The bottoms held an orange-yellow line of 5 small jets, 3 at the front and 2 at the heel. He recognized Shadow's air shoes immediately. They were almost identical, with some colors reversed. Shadow, smirking, warned Izuku that if he thought those changes were strange, he should wait until he saw the rest. An orange-yellow blur zipped past Shadow with a trail of red light and a rush of wind, and Shadow stammered that it might have been Izuku. Izuku looked into the pool that surrounded the Master Emerald and examined his reflection. He lifted a hand and touched his face, incredulous at what he saw. The green in his hair had been replaced by red fur-striped bands like Shadow's. His emerald eyes were now a ruby red with the upper edges of his eyes lined in that same color. His hoodie, once tattered from constant training, had been repaired. He removed it to inspect the rest of his body and found matching red stripes on his arms. Shadow watched, half worried his expression would fall out of place, and admitted he had never seen anyone so oblivious then. Privately, he thought Izuku was managing the situation better than expected. Izuku looked back at Shadow, eyes wide with shock, then let out a surprised, awed cry at the scale of the changes. Shadow observed the reaction with a mixture of amusement and relief. Izuku muttered a ragged stream of frantic thoughts about dying, blood, and being trapped in an institution, as if the years of torment had finally snapped him. Shadow restrained the urge to strike him and instead walked over, placing a firm hand on Izuku's shoulder to calm the terrified boy. Shadow reassured him that he was not losing his mind and that what he was seeing was real. Izuku gestured helplessly at himself and wondered how this could be explained. Shadow let a small smile cross his features and suggested that they had succeeded, that Izuku might now be the next ultimate life form. As those words sank in, Izuku began to piece together how he had ended up like this and muttered that it had worked, barely able to believe it. Shadow asked Izuku how he felt. Izuku took a moment, then described a strange, invigorating sensation, physically stronger than ever, energy flooding through him, as if the chaos force had become part of him. Shadow said that sounded right and warned him not to let the power corrupt him. They needed a protector, not someone who would become a threat. Izuku insisted he would never become a villain and that he wanted to protect others and only oppose those who intended harm. Shadow then asked a delicate question about Izuku's transformation. Had he seen anything unusual, anything he had never seen before but experienced as if it had happened to him many times over? Izuku suddenly berated himself for missing the obvious, then shot forward until they were nearly nose to nose, exploding with excitement. He explained that it had been overwhelming. He had witnessed everything from a first-person perspective, every aspect of Shadow's life, and he proceeded to recount the sequence of fights and moments he had seen. He even mimicked Shadow's gestures and mannerisms and those of others they both knew. The retelling went on for several minutes. Shadow managed to keep his composure, though the thrill faded when the memory of Maria's death returned and the pain of the visions did as well. Izuku then confessed that while viewing those memories he had suffered a brutal migraine, a relentless pounding as if his head had been battered without pause. Shadow recognized the sensation immediately. Izuku added that he had seen Maria's final moments and had felt how much she had meant to Shadow, apologizing from the heart on behalf of humanity and bowing in remorse. The sadness in Izuku's expression struck Shadow like a mirror of his own grief for Maria. Shadow offered a sad smile and explained that he had carried Maria with him by fighting in his heart and keeping her promise. He moved to the steps of a nearby shrine, sat down, and motioned for Izuku to join him. Shadow asked Izuku to promise to keep Maria's memory alive by honoring her wish, to protect the world and guard the Master Emerald. He admitted he could not return to do it himself. The Master Emerald had merged with him over time. He asked Izuku with solemn resolve to keep the Earth safe. Izuku's eyes flashed with a fierce light and, trembling with determination, he raised his fist and vowed to Shadow that he would carry out Maria's wish and defend the Master Emerald. Shadow felt a quiet relief, certain that Maria could rest easier. They sat together for a while, remembering simple moments of Maria playing with Shadow. Eventually Izuku broke the silence by remarking that it felt strange to possess all of Shadow's memories. Shadow agreed, then added the surprising counter. He now possessed all of Izuku's memories as well. Izuku reacted loudly, and Shadow's ears rang at the outburst. They traded sharp, exasperated remarks about the timing of that revelation before Izuku sighed in defeat and asked if they had any idea why their memories were sharing. Shadow explained his hypothesis. He had been thinking about the way Black Doom could control his army and how, because Shadow had been created using Black Doom's blood, similar influence might have been attempted on him. Shadow argued that Black Doom could link minds, seeing through his soldiers' eyes and learning from them, and that being tied to that blood had made him vulnerable to that kind of connection. Izuku interrupted with a sudden, fearful question about whether Shadow could control him too. Shadow silenced him with a sharp tap to the top of his head that sent Izuku stumbling to the ground in comical, exaggerated fashion. Shadow finished his thought. He had fought off that control, but the rest of Black Doom's forces had not been so fortunate. Black Doom's telepathic link let him observe and learn from his army and even use them as conduits to communicate. Izuku recalled that Shadow had called it a hive mind, that they all shared one mind. Shadow had explained that he could not control Izuku. What they shared was a connection between equals, not domination, and if Izuku concentrated he would be able to feel it too. Izuku closed his eyes and focused. Shadow was right. He felt the connection as two sources of power inside him, his own as red and Shadow's as a bright white, equal in size. The sensation was uncanny and exhilarating. Shadow smirked, stood up, and adopted a running position. He explained that if the connection worked both ways, they could skip the baby steps in training. Izuku's body could handle the power, he only needed to learn control by accessing Shadow's memories and muscle memory. Shadow said that seeing Izuku's memories had been like being in his shoes 100 times over, and that if the same applied to Izuku he should be able to keep up. Shadow launched himself, leaving a gust of wind behind. Izuku let a similar smirk appear and realized his brain felt full of the knowledge he needed to use the power fully. He took a running position and declared that this was the day he would finally beat Shadow. He blasted off at supersonic speed to chase him. Using his air shoes, Izuku hovered just above the ground, creating only air friction as he moved. The motion felt like skating, making his movements fluid and controlled. Listening to nothing but the wind, Izuku allowed himself a genuine, bright smile. The power felt like a missing piece restored. He felt whole. When Shadow came into view, Izuku used chaos control to teleport directly beside him. Both hovered side by side, moving in sync. Shadow acknowledged that Izuku had mastered the speed department and told him that this would be his final challenge, to beat Shadow as an equal and test how deep the hive mind connection went. Izuku's eyes flashed with red lightning as he met Shadow's gaze and prepared for the challenge. Both accelerated dramatically, neither pulling ahead. They exchanged a rapid series of strikes and counters. Shadow used chaos control to execute a famous spin kick, but Izuku countered with the same move, their legs clashing in a collision that sent a tremor through the ground. Dust swirled as their attacks became a blur to the eye, each combo mirrored and matched, neither gaining an advantage. Shadow's patience finally ran thin. He began to glow with a light red aura, his attacks gaining sudden speed and ferocity as red lightning danced across his form. He pushed Izuku, urging him to dig deeper, insisting that Izuku was nowhere near his true limit and that the chaos force ran through his veins. Shadow then delivered a decisive downward strike that broke Izuku's guard and sent him crashing into the ground. The impact created a large crater and sent dust billowing across the battlefield. When the dust settled, Shadow stood over an unconscious Izuku with an unamused expression before walking away and leaving him behind. Izuku refused to accept defeat. His body twitched as a red glow gathered and intensified around him, red lightning beginning to arc across his form. He rose, determination burning in his gaze, and proclaimed himself ready to fight. A sudden surge of energy burst outward, a dramatic anime-style explosion that reshaped the nearby landscape and announced Izuku's return. Shadow turned toward the origin of the energy. Izuku stepped out of the dust glowing with a fierce aura and moved with intent. Before Shadow could react, Izuku teleported behind him and wrapped him in a tight bear hug, locking him in place. Shadow struggled and cursed as he tried to break free, realizing too late what Izuku was planning. Izuku's grip tightened and he prepared to unleash a massive attack. In response, a colossal blast of red energy erupted, sweeping across the area in a devastating but stylized display of power. The force sent both fighters flying in opposite directions. Each landed roughly 30 meters away and staggered back to their feet, battered but still standing. Recognizing the toll they had taken on the surroundings and on each other, both agreed without words to end the fight with one final, all-or-nothing attack. They panted and smiled through the weariness, remembering the bond they had formed and the time they had spent together. Izuku made the first move. He curled into a ball and began to spin, red lightning arcing over his form as he executed a spin dash. Shadow observed this technique with a mix of surprise and admiration, reflecting that Izuku could perform the spin dash and homing attack without snapping bones, a testament to how much his body had changed. Shadow declared that they would settle the matter with a spin dash and immediately charged his own technique, the red energy gathering around him. Izuku matched him, and both launched at one another. The impact released a tremendous burst of energy that blasted outward in an anime-style shockwave, tearing up the ground and sending trees and rocks tumbling. The landscape shook under the force, but no graphic injuries were shown. After the dust settled, Shadow and Izuku lay on the ground side by side, watching the stars. Shadow commented that it was rare to be pushed that hard and admitted the fight had been phenomenal. Izuku agreed, marveling at the power he now possessed and confessing that he still doubted whether he deserved it. Shadow abruptly silenced him with a light, stinging strike to the face meant to interrupt the doubt. Izuku protested and rubbed his throbbing cheek. Shadow explained that he had grown tired of the self-doubt and reminded Izuku that the heart, not the power, made the man. He said that if he had thought otherwise, he would have let Izuku fall long ago, and he expressed his belief that Izuku would do great things with his newfound strength. Izuku smiled and said that this was the kindest thing Shadow had ever said. Shadow averted his gaze and crossed his arms, scoffing to hide his own emotion. The two returned to their quiet stargazing. Izuku tried to memorize every star, knowing this would be his last night with his mentor. The next morning at the shrine was solemn as Izuku prepared to return to Japan. Neither man could find the words. Izuku felt the weight of returning to a world that had mistreated him, but he resolved to protect it and be a hero whether or not the world accepted him. Shadow, reconciling himself with being left alone again, admitted inwardly that he had grown close to Izuku despite his lone wolf nature. Shadow held a Chaos Emerald and told Izuku it was time. Izuku nodded, holding an emerald of his own. They raised their emeralds and called upon Chaos Control together, creating a swirling blue portal where their energies crossed. Shadow handed an emerald to Izuku while the others circled him and then flowed into his body so he could carry them back to Earth. Both looked toward the portal, unable to speak. Izuku stood shaking, holding back tears. Shadow smiled and reminded him to stop crying, assuring him that this was not truly goodbye and that they were connected now. A part of Shadow would be with Izuku wherever he went. Izuku nodded silently, afraid that speaking would break him down. Shadow extended a hand for a handshake. Izuku hesitated, then, deciding a handshake was not enough, dashed forward and embraced him, finally allowing his tears to flow as he thanked Shadow for everything. He said that Shadow had helped him rebuild himself, physically and mentally, and that he was deeply grateful. Shadow wrapped one firm arm around him in return and muttered, voice betraying emotion, that the boy had to get all mushy like this. After a minute they broke the hug. Izuku wiped his eyes and approached the portal. Just before stepping through, he took one last look at Shadow, who had turned away but, briefly, wiped a single tear from his cheek. Izuku said his final goodbye and stepped into the portal. Shadow stood watching the sky and returned the farewell. Inside the portal, Izuku felt as if he were falling through time. A rapid montage of his past, present, and possible future flashed around him. Memories and taunting voices from his past echoed, calling him worthless and reminding him of past cruelties. Izuku fought back against those voices, insisting to himself that he was stronger now and that he could be a hero. His determination flared, and a powerful burst of chaotic energy erupted from him, clearing the images from the vortex. The portal shook and sparked with red lightning. The Chaos Emeralds he carried were forced out of his body and began to dim. Overwhelmed by the shockwave, Izuku lost consciousness as the energy subsided and the emeralds fell silent. At the exit of the USJ, a small purple, grape-headed boy watched in horror, trying very hard not to lose control of himself as a red portal opened and churned with fierce energy. He begged aloud that there not be more villains. Meanwhile, Momo Yaoyorozu was enjoying a great week. She had successfully joined UA High through the recommendation exam, secured first place in the quirk apprehension test, and been elected Class 1A president by her classmates for her intelligence and leadership. The young heiress felt that her life was finally starting to improve. She even managed to make some friends among the Class 1A girls. Despite her newfound friendships, Momo Yaoyorozu had long struggled to connect with others because of her wealth, appearance, and quirk. She often attracted people more interested in what she represented than in who she was. As a result, she had been homeschooled by private tutors, the best of the best, which helped her intellect grow even further. Although she appreciated the education her parents funded, she still felt isolated and depressed, since her parents were frequently away on business and the household staff provided care without forming genuine connections. After barely withstanding Katsuki Bakugo's rude behavior on the bus, Momo was grateful to finally be standing in the USJ. The class was receiving a lecture from the pro hero 13. 13 instructed the students to listen carefully and explained that her quirk, black hole, could SCK up anything and turn it into dust. Ochako Uraraka, clearly a fan, noted enthusiastically that 13 had used that power to save people from many disasters. 13 acknowledged that her quirk could also be lethal if misused and reminded them to keep everything they had learned from All Might and Aizawa in mind for the rescue training. As 13 finished, the lights in the USJ began to spark and then went out one after another. Shota Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead, followed the lights with his gaze and then looked toward the fountain in the center of the plaza. He saw a swirling, misty black-purple portal form above the water. A pale man with shaggy blue hair and a hand mask stepped through first, and Aizawa told the students to stay together and not move while ordering 13 to protect them. Hundreds of villains followed through the portal. Eijiro Kirishima reacted with a mix of bravado and excitement, expecting a stage drill. Aizawa, however, warned everyone to keep back and prepared for a real attack. Another figure emerged from the portal, a man whose bright yellow eyes glowed through the same black-purple mist that seemed to be part of him. He observed the heroes and remarked that, according to the schedule, All Might should have been present. The hand-masked man's voice turned raspy as he demanded to know where All Might was and suggested that killing a few kids might draw the hero out. The class stared in horror. 13 asked why the alarms were not going off, and Aizawa suggested that the villains must have jammed their signals. Aizawa told 13 to evacuate the students and ordered Denki Kaminari to use his quirk to contact the school. A small, panicked Minoru Mineta clung to Tsuyu Ajui's leg before she brusquely flicked him away with her tongue. Tsuyu scolded Mineta for crying and reminded him that a pro needed to maintain composure. Aizawa then said he would leave the immediate protection of the students to 13 and immediately sprang into action, using his quirk to erase the abilities of the attacking villains and subdue many of them with skillful maneuvers. Momo watched Aizawa neutralize the threats with precise, efficient tactics. Even when he could not erase a mutant-type quirk, he kept his distance and controlled the fight to protect the students. Tenya Ida urged Momo to stop analyzing and move toward the exit, but the class was interrupted by the yellow-eyed villain encased in mist. He introduced himself as part of the League of Villains and taunted the students about All Might's absence, suggesting the USJ would have been a convenient place for the hero to fall. Bakugo and Kirishima lunged at the misty villain. The villain seemed impervious to their attacks. When the dust settled, he stood unscathed and warned the students to be careful. Then he sent out a wave of black-purple mist that enveloped the class and scattered them across the facility. Momo, Kyokajiro, and Denki Kaminari tumbled out of a portal and landed on a rocky surface, quickly realizing they were surrounded by a variety of villains. The villains taunted them and began to attack. One of the villains made a crude, insulting remark about Momo, and she felt uncomfortable. Momo created a metal bow staff and took up a defensive stance with her classmates as the battle intensified. She thought it was bad that the mist villain had said they were there to kill All Might. Todoroki's earlier warning about a planned ambush made sense now. From her view, 3 or 4 villains stood out as truly powerful, and a bird-like creature made her uneasy for reasons she could not immediately explain. Kaminari screamed as he narrowly dodged an attack, exclaiming that his life had flashed before his eyes. He regrouped with Jiro and Momo, and Jiro, blocking another strike with the weapon Momo had produced for her, told him to calm down. Together they countered the villain's moves, relying on teamwork and quick thinking to keep one another safe. Momo's intellectual mind raced as she tried to find a way for them to escape unharmed. She told the group they needed to focus on getting away from their enemies. Denki Kaminari asked Momo if she could produce a weapon for him as well. Jiro quipped that Denki already had electric powers, and Denki, frantic, explained that while he could coat his body with electricity, projecting it outward would be dangerous and could hurt his friends. Jiro grinned and teased him, suggesting he could act as a human stun device. The conference room at UA High hummed with tension as Detective Naomasa Tsukachi addressed the staff, his expression grim. He reported that investigators were working around the clock on the so-called League of Villains, but they had been unable to find anything substantial on the figure known as Shigaraki. They had searched for men in their 20s or 30s with a disintegration quirk and had found nothing, and the same gap in information applied to the Warpgate user known as Kurogiri. Vlad King frowned and noted that this meant they essentially had no clear leads. Detective Tsukachi agreed that they needed to track the villains down. The gunslinger hero Snipe mentioned that he had neutralized the ringleader in the confrontation, but warned that once he recovered, he would likely attempt something similar again. All Might, in his skinny civilian form, looked very concerned. Principal Nizu asked if something was on his mind. Tashinori Yagi replied that the attack on the USJ had been unusually bold. No sane person would attempt something so daring. Tashinori observed that the ringleader had monologued and given information about the Nomu's capabilities, yet whenever events did not go his way, he behaved like a tantruming child. Tashinori suspected there was someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes, and he exchanged a look with Nizu and Tsukachi to indicate they would discuss it further later. Nizu, understanding the signal, shifted the focus back to the detective. Tsukachi reported that over 200 villains had been arrested, mostly small-time thugs, and that they had found a Nomu in a nearby forest. The Nomu had been docile and unresponsive on its own, only able to follow direct orders like a trained animal. Midnight expressed concern at how this childish ringleader had managed to marshal so many followers, suggesting the villains saw something in him they did not. Tsukachi said his forces were interrogating the arrested villains and that it would take time to sift through their statements. So far, they reported they had been teleported off the street into an abandoned factory and told by Shigaraki that killing a few kids would earn them money and a place in the effort to destroy the symbol of peace. All Might added quietly that the villains would have succeeded if not for the intervention of the boy who had saved him. He had attempted to keep the comment low, but Principal Nizu, attentive as ever, heard him. Nizu turned the room's attention to a photograph on the monitor showing the exhausted boy who had helped save the day. He explained that the boy was currently with Recovery Girl and was physically okay but utterly exhausted. The students and All Might had claimed the boy had released All Might from his captors, something he could not have done alone, and Nizu directed the question to Tashinori asking for clarification. Tashinori explained that the Nomu had been digging into his weak spot, forcing him to use all his strength just to avoid being dragged into Kurogiri's warp gate. He studied the photo and said the boy's movements had been deliberate and razor-sharp, matching a speed that Tashinori admitted was comparable to his own. The room reacted with stunned silence at that assessment, aside from Principal Nizu, who chuckled softly and seemed amused by the boy's performance. Midnight reacted in disbelief at Tashinori's claim that the strange boy could match his speed. Tashinori confirmed that it was plausible, noting that the way the boy moved was unusual. He had not run in the normal sense but had skated with his feet mere centimeters from the ground. Tashinori suggested that his shoes might have aided his movement. Vlad King asked whether such technology could exist and whether the boy's quirk might be intellectually based, like Principal Nizu's, enabling him to produce such devices. Tashinori acknowledged the possibility but leaned toward another explanation. He described seeing an orange-yellow energy barrier that enveloped the boy when he moved, comparing the boy's charge to that of a rhino and noting that the boy had been unstoppable in that moment. Toshinori added that the boy had used an attack he referred to as Chaos Spear, firing two spear-like beams of light that had both damaged and briefly stunned Kurogyari and Shigaraki. Nizu asked if Toshinori was suggesting the boy's quirk might be energy-based. Toshinori admitted he had limited information but that energy seemed the most likely explanation. Snipe then raised the question of the boy's origins and whether he might originally have been part of the villain attack before switching sides. Tsukachi said he did not believe that was the case. Tsukachi recounted interviewing the students and learning that a storm had formed in the mountain zone, marked by fierce red lightning and turbulent winds that caused chaos across the USJ. All Might said he did not remember seeing such a storm and learned from the students that he had arrived just after it subsided. Tsukachi added that Denki Kaminari had not been much help in his interview because the storm's energy had overloaded him and left him disoriented, but the other students reported that a portal had appeared in the center of the storm. Vlad King asked if the portal had been one of Kurogyari's, but Tsukachi shook his head and said Jairu had described the portal as red with intense lightning, highly unstable and destructive. Snipe voiced frustration at the possibility of more portals. Tsukachi continued and said he had next spoken with Momo Yaoyorozu, the third member of the trio, and that she had provided her account as well. Midnight recounted that once the storm had passed, she had spotted the boy on the ground surrounded by those objects. Naomasa then picked up a case and slid it across the table to Nizu. Nizu opened the case and examined the contents with growing interest. He described them as very interesting. Midnight asked what they were. Nizu revealed 7 dull black gems to the others. The staff noted they appeared to be gems. Naomasa clarified that they resembled emeralds, but that was all they knew. He explained that the research department had reached a dead end. Any technology or tools brought near the stones malfunctioned or broke. Nizu, who enjoyed puzzles and was usually able to solve most problems, admitted he was stumped. He was relieved that Aizawa was not at the meeting. He did not want to see Aizawa amused by the sight of him confused. Nizu called them black emeralds and labeled the situation a puzzle. Midnight commented that emeralds were usually green. Naomasa replied that whatever these were, they were not normal emeralds. He asked Nizu if he and Power Loader could examine them, suggesting they might have more luck. Nizu agreed to have the emeralds delivered to Power Loader once the meeting concluded and then closed the case, sliding it under the desk. Naomasa thanked him and resumed his report. He explained that Yaoyorozu had gone to investigate while Jairu assisted Kaminari. Yaoyorozu had been confronted by a surviving villain, and before that villain could do further harm, the boy had intervened. Naomasa described the boy restraining the villain in midair and then rendering him unconscious with a single, decisive strike, dismissing the villain as pathetic. All Might observed that the boy's methods had been violent. Naomasa continued, saying that after saving Yaoyorozu the boy had collapsed. Yaoyorozu had offered him her hand, and from then on he had stayed with her until he later leapt in to divert a rocket and protect All Might and the students. All Might interrupted with concern about the boy's demeanor while redirecting the rocket. He reported that the boy had acted without hesitation and had regarded the villains like obstacles to be moved aside, which made him dangerous. A heavy silence filled the room as everyone absorbed the new information. Midnight asked if they had any idea who the boy might be. Naomasa produced a folder labeled Midoriya and placed it on the table. He explained that blood given by Recovery Girl had been tested and came back as a 50% match to one Izuku Midoriya. Toshinori's eyes widened at the name. He transformed into his larger form and grabbed the folder before anyone else could. He pulled out a photograph and recognized emerald green eyes he remembered crushing almost 10 months earlier. Nizu asked if something was the matter. Toshinori did not respond at first, lost in memory. He insisted it could not be Midoriya because he had been told the boy was quirkless and had green hair, not red like the mysterious boy, yet he could not ignore the similarities between the two. He recalled Naomasa's note about a 50% match. Naomasa explained that Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother, had died in a fire nearly 11 months ago. They knew Izuku had not died, he had been seen the same night, but had been missing ever since he found his mother's body. He had no other relatives, and inquiries into his past had led to a dead end. From what Naomasa could gather, Izuku had experienced a difficult childhood and had appeared to be truly alone. Toshinori continued to study the folder until he reached the date of Inko's death, April 2nd, the same day Toshinori had denied the boy's wish to be a hero. He stood up so abruptly that the table cracked under the force, startling everyone. Nizu sternly asked him to calm down and explain. Toshinori sat back down, and with a puff of exhaust he reverted to his leaner form, coughing and exhausted. He then said he knew the boy. He handed the folder to Nizu and recalled meeting the boy on the same day his mother had died, just before the tragedy. He had saved the boy from a sludge villain, the same one who had held Bakugo captive. Before they parted, the boy had asked if he could be a hero and had told Toshinori his name. Toshinori admitted he had not wanted to give false hope to someone who seemed quirkless and emotionally fragile, so he had turned the boy down. He remembered the hope draining from the boy's face that day. Midnight expressed sympathy for the boy, acknowledging the additional tragedy of losing his mother soon after. The room remained quiet until Nizu finished reviewing the folder. He proposed a theory: if Izuku Midoriya truly had no siblings, then their mysterious boy could not be a relative, and the only logical explanation might be that the boy before them was Izuku Midoriya. All Might protested that a 50% match and the claim of quirklessness made that unlikely. Nizu countered that, in extremely rare cases, a quirk could be activated under extreme emotional stress and could cause changes reminiscent of altered DNA. He admitted such a development so late in life was unprecedented, but it was one possible explanation. He murmured that perhaps the boy really had returned, an idea Toshinori and Naomasa seemed to consider as well. Snipes suggested that the only way to be sure was to question the boy once he regained consciousness. Naomasa exhaled heavily and reported that the situation would not be straightforward. Yaoyorozu had revealed that the boy himself did not remember his own name. Toshinori noted that the boy might be hiding his identity. Naomasa said that had been his initial thought as well. He immediately dismissed the idea once Yaoyorozu reported that the boy did not even know what a quirk was. The staff members were stunned that someone could be unfamiliar with quirks. It seemed impossible. Naomasa suggested that the most logical explanation was amnesia. He agreed that they would likely get no answers from the boy without testing and said he could not be certain until he used his quirk on him. The principal's phone buzzed. Nizu checked the caller ID and spoke into the line, noting that they might learn more. He was cut off when Recovery Girl urgently informed him that the boy was awake and that she could not keep him calm for long. Nizu smiled, pocketed his phone, and told Toshinori and Naomasa that their guest was awake. He invited them to accompany him to Recovery Girl's office and dismissed the rest of the meeting. 5 minutes earlier, Recovery Girl had been studying the boy's heart monitor printouts. She observed that, although he had been unconscious, his heart rate was erratic, as if he were ready to react at any moment. She noted signs that his energy seemed to be draining in sudden fluctuations, which could be related to a quirk. As she moved to take his temperature, the boy gripped her wrist and demanded to know who he was and why he was there. Recovery Girl introduced herself as Chiyo Shizenji, known as Recovery Girl, and explained that she had been treating him after the battle at the USJ. She asked him to remain calm and promised he was not in danger. The boy relaxed enough to release her arm but remained guarded. When she asked his name, he said he did not know. When she asked if he could remember anything from before the fight, he recalled falling and a fragmentary name Shadow. Recovery Girl wrote a few notes, told him she did not know whether Shadow was his name, and offered to have people who might provide answers if he would stay for a while. The boy agreed. Before she left to make a call, Recovery Girl reassured him that he was in the right place and that she would do everything she could to help him recover his memories. Sitting alone afterward, the boy removed the monitoring wires and thought about who he was, where he came from, and why the name Shadow haunted him. He decided to play along for now but reminded himself he could escape if necessary. The door opened and 4 people entered: Recovery Girl, a man in a tan overcoat, a tall, imposing man, and the principal, who appeared as a small white mammal in a suit. The boy sprang up and took a defensive stance. Recovery Girl intervened calmly and identified the newcomers as the people she had mentioned, explaining that if he answered their questions they might be able to help. The boy flashed with red intensity and asked why he should trust any of them, suggesting they might be responsible for his condition. Toshinori began to prepare to appear more imposing, but Nizu signaled restraint and advised a non-confrontational approach to gather information. The boy widened his eyes at the sight of the principal and reacted with surprise when the principal stepped forward and introduced himself as Nizu, the principal of UA High School. Nizu explained that the girl the boy had helped the day before had reported the boy's memory loss and his unfamiliarity with quirks, so he had deduced the boy might be suffering from amnesia. The boy asked after the girl he had helped. Nizu reassured him that Yayorozu was all right, with only minor injuries treated by recovery girl, and that she had returned home a few hours after the incident. The boy relaxed and expressed relief that she was safe. Nizu's grin widened as he realized the boy valued those with heroic qualities. Nizu said that was a good start. Nizu then asked the young man, in calm, precise tones, why he had risked his life to save Nizu's student and staff. The boy answered that something in his mind had screamed at him to protect others. He could not stand by and let people die if there was any way to help, regardless of his own condition. Nizu turned to Naomasa and noted that Naomasa's nod affirmed the boy's honesty. Nizu smiled and told the boy that he agreed and that his associate, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, had a few questions he would like answered. The boy, clearly annoyed, reminded them that he had already answered questions in exchange for help and pressed them to fulfill their promise. Nizu reassured him that they would help if it was within their power and that they had already uncovered a small portion of his past, but they still needed more answers. Nizu stepped back to let Naomasa take the lead. The boy scoffed inwardly. Even if this might be a trap, he could not ignore the chance to learn more about himself. When Naomasa approached and fixed him with a steady gaze, the boy felt scrutinized as if every word were being examined. He asked why Naomasa had been staring and made a cutting remark about Toshinori being lost in thought. Toshinori flinched, coughing from the strain of recent events, and apologized awkwardly, explaining he had a lot on his mind. Ever since the possibility had been raised that this boy might be Izuku Midoriya, Toshinori had been struggling to reconcile the confident, different person before him with the nervous child he remembered. Naomasa introduced himself with a smile and made it clear that he was in charge of the USJ case. He explained that he preferred to be direct, and that his quirk allowed him to detect lies. He asked the boy to answer honestly and not to try to mislead them. The boy smirked and acknowledged that such a quirk would be handy for a detective. After a moment of consideration, the boy decided against teleporting away. He wanted answers. He nodded reluctantly and allowed Naomasa to begin a measured interrogation, careful not to provoke him. Naomasa asked where the boy had come from, and the boy truthfully answered that he had no idea. When asked about his quirk, the boy said he did not know its origin. The power felt natural, as if it had always been part of him, a constant flow of energy he could control like breathing. For the next 30 minutes most questions were met with the same responses. I don't know and I can't remember. The boy's mind was a blank slate in many areas. Naomasa thanked him for cooperating and explained this would be the final question. The boy reminded Naomasa that he was only cooperating because Nizu had promised information that might help him. Naomasa confirmed he did have information and asked his final question, whether the boy had ever heard the name All for One. The room fell silent. Even the few footsteps that echoed in the school sounded distant. All Might stood tense and sweating, praying that the boy had not been taken in by that monster. Because of the boy's amnesia, however, nothing could be ruled out yet. The boy asked if the name was supposed to mean anything. He said he had never heard of All for One. The adults exhaled in relief, though they still worried about the boy's memory loss. For now, it seemed he was not under someone else's influence. Naomasa stopped his recording device and acknowledged that the questioning must have been difficult given the boy's condition. The boy brusquely demanded the promised information. Naomasa reached into his coat and produced a file, warning the boy that its contents might be unsettling. The boy said he would rather know something than nothing at all and seized the folder. He found the name Izuku Midoriya on the papers and felt a faint, inexplicable stirring in his mind, as if the name had some distant resonance. He read through the contents and turned a final page that held a photograph of a green-haired boy labeled Izuku Midoriya. The folder dropped from his hands and he sat on the edge of the bed, stunned. Toshinori began to speak but was interrupted as the boy, struggling to make sense of the revelation, identified himself as Izuku Midoriya and asked what had happened to him. Naomasa answered that they believed him to be Midoriya. Overwhelmed, Midoriya processed the new information and realized he had no living family to turn to. He declared that his parents and relatives were dead and that he was alone. The mood in the room turned solemn. Even the number one hero found himself at a loss for words. Nizu stepped forward, placed a paw gently on Midoriya's knee, and expressed deep sympathy for his loss. Nizu admitted that they could not give Izuku better news. Midoriya replied that he already knew. He had to find out eventually and might as well get it over with. He was calm in words, but Nizu could see the young man trembling with barely contained rage. Nizu offered what help he could. The principal explained that UA High was the top hero school in the country, where students were trained to become professional heroes and protect the world from disasters and villains. After witnessing Izuku's strength and spirit, Nizu said he wanted to offer him a chance to attend UA, promising that this would be a start toward helping him. Izuku's eyes widened as he absorbed the emotional whirlwind of the day, full of confusion, anger, and sadness. He asked Nizu why he was doing this, insisting he was a nobody according to the file and had no one. Why would Nizu bother to help? Nizu smiled softly and reminded Izuku of his actions, rescuing a defenseless girl from a villain, stopping a rocket with his bare hands to protect others, and saving the one person who could have saved everyone. Nizu said that those were not the deeds of a nobody but of a true hero who needed guidance, and he would be honored to provide it. Midoriya allowed a small, genuine smile for the first time since they had met. Before it could last, however, Naomasa delivered a practical obstacle. Izuku could not attend UA without a guardian's signature, so they might have to wait until a foster home was found. The smile vanished into fury. Izuku stood and roared that he would not be thrown away like trash. Naomasa apologized, saying he did not make the law, and the two began to bicker again. Toshinori sat quietly at first, considering Nizu's offer and Izuku's desire to be a hero. He resolved that he would not let the boy miss this chance again. He tried to speak up, but the argument drowned him out. He gritted his teeth and said that he would do it. The room fell silent and all eyes turned to Toshinori as he unexpectedly shifted into his heroic, muscular form. He had not intended to reveal himself, and the surge of emotions had triggered the transformation. The change was dramatic and brief. He then shrank back down amid a sudden coughing fit and a painful wince. Recovery Girl, who had been watching closely, strode over and scolded him vigorously while applying firm, corrective taps with her cane to remind him not to strain his stitches. Recovery Girl berated him for risking his recovery. Toshinori winced and apologized between the firm corrections, trying to downplay the incident. Recovery Girl finally eased up, still chastising him, then allowed him a moment to recover. Composing himself, Toshinori wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his loose shirt and walked slowly to Izuku. He admitted that he was all might and that his emotions had caused the uncontrolled transformation. He explained that he had sustained severe injuries years ago that limited his hero form to a fixed amount of time each day, and that recent attacks had worsened his condition to the point where his active hours could be further reduced. He wanted to be fully transparent because he intended to become Izuku's foster parent. Izuku struggled to process this. He had only one question: why? Toshinori told him that they had met before, only hours before Izuku's disappearance, and that Izuku had asked him then whether he could be a hero. Toshinori admitted he could not give the right answer at that time, but now he could. He transformed once more into his hero form despite Recovery Girl's obvious dismay and declared loudly that Izuku Midoriya could be a hero, pledging to do everything he could to help him succeed and begging Izuku to allow him to take him in so he could attend UA and pursue his destiny. All Might had been thinking for a long time and felt a deep responsibility. He did not want history to repeat itself. He was determined to help the boy. Izuku hesitated. He was unsure if he wanted to be a hero. He had no memory to confirm such a desire, but he recalled a voice within himself urging protection of others. He did not fully trust the people around him, but they seemed the best chance to find answers. Naomasa then asked Toshinori if he was completely sure about becoming Izuku's guardian. Naomasa spoke with seriousness that letting All Might teach was one thing, but raising a teenager full-time was a whole other level. All Might answered with determination in his eyes that he had no doubt the boy had been through untold horrors. Even the small portion they knew was already horrific, and he was more than willing to take responsibility. Nizu smiled and nodded. Naomasa then told Midoriya that the decision was his and that he would have the paperwork ready by morning if he accepted. Silence filled the room until Izuku accepted, acknowledging that they had discovered more about him than he could have on his own and warning that if things did not work out he would leave regardless, and that nothing would stop him. Izuku spoke with stern resolve and showed no fear as he faced the towering man before him. Toshinori extended his arm for a handshake, and Izuku shook it. Toshinori's expression softened as he tried to speak hoarsely after transforming, and he expressed hope that it would not come to that. The two ended the handshake, both marveling at the new bond they were beginning to forge. Nizu then walked over and welcomed Izuku Midoriya to UA High School. An alarm sounded through a large deluxe bedroom furnished with a spacious wooden desk stacked with books on human anatomy, molecular structure, and the brain. A huge walk-in wardrobe and double-glass doors led to a balcony overlooking the back of the Yaoyorozu estate. A chandelier cast a warm glow as a soothing melody played from the alarm. Lying on an emperor-sized cream oak bed with a white canopy was Momo Yaoyorozu, her black hair spread in a messy waterfall. She rubbed the sleep from her tired eyes. It had been 2 days since the events at the USJ, and she had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes she saw her homeroom teacher Aizawa injured and felt the villain's hand around her neck. The memory swept her back into that moment, leaving her feeling helpless and useless. She should have been able to do more, but her mind, her greatest asset, felt like it had failed her. If not for the boy who had saved her, she did not know if she would be in her bed now. The boy remained a mystery. She could not understand where he had come from or why he felt familiar. The pain she had seen in his eyes was what lingered most. She knew she had seen it before, she just could not picture where. She tried to discuss the matter with her parents on the phone, but they were tied up with business in America and too busy to speak at length with their daughter. All she received was a brief message expressing relief that she was okay, and a visit from the family therapist, which left her feeling disappointed. She shook her head, trying to quiet her thoughts so she could begin her morning routine. She usually started the day by organizing her room, often cluttered with open textbooks. After the USJ attack, even Momo needed time off. She was relieved when the school gave them the week. Next came exercises. She had learned young that good, healthy exercise kept her metabolism fast, crucial for her quirk to operate at peak efficiency by helping her digest food faster and convert lipids more effectively. She went for a jog around the family estate, starting at the front and moving steadily toward the forested rear. She often read novels. They're certainly not romance novels, she told herself, and her secret collection was not hidden under her bed in a lockbox. The daily route was roughly 5 miles. When she returned, she entered the back door and walked to the large dining hall where breakfast waited, served by her favorite butler, Alfred. He was in his late 60s, English, with a military background, and had been with the family as long as she could remember. He had become the closest thing she had to a grandfather. Unlike other staff, Alfred took time to talk with Momo and was someone she could turn to. Her father had said that Alfred once saved him from an assailant attempting to take him hostage with a quirk. Alfred intervened, disarming and restraining the attacker and saving Mr. Yaoyorozu. Grateful, her father had offered Alfred a position as bodyguard, which he later accepted. Alfred waited patiently when she arrived, smiling at the evidence of her morning run and offering to prepare fresh avocado on toast for her once she had freshened up. Momo thanked Alfred and explained that she would shower and get dressed, but did not want the food wasted and planned to eat it cold afterward. Alfred asked whether she had slept better. When she admitted she was still shaken by the attack and all that had happened, he offered sympathy and suggested a cup of proper British tea as a small comfort. Momo laughed at his theatrical accent and accepted, asking him to have it ready when she returned from the shower. Alfred reminded her not to take too long, teasing that a cold tea was a spoiled tea. She chuckled again and headed to her room to get ready. Momo stepped out of the shower, wrapped in a towel with steam trailing behind her, and sat on her bed to dry her long black hair. She wondered how the others were doing. She and Jairu had been talking more on the phone, but she had not heard much from the rest of her classmates, and she thought checking in on them would be the right thing to do. When she picked up her phone, she noticed a missed call and a text from an unknown number. The message identified itself as Principal Nizu, apologizing for interrupting her break and requesting that she come to UA as soon as she could to discuss urgent matters. Momo was instantly overwhelmed with panic. She leaped from her bed and raced to her walk-in wardrobe to find something to wear, tossing outfits aside as she searched. Momo muttered to herself that one dress was too formal, another too casual, and that one not quite right, until she finally selected a white turtleneck jumper, blue jeans, and a pair of black Chelsea boots. Momo told herself she could not disappoint the principal as she frantically maneuvered around the mess of clothes she had created. The once perfect bedroom was no more. At the bottom of the large staircase, Alfred was holding a cup of tea when he looked up and asked what was wrong. Momo insisted that they must leave immediately and that she would explain once they were in the limo. Alfred began to protest that this was highly unusual, but Momo cut him off and hurried him toward the garage, forcing him to steady his tea as he stumbled. Alfred exclaimed his surprise and asked what had gotten into her, and Momo again urged him to hurry because they had no time. Once seated in the back of the limo, Momo explained the situation to Alfred, who then understood the task at hand. Momo produced a wireless hairdryer with her quirk. She acknowledged that she did not condone illegal quirk usage but said that if the principal of UA High summoned them, they had to attend and look presentable. While drying her hair, Momo tried to contact Nizu and informed him that she was on her way. Elsewhere in Mizudafu, a tall, gaunt blonde man was rushing around the apartment in a disheveled state, hopping awkwardly as he struggled to put on a shoe, while Izuku sat on the sofa in disbelief. All Might fretted that he had overslept and worried aloud that Nizu would be furious. Izuku, stunned, thought it hard to reconcile this frantic scene with the image of the #1 hero. After accepting the offer from All Might and Nizu, Izuku had been taken to All Might's two-bedroom apartment a few miles from UA. All Might explained that he had bought the place when he took the job at the school so he did not have to travel from Tokyo every day. He had also purchased a few clothes for Izuku on the way back from UA. Izuku now wore gray jogger bottoms and a plain black t-shirt. He kept the rings around his wrists and ankles and his shoes, refusing to part with them. Recovery Girl had explained that she had not been able to remove the rings while he was unconscious, and Izuku had tried himself but could not figure out how to take them off. Recovery Girl also mentioned the necklace with a shiny green gem that Izuku had been wearing when she examined him, and he had spent the whole night looking at his reflection in it, unable to sleep yet feeling no exhaustion, which he attributed to his quirk. All Might searched the room muttering for his keys and then glanced at Izuku. The two had not spoken much. Toshinori noticed he did not know how to connect with the boy. It had only been 2 days, and Toshinori admitted to himself that he had no idea what he was doing. Most kids would be thrilled to meet the symbol of peace, but Izuku had no memories of heroes and was starting from scratch. When Toshinori explained the potential of Izuku's quirk, the boy brightened visibly, and Toshinori had to stop him from rambling. He could not explain the full truth of One for All, but he did describe the nature of the power Izuku held. All Might then found his keys under the sofa and told Izuku that they had to go to UA. They were already very late. Izuku rolled his eyes and suggested that they could run and be there within seconds instead of taking the car. All Might explained that he could not run because he was still recovering from his injury and that Izuku could not use his quirk in public without a provisional hero license. Izuku sighed and reluctantly agreed, muttering that they should just see what Nizu wanted. The two then left the apartment and made their way to Toshinori's pickup truck. Momo stood outside Principal Nizu's office, her signature ponytail and front bang in place. As she waited, she began to worry about what Nizu might want. She told herself that he was probably disappointed in her actions at the USJ, that she had done poorly and might deserve whatever punishment came. She imagined being sent straight to business school like her parents had wanted and wiped away a stray tear before knocking on the office door. A knock sounded at the door. Nizu invited her in. Momo entered the room with visible nerves and asked if Nizu had requested the meeting. Nizu confirmed and asked her to take a seat. Momo complied and noticed 2 empty chairs beside her, and the image made her anxious. She wondered if Kaminari and Jairu would come to testify against her, then tried to calm herself by remembering recent conversations with Jairu. Nizu acknowledged that she might be wondering why he had asked for the meeting. Momo admitted she had been shocked by his message and, before he could continue, apologized for her actions at the USJ, explaining that she felt she should have done more and that a boy who had saved them had been crucial to their survival. She struggled to keep her tears at bay. Nizu observed that she was carrying a lot of guilt and shame since the incident. He reassured her that she had done the best she could in a dire situation, reminded her that first years were not meant to face such threats so early, and told her calmly that she was not in trouble. Relief washed over Momo. She let out a breath she had not realized she was holding and clutched her heart as another tear fell. She thanked Nizu and admitted that the USJ incident had taken a lot out of her. Nizu told her that she and her classmates should be proud for surviving and then said he had a favor to ask of her as Class 1A president. Momo smiled and expressed her willingness to help, emphasizing how seriously she took the role. Nizu noted that despite serving only a few days, she had already proposed improvements for the class and offered to assist teachers with grading. Nizu explained that this was why she was the perfect choice for what he had in mind and slid a folder toward her. Momo recognized the boy who had saved them and all might, recalling his impressive feats even in a weakened state and her uncertainty about his origins. Nizu confirmed that he had spoken with the boy and that the boy was suffering from memory loss. He said that, because of the boy's heroic actions and other confidential reasons, he had offered the boy a place in UA's hero course and wanted Momo to act as a sort of buddy to help him adjust. Nizu added that the boy had allowed her to come close when others could not, and that while he had been in UA's care he had shown signs of mistrust. He believed Momo would be best suited to help the boy readjust to everyday life and settle into the school. Nizu explained that the folder contained everything he was permitted to share, including the boy's name and pictures, but that he could not disclose further information. Momo took the brown folder. The name Izuku Midoriya was written on it in bold. She opened it expecting to see the black and red-haired boy she vaguely remembered, but the photograph that fell into her hands showed a young green-haired boy with diamond-shaped freckles and a million-watt smile. Momo stared in disbelief and asked if this could be the same boy who had once saved her. Principal Nizu confirmed that it was. He added that they had learned his name and a few other details, but that any further explanation would have to come from Midoriya himself if he wanted to share it. Momo was stunned. Bits of the past began to fit together. She realized this was the same boy she had helped 11 months earlier. She even recognized the hoodie Midoriya had been wearing at the USJ. It matched the pattern of the one she had made, though it looked slightly altered. Momo then explained how she had met him roughly 11 months before and never learned his name. It had been late and cold, and he had been sitting on a bench outside the restaurant where her family had been dining. He had been freezing and seemed dazed, as if his mind were somewhere else. He had appeared beaten down, both physically and emotionally. He had told her that he had no one, that his dreams were crushed, and that he believed the only person who loved him would be better off without him. Concerned for his safety, she had made him a hoodie and insisted he take it so he would not freeze. They had spoken for a few short minutes before her mother called her away. Momo believed she had managed to cheer him up enough to get a smile from him, but that had been the last she had seen of him. Principal Nizu listened and rubbed his chin. He said they were still investigating what had happened to Midoriya but thanked Momo for providing another piece of the puzzle. He asked whether the hoodie she had made was the same one Midoriya had worn at the USJ. Momo replied that the pattern matched but the material seemed different, and she suggested they check the inside label, where she always sewed her initials. Nizu expressed his gratitude again and then asked if Momo would be willing to help Midoriya. He explained that she would not be alone and that UA would support her. Her involvement would be limited to being a friend and helping Midoriya adjust, not affecting her schooling. Momo considered the request. She wanted to help, but she wondered if she was the right person to guide a boy who had lost his memories and felt utterly alone. Then she remembered how lonely he had seemed the first time they met. She knew that sense of isolation, and it crystallized her resolve. Momo accepted the task. Principal Nizu smiled and reassured her that she would have the school's full support and that they only wanted her to be a friend while Midoriya settled in. Momo affirmed that she would not let them down. About 2 minutes later, the office door slammed open. All Might, in his slim form, burst in, panting and clutching his side as if exhausted from exertion. Behind him stood a slightly annoyed Izuku with his arms crossed. Izuku was annoyed and told them to get a grip, reminding them he had told them not to run in his condition. Toshinori ignored Izuku and apologized to Nizu for being late, explaining that he had overslept and that midday traffic had been worse than expected while beads of sweat appeared on his brow. Nizu chuckled and assured them it was all right, then invited the two of them to take a seat. Izuku pushed past Toshinori as he tried to catch his breath. When he entered the room, his eyes landed on the same girl who had helped him before. He took the chair next to Yaoyorozu, and she, surprised, noticed the red lines on his arms. She wondered quietly if there were other markings she could not see. Izuku folded his arms, closed his eyes, and crossed his legs, clearly ready for this to be over. He then expressed relief at seeing Momo again, thanked her properly for helping him, and asked if her injuries had not been too severe. Momo was taken aback by his gentle manner and blushed when he used her first name. She responded that he should not thank her alone. He had saved not only her life but the lives of others, and if All Might were present he would likely agree. Toshinori smiled as he sat and thought that All Might had indeed saved them all. Nizu introduced Toshinori Yagi to Yaoyorozu as another UA staff member who usually worked behind the scenes with paperwork and who had accepted the role of Izuku Midoriya's parental guardian. Toshinori expressed that it was a pleasure to meet Miss Yaoyorozu and mentioned that he had heard much about her skills and strategic mind. Yaoyorozu returned the greeting, and the two shook hands over Midoriya, an action that made him visibly uncomfortable. Nizu then brought the room to attention and noted that he and Yaoyorozu had already discussed a plan of action for Midoriya and that she was willing to help. He asked Toshinori if he was still on board with the arrangement. Toshinori confirmed that he believed it to be the best course of action, provided Yaoyorozu was willing to assist. Izuku let out a fed-up sigh and demanded an explanation, saying they were all talking as if he should know what was happening when the one person who needed to know had not been told anything. Toshinori grew nervous as Nizu fixed him with a stern look. He realized he had indeed forgotten to inform Midoriya and admitted that it might have slipped his mind. Nizu, with a calm but sharp tone, addressed the oversight and then explained the plan again. He told Midoriya that because of his condition they had decided to assign someone to help him adjust to their society and his new school life. They did not want a teacher shadowing him everywhere and drawing of unnecessary attention. After careful consideration, they had selected Miss Yaoyorozu as the best fit, given the connection they already shared and her sharp intellect, which made her well suited to assist with his schooling. Izuku considered the proposal. He saw the benefit of having someone his own age to help him navigate this unfamiliar world, but he also felt like the idea amounted to being babysat. He finally unfolded his arms, fixed Nizu with a steady look, and told him he did not need to be watched over as if he were a criminal. Nizu waved the concern away and clarified that the arrangement was not meant to be surveillance. He explained that Yaoyorozu would be a friend and a source of support, someone Midoriya could turn to if he wanted to talk. Nizu added that he had informed her of Midoriya's name and his memory loss, but that anything beyond that detail was up to Midoriya to share if he chose. No one was forcing him into the arrangement. They only thought having a friend would make life easier during these difficult times. Izuku glanced at Momo and saw her warm smile again. He wondered whether she genuinely wanted to help him or if it was part of a plan to extract more information he had already shared. He asked Momo if she was truly okay with helping him and insisted he did not want to be a burden. Momo flushed at being called by her first name but maintained her composure. She explained that Izuku had saved her entire class and that he should not think of himself as a burden. She said she was happy to help however she could and suggested he think of it as returning a favor. Her tone, normally composed and businesslike, carried a softness that convinced Izuku of her sincerity. Izuku accepted the help on the condition that she was all right with it. He turned away from the group, folded his arms, and closed his eyes, trying to process the situation. Principal Nizu cheered that the decision was settled and instructed Yaoyorozu to take Izuku around the school so he could become familiar with his surroundings while Nizu and Toshinori had a serious discussion. Nizu mentioned that although the school was closed, he had asked Lunch Rush to prepare a meal for them, and they should stop by the cafeteria when they fancied it. Yaoyorozu bowed and thanked Principal Nizu. Izuku rose and headed for the door without comment. As the two left, they both felt Nizu's intense presence as he asked Toshinori what he was going to do with him. Toshinori muttered an expletive under his breath in response. Yaoyorozu encouraged Izuku to follow her through the large school and suggested starting with her homeroom, which she expected would also be his once classes resumed. Izuku agreed and told her to lead the way. Momo walked ahead with Izuku trailing behind, each stealing awkward glances at the other and unsure how to break the silence. When they met each other's gaze, both of them flushed. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, admitting the situation felt awkward. Momo apologized and confessed she had never faced anything like this before. Izuku agreed. They arrived at Class 1 as homeroom, and Izuku was surprised by the giant door. He reflected that quirks varied widely and could even affect appearance and size, like some heroes he'd seen on TV, so it made sense. Momo politely opened the door and invited Izuku to enter first. Inside, Momo described that this was their homeroom and where they started every day. She explained that Aizawa was the homeroom teacher but, due to his injury, would likely not be joining them when school resumed. A muffled voice from behind Aizawa's desk interrupted them. Izuku immediately took a defensive stance, stepping in front of Momo and focusing on the voice's location. A shuffle came from behind the desk, and a heavily bandaged man emerged, his tired eyes the only visible part of his face beneath the layers and a thick covering he wore for warmth. Momo expressed surprise to see Aizawa there, and said he should be resting. Izuku asked whether Momo knew the man. Momo reassured Izuku that he could lower his guard and explained that the man was their homeroom teacher, Aizawa. Aizawa, hearing the word "our," questioned who was present and reminded them that no students should be at the school while it was closed. Momo asked whether Principal Nizu had informed him about anything. Aizawa shook his head and said he doubted Principal Nizu even knew he was still here. He admitted he had tried to rest in Recovery Girl's office but could not stay there and had come back to grade papers to avoid losing more sleep than necessary. He also muttered frustration about whatever scheme the principal might have in mind for him. Momo, taken aback by Aizawa's presence, introduced Izuku Midoriya and explained that he had helped at the USJ. She said she would not go into the full details because Nizu could fill Aizawa in better, but she explained that Izuku had amnesia and that, in recognition of his heroic actions, Principal Nizu had offered him a chance to join the hero course. Momo added that Nizu had asked her to be Izuku's buddy to help him become familiar with the school and society. Aizawa listened, still wrapped in his bandages, acknowledging the news with a weary acceptance as the room settled into a new, quieter rhythm. Aizawa's eyes widened when he recognized the boy who had helped his students. He scanned him thoroughly and stepped out of his sleeping bag, revealing the black jumper and trousers he usually wore with his capture gear and utility belt, and both his arms wrapped in bandages. Izuku held a stern gaze on the man as Aizawa approached. Aizawa said that Nizu had decided to give him another headache by assigning him a problem child, and he sighed heavily, annoyed. Izuku remained silent, keeping his stern expression. Momo felt a flicker of worry at the tension between them, but that quickly shifted to shock when Aizawa bowed to Midoriya. Aizawa thanked Midoriya for helping his students and said he had been informed of those actions once he was healed. He then warned that if Midoriya joined his class he would receive no special treatment, and if he failed to meet expectations or showed no potential Aizawa would not hesitate to expel him. He activated his quirk briefly, causing Momo to flinch. Izuku matched the man's gaze with even greater intensity. Izuku said that he was not easily scared and that it would take more than threats or glowing eyes to make him cower, and he promised Aizawa that he would not be disappointed in his abilities. Izuku's eyes flickered with a spark of red energy, which surprised Aizawa. Aizawa smiled under his bandages and thought that this kid really would be a problem child, more headaches for him. He deactivated his quirk and told them he would go see Nizu to find out what had been planned and that he trusted them to stay out of trouble. The two nodded as Aizawa left, leaving Momo staggered. Momo said that it had been incredible and that no one had ever stood up to Aizawa like that. His gaze alone was enough to make people back down, and she had even heard rumors he had expelled an entire class last year for lacking potential. Izuku smiled a little and replied that the rumor must mean she and her classmates had proved they deserved to be there, and that he rather liked Aizawa. Momo admitted that since the USJ she had been questioning whether she deserved to be at the school and that if not for Izuku showing up she did not know if she would still be here. She said this while unable to meet his gaze. Midoriya fell quiet for a few seconds as he took in her despair. He said she should not doubt herself, that if Aizawa expelled those without potential then that applied to him too, and yet she was still here. He pointed out that she had taken a risk to help a stranger without a second thought, and to him that was what a hero did. He told her she had been his hero at the USJ and finished with a genuine, caring smile, the first Momo had seen from him as she wiped away another tear. Momo thanked Midoriya and said she had needed to hear that. Izuku was lost in her smile when he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and grabbed it. Momo rushed to his side and called his name. In Izuku's mind he was sitting on a bench, freezing, when a woman helped him by giving him a black and red hoodie he recognized. He looked up and saw the familiar face with a warm, caring smile and long black hair pulled into a ponytail with a front bang. He thought of Momo as the pain eased and he began to breathe heavily. Yaoyorozu asked if he was okay and what had happened. Izuku faced her as she helped him to his feet and said that they had met before and that she had helped him by creating his hoodie. Momo widened her eyes and confirmed that she had done so, adding that she only realized it about an hour earlier. She reminded him they had only met once and for a short time, that she had never learned his name then and that he had looked different, with green hair instead of red, and she asked hopefully whether that meant he had recovered his memories. Izuku shook his head and said he had recovered just that one memory. One moment he had been looking at her smile, the same smile she had given him when she made the hoodie, and then a sudden pain at the back of his head when the memory flooded back. Momo pondered for a few seconds and suggested that perhaps he needed something familiar to kickstart his memory, something common in amnesia cases. Izuku smiled and told Momo that it felt like she had been his hero twice in his life. Momo's face flushed bright red and she stammered that it had been nothing, that she had only done what any good person would do. Izuku noticed Momo blushing and seeming warm throughout the day and suggested they go get something to eat, mentioning curiosity about lunch rush's cooking. Momo recovered her composure and asked whether they should inform Principal Nizu and Mr. Yagi first about Izuku regaining a memory. Izuku waved the idea off and said they could wait, admitting he was enjoying being with her in the moment. Momo accepted the compliment more gracefully this time and agreed to go. At lunch rush, Izuku was surprised to find a hero who was also a skilled chef. Lunch rush explained that a DLVRY of food supplies had just arrived, so he warmed up ready-made ingredients and handed each of them a bowl of katsudon that took no more than 30 seconds to prepare. Momo remarked that, due to her quirk, she needed a healthy diet with plenty of good fats and took a sip of green tea. Izuku added that he had not eaten for at least 48 hours and could not remember the last time he had, prompting Momo to nearly spit out her tea but managed to keep her manners, expressing concern that he must be starving. Izuku said he felt fine and strangely energetic, mentioning he did not seem to need much sleep. Momo thought quickly, trying to make sense of Izuku's unusual condition, wondering if it was related to his quirk and how he could display so many different abilities. She asked him to tell her about his quirk. Izuku tensed at the question and then explained that he did not know much about it himself. He said he could control his quirk as easily as breathing, as if he had always done so, but its nature remained a mystery to him. He offered to demonstrate his abilities and mentioned Nizu might have something planned before school started and that he could arrange for Momo to watch if she wanted. Momo agreed and thanked him, then took a small bite of her katsudon. Her eyes lit up as she savored the flavor and she exclaimed that it was incredible, urging Izuku to try it. Izuku obliged and took a bite. Suddenly a sharp, familiar pain hit him stronger this time and he dropped his fork, grabbing his head and reeling. A flash of crimson energy flickered around him as memories surged back. He saw himself at a computer desk as a child, crying while a green-haired woman hugged him and apologized. Another memory showed that same woman, a little older, serving a steaming bowl of katsudon to him with a smile. Years of scenes with the same green-haired woman cascaded forward until Izuku found himself digging through ash and rubble. His hands trembled as he removed the final piece of debris, revealing the same woman covered in ash and debris, motionless and unresponsive. Her eyes were empty and still, and only one word escaped his mouth. Nizu ended the call, saying they were on their way as the three rushed to the location. A cold wind whistled through a large, leafless cherry tree as Midoriya stood at the gravestone, no longer crying but filled with rage and remembering his mother. The gravestone named Izuku Midoriya as his beloved mother, and those words reverberated in Izuku's mind. He thought that a single line could not capture who she had been. His fists clenched until his knuckles stung, and a burning red aura flared around him. He cried out in anguish and slammed his fist into the tree. The impact splintered the trunk, and the tree split in half and crashed to the ground in a dramatic, anime-like burst of wood and petals. He breathed heavily, his face a storm of sadness and fury. Momo could no longer stand by. She approached cautiously despite the intimidating aura and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder while calling his name softly. Startled, Izuku turned to see her. He had not realized she was there. Her frightened expression made his gaze soften and his red energy slowly faded. He apologized quietly and turned back to face the grave. Momo noticed his hands were scraped and raw from the impact. She rolled up her sleeves, formed a roll of bandages with her quirk, and began to wrap his left hand with careful, practiced movements. She told him she knew this was difficult and that she was there if he wanted to talk. For a long time Izuku said nothing, staring at the stone. When Momo prepared the bandage for his right hand, he finally spoke about his guilt and confusion. He reflected that his mother did not deserve what had happened and that his only crime had been avoiding her for much of his life. He admitted the most painful part was that he could not remember why he had pushed her away. His hand tightened again, the bandage darkening where it had been stressed, and Momo watched him with concern. She had wondered why Mr. Yagi had become Izuku's guardian. Standing there, she had her answer. She held his hand to steady him, and feeling her touch, he loosened his fist. When she looked at the grave more closely, she realized it had been neglected. No one had maintained the resting place. It seemed the Midoriya family had been left alone. Momo summoned a small blue vase and a plastic rose with a soft glow and handed them to Izuku, saying it was not right that no one had left anything for his mother. Izuku drew in a long breath and knelt, placing the vase and rose on the grave. He apologized to his mother, a single tear falling, and the two of them stood in silent mourning for a long while. Three figures approached: Toshinori, Aizawa, and Nizu. Toshinori wore a saddened expression. Aizawa stood a few feet back with capture gear around his neck, and Nizu walked beside them. Momo explained that Izuku was not doing well, that he could remember only his mother and nothing else, and that there were many holes in his memory, leaving him in immense pain. All Might felt the weight of responsibility settle on him. He recognized that as Izuku's guardian he needed to be present and to show he could be relied upon. He stepped forward and asked if Izuku was okay, then offered to talk if Izuku wanted. When Izuku did not reply, All Might recounted his own past. He had been left alone by his parents. Much like Izuku had been before he disappeared, he had wanted to be a hero but could not because of circumstances until he met Nana Shimura. All Might explained that Nana had seen something in him, taken him under her wing, trained him, looked after him, and became the mother figure he had never had. He described how she had become everything to him and how her loss at the hands of the same person connected to his scar had marked him forever. All Might admitted that the pain never fully went away, and that he still missed her every day, but he drew strength from knowing his actions as the symbol of peace would make her proud. He told Izuku that in time, whatever path Izuku chose, his mother would be proud as well. Izuku looked up at the sky and then away, silent, but All Might noticed a small spark of determination in his eyes. Izuku moved to Momo and thanked her for calming him down. Momo responded by drawing him into a warm, supportive embrace that was meant to comfort rather than overwhelm. Izuku stood stiff and unsure, the gesture unfamiliar, and both felt their cheeks flush slightly. When she released him, she produced a small card from the palm of her hand and placed it in Izuku's hand, saying she had been asked to help him and wanted to be a friend he could turn to, offering him her contact information. All Might suggested it was time to head back. Nizu said he thought that was enough for one day and asked Toshinori to take Izuku home while Aizawa and Nizu would give Momo a ride and arrange their next meeting. All Might invited Izuku to come with him. Izuku scoffed under his breath that his home had burned down months ago, which left Momo standing there saddened at the admission. He told her to be okay, and then he left with All Might. After a quiet ride back, Izuku went straight to his room in the apartment and stayed there for hours until nightfall. Toshinori made several attempts to get Izuku to talk, and eventually Izuku said he was fine and just wanted to be alone, so All Might decided to call it a night. Unable to sleep, Izuku lay in his double bed staring at his gem. His body felt energized, but his mind was exhausted from the day's events. The bed, pillow, and duvet seemed almost too soft, and the sensation bothered him. He pushed himself up, climbed out the window, and ran down the side of the building before changing direction and sprinting up to the roof. He lay on his back and stared at the stars, turning his necklace over in his hands. He admitted to himself that his head was a mess and that he had more questions than answers. He wondered why he had been so distant from his mother and why his memories were missing, but he told himself he was in the right place for now and resolved to wait and see what tomorrow brought. The next morning, Toshinori was up at 6 making breakfast for himself and Midoriya. He worried about how Midoriya was feeling and prepared a bacon sandwich, a glass of orange juice, and a specially made protein shake. He set everything on a tray and went to Midoriya's room to check on him. All Might knocked at the door and called to Midoriya, then decided to enter when there was no answer. The room was empty. He dropped the food and began to pace, panicking at the thought that Midoriya had run away while under his care. He worried about how Nizu would react and suddenly realized he had not told the old man about Midoriya yet. He started to shake with anxiety. A familiar voice stopped Toshinori's shaking. Midoriya stood in the doorway of his bedroom. All Might reacted with obvious relief and joy, hugging the boy tightly. Midoriya shoved him off and, in a quick motion, struck All Might on the head with his free hand, forcing the former hero to release his grip and crouch, rubbing his head. All Might muttered that the reaction had been uncalled for, and Midoriya explained that he had been suffocating. All Might recovered and praised Midoriya's punch, noting how powerful it had been. He then asked where Midoriya had been and reminded him that it was not safe for the boy to be alone with so many unknowns still surrounding his situation. Midoriya explained that he had gone to the roof because he found the night sky peaceful and the bed too comfortable to sleep in. All Might admitted he found that hard to understand but accepted Midoriya's answer and asked how he was feeling. Midoriya said he mostly felt the same but refused to let uncertainty hold him back. He believed more memories would return in time, and that there was no point in dwelling on it now. Toshinori respected that and said they needed to talk. They moved to the sofa and sat down. Midoriya remained as reserved as ever while Toshinori explained that while Yaoyorozu had been showing him around the school, Principal Nizu, Aizawa, and Toshinori had received an unexpected call from the Hero Public Safety Commission. The commission had learned of Nizu's plan to enroll Midoriya at UA and had concerns. Midoriya acknowledged that the commission's concern made sense. He pointed out that he had been missing for months, returned with no memory, and now had an unusual quirk, so suspicion was natural. Toshinori clarified that the Hero Public Safety Commission regulated interactions between heroes and the public, commissioned dangerous missions, and held considerable influence over the Hero Association. They wanted to assess Midoriya's abilities firsthand. Nizu and Toshinori had vouched for him and arranged a compromise. Midoriya would take the practical entrance exam with UA staff and the commission observing. If the commission was satisfied, they would not intervene further. Midoriya asked when the exam would be. Toshinori told him it would be the next day and explained that Midoriya was seen as a risk because the police were still investigating his case. If the public learned a student under investigation was attending UA, it would cause problems, so the commission wanted assurance that Midoriya was worth the risk. Midoriya agreed to take the exam but asked for one condition. Toshinori frowned and said Midoriya would not have much choice if he wanted to start at UA, but asked what the condition was. Midoriya explained that yesterday Momo had asked him to tell her about his quirk. He had said it would be easier to show her when the opportunity arose and wanted Momo to be present when his abilities were demonstrated. All Might smiled and told Midoriya that Nizu had already spoken to Momo and that she had accepted the invitation to attend. All Might expressed pleasure that Midoriya had made a friend in Momo and hoped the friendship would continue. Midoriya scoffed that All Might had practically set up a buddy system for him, but conceded that Momo was kind and that he liked her. All Might began to laugh at the thought that the two of them might hit it off, but Midoriya quickly silenced him with a hand over his mouth and made it clear that All Might should not take credit for arranging the connection. An unseen man said they both knew the rat had picked her, then tugged at Toshinori's lips and let go with a snapping sound. Toshinori cried out that they really needed to get that attitude looked at. The next day, Izuku stood in Ground B of UA, wearing his black and red hoodie, black trousers, and his air shoes, marveling at the fake city before him. He thought that All Might had not been exaggerating. The mock city was huge. In the judge's room, Aizawa sat exhausted in his usual state, flanked by Nizu, Midnight, All Might in his muscular form, Snipe, Vlad King, and Momo, who stood beside Aizawa's chair. They all stared at the large monitor. Nizu had a laptop on his lap and addressed the Madam President, trusting she had a steady connection and was watching the live feed. The Madam President confirmed she had a stable connection and asked when they would start. Nizu replied that they were only waiting for President Mike to tell Midoriya the rules and that it would not be long. Momo watched the screen intently. She felt excited to see Midoriya in action and nervous for him at the same time. He was fully recovered and energized now, and she did not know what to expect. She had heard from her classmates how challenging the entrance exam could be. Uraraka had said that if All Might had not saved her, she would have been crushed by a giant robot. Momo knew Midoriya was strong and she did not want to see him come so far only to fail. She silently wished him luck, remembering how he often seemed brooding and distant. On the screen, Midoriya had stopped looking at the city. His eyes were closed and his arms were folded. President Mike appeared on a nearby rooftop, his long spiky yellow hair and speaker neck drawing attention as he boomed introductions. Izuku glanced up, unimpressed, then closed his eyes again. President Mike began to explain that the exam would involve 3 types of villain robots and how they were worth different points. Izuku cut him off, insisting bluntly that he just needed to destroy the robots to get points. President Mike urged him to listen, but Izuku insisted on getting started. President Mike tapped his earpiece to check with Nizu. Nizu smiled and gave the go-ahead over the feed, then activated the robots. Before President Mike could finish his announcement, Izuku surged forward and skated away with blinding speed, leaving the announcer and onlookers gasping. It took only seconds for Izuku to find a herd of low-value robots. He did not linger on them. They were not worth the trouble. He surged through them with a glowing barrier of orange-yellow energy, sending them scattering into disabled heaps of scrap and sparks. He found a mixed group of robots, some larger and worth more points. Izuku teleported onto one of the mid-value bots and struck it with a punch that sent the machine crashing into the pavement. He followed with a spinning kick that disabled another, and a headbutt that shorted a smaller robot until it collapsed in a shower of sparks. He darted around the cluster with quick, precise movements, dismantling them with efficiency until that section of the mock city was clear. He stood amid piles of broken metal. He commented that it had been a waste of time and that he needed to move on. Back in the judge's room, everyone watching the feed was. In less than a minute he had already taken out a significant portion of the villain bots. Vlad King marveled that they had never seen such speed, noting that even when the footage was slowed down drastically Izuku still looked like a blur and that All Might's suggestion that Izuku might even rival him in speed no longer seemed impossible. Aizawa pointed out it was not just speed but also skill and strength. Those punches and kicks were calculated, the product of real combat experience. Midnight wondered aloud how that fit with Midoriya's amnesia. Nizu answered that some forms of amnesia spare physical memory and instinct. What they were seeing could be pure instinct. Izuku reached the final, larger robot in that area. It fired its machine gun, and Izuku caught the stream of bullets in his hands without flinching. When the weapon clicked empty, he let the rounds fall to the ground. He readied himself, red lightning of energy sparking around him, and then charged forward. A single, powerful strike sent the robot apart in a burst of sparks and smoke, leaving Izuku standing unharmed. He dismissed the machine as pathetic. Nizu's reaction on the feed was different. He smiled broadly, then burst into a sharp laugh. He opened a case beside his chair to reveal a red button and hovered his finger above it. The staff around him grimaced, recalling what the button meant. Momo raised a brow and looked to Aizawa for explanation. Aizawa observed that the boy had a death wish, having directly challenged Nizu. Nizu's laughter escalated into a boisterous cackle as he pushed the red button. The ground beneath Izuku trembled. Buildings ahead began to collapse and shift as a massive shadow moved into place, momentarily blocking the sunlight over the mock city. Dust and debris lay scattered everywhere, and once it settled, Izuku could see what had caused the destruction. A mechanized voice announced that the kitty gloves were finally coming off. A 2,000-meter-tall gray robot with a round head and a single red glowing eye in the center of its face punched another building into rubble and strode toward Izuku, eradicating anything in its path. All Might thought that Midoriya already had enough points to pass and therefore had no reason to fight that thing. Momo was astonished. She had never seen anything like it before, and its enormous stature darkened the entire mock city. Aizawa explained that the machine was Principal Nizu's new training apparatus, called the Annihilator. It was only brought out for pro-heroes undertaking rigorous trials, and its solitary objective was to destroy. Once activated, it could not be stopped unless someone deliberately stopped it. Aizawa added that it seemed Midoriya had provoked Nizu. Momo, wide-eyed, told Nizu that the situation was insane and that the machine would kill Midoriya. Nizu responded with unsettling laughter and told her they would see. He suggested, in a manic way, that if she worried she could go help. The staff paled. Anyone about to object chose instead to let Nizu have his experiment. Izuku watched the robotic menace leave craters with each step. He started by walking toward it, gradually quickening from a jog to a sprint until his aura erupted into red crackling energy and he dashed forward in a blur of motion. The robot slammed its fist into the ground, shattering nearby windows and sending debris hurtling toward him. Izuku ducked, dodged, and weaved between the falling rubble. The staff watched in horror, all except three: All Might, who silently hoped Izuku did not get seriously hurt, Nizu, who remained in his hysterical state, and Momo, who clenched her hands together tightly, uncertain how the battle would end. The robot's eye flared and it unleashed a sweeping energy beam that carved a path through the fake city. The beam passed inches from Izuku, and to those watching he seemed to be swallowed by the attack. The staff reacted with outright panic and Momo cried out. Nizu finally snapped out of his trance, worried he had gone too far. A familiar teleportation sound announced that Izuku had vanished and reappeared farther into the field, continuing his advance. All Might realized aloud that Midoriya could warp. The robot stopped its beam and then began hurling cars and debris once more. Izuku launched concentrated energy attacks that blew the thrown objects aside. He told himself he would stop the machine and apologized inwardly to Nizu for breaking his toy. Izuku leapt into the air and closed in on the robot's eye, compacting himself into a spinning form. The robot attempted to fire again, but Izuku countered with a powerful impact from his ball-like form. Toshinori reacted in shock and amazement, unable to believe Izuku could attack in that configuration. Izuku emerged from the other side of the robot, leaving a hole through its armor. Momo whispered that his power was incredible. The robot, however, was not finished. It swung a massive arm at Izuku, who was still rotating. Before the arm could connect, Izuku dashed forward and struck the side of the monster's head repeatedly, puncturing its outer plating until it looked as battered as a well-used racket. Sparks and simulated circuitry flared across its surface. Izuku hovered above the machine on the move of his shoes and watched as the robot struggled awkwardly, then stumbled into a nearby building and shorted out in a cascade of electrical sparks. He noted that the machine was resilient but resolved that the fight would end there. He curled into his spinning form again, red lightning flaring around him until he resembled a glowing sphere of energy. With a fierce charge, Izuku slammed into the top of the robot's skull. Metal groaned and internal mechanisms failed as he punched through, then burst from its base and slammed into the ground. The impact created a massive shockwave that flattened the surrounding mock city and knocked out the camera feed in the monitor room. The teachers watched only static on the screens and no one dared speak. What they had witnessed rivaled pro-level displays of power coming from a 15-year-old and had effectively overwhelmed the training environment. A heavy slam at the door followed. The staff turned to see Midoriya leaning against it in a characteristic pose, looking remarkably composed and unimpressed as he assessed the aftermath and indicated that he had passed Nizu's test. Midnight began to question what had happened to the annihilator, but her words were cut off as the battered robot finally exploded in a contained blast that shook the Vlad King observed that the building's reinforced construction had held against such a high-powered display, and the others nodded in relief. Izuku ignored the astonished looks around him and addressed Momo. He asked what she thought of his quirk. Momo was momentarily speechless. She could hardly believe what she had seen and pinched herself to be sure she was awake. She admitted she had been lost in thought and told him he had been amazing, that his quirk was something special. She also felt unexpectedly moved by the intensity of his display, though she dismissed that as a passing emotion. All Might approached Midoriya with a beaming, proud smile and praised him, recalling that no one had performed like that in the exam since his own era. Midoriya offered a modest reply and said the challenge had been a good way to let off steam. He apologized to Nizu for destroying the training apparatus and hoped it had not been a favorite. Nizu, shaken, realized how frightening it was that such power resided in a 15-year-old and thought the boy should be kept close at UA to ensure he did not fall into the wrong hands. He was interrupted by a call on his laptop. He replied that he had simply been thinking. An unseen official informed Nizu that Izuku Midoriya would be allowed to attend UA, but warned that if the boy stepped out of line they would not hesitate to call for his arrest. The call ended, and Nizu allowed himself a long sigh of relief. Izuku bristled at the thinly veiled threat but relaxed when Momo Yaoyorozu squeezed his hand gently. Nizu then congratulated Midoriya, saying that his performance had been spectacular and that he had passed. Aizawa added that Midoriya would be joining his class on Monday morning and admonished him not to disappoint. Vlad King muttered that he wished he could claim the student with such destructive power for his own class. Nizu asked Midoriya and Yaoyorozu to excuse the teachers while they discussed a few matters in private. Midoriya agreed and left, and Momo bowed and thanked the staff before following him out. After the door closed, the teachers watched in stunned silence as All Might returned to his true form. Sinpi's voiced disbelief at the speed and force of the display, noting that the annihilator had been destroyed in 3 minutes and 42 seconds. The room fell quiet as each teacher silently wondered what had happened to the boy. Outside, Momo and Izuku walked through the wreckage of the mock city. The air smelled of scorched metal and crackled with lingering electrical sparks as they crossed a collapsed building to stand on its roof. Momo stared at the ruined skyline, clearly shaken. Momo told Izuku that the power he had shown was incredible, praising the versatility, strength, and speed he had displayed. She asked how he could propel energy attacks and whether he might have more than one quirk. Izuku admitted he did not fully understand himself and that it all felt natural. Then he asked Momo a personal question. Izuku asked if she had seen the fear in everyone's faces in the observation room. Momo flinched at the reminder. She had been frightened, the reality of his ability and his fragile emotional state unnerving her. He explained that he did not care what others thought, but that he did not want Momo to look at him with fear. He turned the confession inward, saying that he valued her and did not want her to be afraid of him. Momo felt guilty for her earlier fear and reflected on how different she might be in his position. She stepped closer and apologized, explaining that her concern was not personal fear of Izuku but worry about how his immense abilities could be dangerous without a stable mindset. She pointed to the wreckage and reminded him that if this had been a real city, many lives could have been at risk. She told him she had seen his heroic spirit and kindness, even when he tried to hide it, but she could not ignore the anger she had seen in his eyes during the exam and at the cemetery. Those flashes of fury had unsettled her. Momo reached for his hand and asked him to promise to talk to her whenever his emotions threatened to overwhelm him, whether it was another memory or the rising of rage. She said that if he did, she would stand by him. Izuku felt a brief pain in his head as another memory surfaced. An inner voice, which he thought of as shadow, had told him that the past made them who they were and not to let it consume him. Momo, sensing his distress, asked if he was all right. He reassured her with heavy breaths that he was fine and that the episode had been smaller and more manageable than before. When Momo asked what he had seen, Izuku said he had not seen much, only a voice and a figure he could not make out. He explained that the voice had echoed similar advice to Momo's about not letting the past consume him, and that he had managed to catch a name before the memory faded. Izuku remembered that it had been the same name that had stuck with him since he woke up at the USJ. Momo widened her eyes and asked what the name had been. Izuku said the name had been Shadow. Momo wondered aloud what kind of name that was. Izuku admitted he did not know, but he explained that the name felt important to him, as if it resonated deep in his soul. Momo sighed and said they had no choice but to search for answers. Izuku looked at Momo, puzzled, until she smiled and promised they would research the mysterious figure Shadow before returning to school, suggesting that finding Shadow might provide the answers Izuku sought. Izuku, surprised and grateful, asked if she would really do that for him. Momo affirmed that she would stand by his side. Izuku cast his eyes toward the distance, a mischievous smile appearing, then he scooped Momo up in a playful carry and dashed off, leaving Momo flushed and calling after him as they ran through the ruined city. Bliss, total bliss, was the only word that could describe the feeling Momo experienced. Once her screams of terror finally faded, she was left with a sense of peace. The wind rushing past her as she zipped by blurs of cars and people left her with a wide, sunbright smile. Izuku noticed Momo's expression and smiled in return, feeling an inexplicable urge to do whatever he could to keep her smiling. He continued to speed around Muzutafu for a little while until he found a place that might help them research the name Shadow. He located a library, but because Momo enjoyed the ride so much, he increased his speed just a bit. While Momo admired her surroundings, she noticed the 20-story building they were rapidly approaching and asked if he was aware of it. Izuku did not reply. His aura flared and lightning seemed to dance around them. Momo's alarmed call went unanswered as Izuku reached the building. To her shock, instead of crashing into concrete, Izuku skated up the side of the building. She looked down as the ground grew distant and clung to him tightly while they ascended. He took one last stride and reached the roof, lowering them gently to solid ground. He found himself already missing the extra weight he had carried. Momo, standing on the roof with a blush, was also aware of missing the firm hold. She paused, trying to steady herself after the experience. She looked down at the busy streets below and found it strange that seconds earlier she had been moving at near supersonic speeds. Momo, still breathless and blushing, told Izuku that the ride had been exhilarating and asked if that was how he felt all the time. Izuku walked over and stood beside her, explaining that while it was incredible, he found the sensation more peaceful than exhilarating. He said his quirk made all his problems, questions, and past concerns seem to fade away and that he felt free when he used it. Momo agreed, smiling elegantly, and said that moving at those speeds had kept her focused on the present and felt liberating. Meanwhile, at the Bakugo household, Katsuki had been unsettled by the events at the USJ. He sat in his room, replaying the encounter and trying to figure out who the mysterious boy was who had frustrated him so much. Small explosive sparks danced on the palms of his hands as he slammed one hand on his chest of drawers, leaving another scorch mark. His mother shouted from downstairs in anger about the new mark on her furniture. Bakugo scoffed and muttered a rude retort under his breath. In his head he replayed the stranger effortlessly overpowering the villains. He believed he had handled the villains well himself, and he resented the way the stranger had overshadowed him. He thought the stranger should not have upstaged him. Bakugo insisted to himself that he was the one who should have taken down those villains and saved All Might. He vowed, quietly and fiercely, that if he ever met that stranger again he would make sure the stranger understood his place. A few hours later, Izuku and Momo were back at the Muzutafu library, working to find anything about the mysterious name Shadow. Momo worked quickly at the computer. Izuku admired how fast she typed, thinking her speed could rival his running. After some time, Momo let out a long sigh, pinched the bridge of her nose, and closed her eyes, the strain from searching evident on her face. She apologized to Izuku and reported that she had not found anything useful, only references to shadow-related quirks. Izuku reassured her that there was no need to worry and suggested they try again tomorrow since they still had a few days before school. Momo agreed and said she looked forward to it, mentioning she had already finished her schoolwork for the week. Izuku offered to pick her up in the morning, and Momo explained she would prefer to meet at the library, proposing 10 a.m. He agreed and opened the library door for her as she left. Momo laughed softly as she walked through the door, and Izuku felt a warm redness rise to his cheeks at her gratitude. 5 minutes later, Alfred arrived to pick Momo up. She offered Izuku a ride home, but he declined politely, saying he could use the fresh air and that he would see her tomorrow. Before he left, he thanked her quietly, and Momo left smiling and a little flustered. Alfred smiled at her happiness as he escorted her away. When Izuku returned home, the apartment was empty. Believing All Might must still be out, he climbed to his favorite spot on the roof. He was surprised to find All Might in his thin form already there, watching the sunset. All Might told Izuku that seeing Japan from the roof did have a comforting quality. He asked how Izuku's day had been. Izuku explained that after his exam, Momo had offered to help track down a name that had stuck in his head since the USJ, so they had spent the day at the library. They had found nothing conclusive, but he enjoyed his time with her. All Might mentioned that Recovery Girl had noted the name Shadow as one of the few things Izuku remembered. Izuku confirmed it, and All Might said he and Nizu had also been searching without success but promised they would keep trying. Izuku accepted that piecing together his memories would take time and said he would be patient. All Might's smile widened in encouragement. All Might observed that it was good to see Izuku being open-minded, but his smile faded into a small frown as he shifted to a more serious tone. He reported that Nizu had flagged an unidentified object speeding around Muzutafu in a blur of orange-yellow and asked Izuku if he knew anything about it. Izuku feigned innocence with a slight smirk, but All Might sighed and explained that there was a well-kept secret they needed to share now that he was Izuku's guardian, and that the situation would likely involve him. Izuku adopted a solemn expression and asked what was happening. All Might reminded him of the Nomu from the USJ and described how that creature had possessed more than one quirk, which should be impossible. He explained that while very rare cases could produce mixed quirks, the Nomu appeared to have 4 distinct quirks: speed, strength, shock absorption, and regeneration, and that their discovery had raised serious concerns. Izuku asked if that meant he could be connected to the Nomu. All Might said he could not be certain but that it was a possibility worth investigating. Izuku balled his fists, tortured by the thought that he might be linked to something monstrous. He protested that he was nothing like the mindless creature that had only followed orders. All Might then revealed that the person who had injured him and killed his mentor had a quirk that stole and gave quirks to others. He described this villain as a centuries-old danger who had accumulated quirks, killed and brainwashed many, and who had become frighteningly powerful. All Might recalled thinking he had killed the villain after his injury, but the body had never been found. Izuku listened carefully, trying to piece together why All Might thought he might be involved. He confirmed aloud that, according to what he had been told, he had been quirkless before he went missing. Tashinori nodded, unable to speak, watching as Izuku reached the same conclusion. Izuku's anger flared as he realized it made sense. He might have been kidnapped and forcibly given quirks, perhaps intended as one of the villain's controlled soldiers. His agitation built until All Might urged him to calm down. Heavy breathing was the only response until All Might loudly ordered him to stop. Izuku forced himself to take a steadying breath. His thoughts drifted to the names Shadow and Protect that had lingered in his memory since awakening. He clasped his gem tightly, unaware that it no longer glowed. All Might spoke the name that had haunted him, All for One. The name chilled him with anger, but to All Might's surprise, Izuku grew relatively composed. Izuku declared that if All for One was responsible for his condition and he was involved as All Might suspected, he wanted to help investigate. All Might refused, insisting he would not put Izuku in further danger, but Izuku countered that he had no choice and that others had been inadvertently involved, including Momo, who had been made his buddy. He would not risk her safety. All Might froze at that point, He had not considered Momo's involvement. He agreed reluctantly that they needed to act quickly, because if All for One was still active the threat extended beyond them. All Might set conditions. Izuku would not go off on his own or speed around the city. For now, they would move as a group until they knew more. Izuku scoffed at feeling constrained but accepted the plan, agreeing that they would proceed without alarming Momo. They returned inside so All Might could recount the origins of All for One and of One for All. Over the next few days, Izuku honored his promise and refrained from using his quirk, despite the frustration of holding back. All Might's reasoning proved sensible. Staying low made him less likely to become a target for a major villain. He did not want to risk the safety of the UA staff or those he cared about, particularly Momo. Izuku and Momo met daily after his exam and kept in frequent phone contact, exchanging efforts to track down the mysterious person called Shadow. They steadily grew closer, learning more about each other. When Momo demonstrated her quirk in detail, Izuku watched in open fascination and immediately began asking rapid, enthusiastic questions, analyzing possibilities and applications with eager curiosity. He became suddenly embarrassed when he realized how intense he had been, blushing and turning away with his arms crossed as if hoping she would not mention it. Momo found the moment charming and laughed at his reaction. Their conversations covered birthdays, hobbies, favorite foods, and many other subjects. Momo tended to lead the talks while Izuku continued his personal search for identity, but he surprised her with a keen analytical ability. Given a demonstration or footage of a quirk, he could quickly break down its strengths and weaknesses and suggest ways to improve or adapt it. Momo was so impressed that she suggested making the analysis of her quirk Izuku's hobby and gave him a notebook to record his findings. Izuku expressed deep gratitude and said he felt lucky to have such a kind person helping him through his troubles. When their conversation turned to family, both fell briefly into sadness, Izuku because of the way he had treated his mother, and Momo for reasons she did not share. Izuku noticed Momo's sorrow and, familiar with that feeling, decided not to pry and to leave it for another time. It was Monday, Izuku's first official day at UA. He stood in the bathroom of his apartment with All Might beside him in his muscular form. All Might laughed and praised how he looked, while Izuku grimaced at his reflection and complained that he looked like a dork. He was annoyed by the UA uniform and the rings on his ankles and wrists that he still could not remove, and he was further frustrated when All Might explained that his usual shoes counted as a support item and could not be worn to school. All Might argued that the uniform was part of the school and that they had to represent it. Izuku pointed out that All Might was not wearing a uniform, and All Might reminded him that, as a teacher, he was exempt. Their back and forth grew playful and stubborn before All Might reverted to his slimmer form and teased that Yaoyorozu would be disappointed not to see him in school, since he and Izuku had become friends. Izuku scowled at the teasing and urged them to go. All Might watched Izuku leave and chuckled that parenting felt easier than he had expected. Izuku rode in All Might's truck, pulled out the phone All Might had bought for him, and sent a quick text to Momo. Momo's phone buzzed during homeroom and she smiled, already wondering who it could be. She read Izuku's message. He apologized for keeping her up the previous night, admitted he had trouble using the phone, and thanked her for walking him through it. She giggled at the message, drawing the attention of her best friend Kyokajiru, who sat beside her and teased that Momo had been giddy all morning and asked if everything was okay. Momo explained that her break from school had turned out to be pleasant and that it had put her in a good mood. Jaira mentioned the USJ incident and its aftermath. Momo's mood soured as she remembered what had happened at USJ. She recovered quickly and said that, despite everything, something had happened over the days off that had lifted her spirits. While replying to Izuku, she sent a polite message saying she had enjoyed their phone call, that it was a nice rewind before bed, and she asked how his morning was. Jairu leaned over with a teasing grin and asked if Momo had met someone, referring to the Midoriya name she kept texting. Momo blushed and tried to hide her embarrassment, insisting that Midoriya was just a friend she had come to enjoy even in the few short days they had known each other. When Jaira pressed for details, Momo said she could not disclose anything under Principal Nizu's orders, and then she smiled and hinted that Jaira would find out more later that day. Before Jairu could press further, the Class 1A girls burst into the room, led by Mina Ishido, who greeted them enthusiastically and enveloped them in hugs. Momo discreetly checked her phone again and saw Izuku's new message. He felt awkward in the suit but otherwise fine, and he said he would arrive slightly later so he could be properly introduced. Momo smiled at the message, and when Jiraiya shot her a look, Momo quickly put the phone away. Mina sniffed theatrically and joked that she could sense a budding relationship in the air, and the others laughed at her dramatic remark. Soon the entire class had arrived and filled the room with chatter. Bakugo sat scowling, Todoroki remained quiet and observant, and Hagakure cheerfully started a conversation about the recent news coverage, noting that the class had even gotten a few seconds of screen time. The students continued their lively exchange as they waited for their teacher to arrive. A student admitted that they didn't think they stood out much at all. Ojiro nervously chuckled and pointed out that it was hard to stand out when someone was effectively invisible. Kaminari leaned back in his chair and boasted that they were already big deals and practically celebrities. Another male student agreed, insisting that people all over Mizudafu already knew them. Jiraiya rolled her eyes at Kaminari's boasting and told him to get over himself, noting that the media only cared about the hero course being attacked and that Kaminari had gone into reckless behavior again. Kaminari tried to hide his shame, while Kirishima stifled his laughter by covering his mouth. Kaminari defended himself by saying the strange energy had affected him. Tsu expressed concern about the storm, asking whether it had been caused by a villain. Jiraiya answered that it didn't seem like a villain. Those involved had looked as terrified as the students. She speculated that the disturbance had been caused by the strange boy who had saved Momo and All Might. At the mention of the strange boy, the class fell silent and turned to the three students most involved. Jiraiya and Kaminari raised their hands in defense. Kaminari admitted that Yaoyorozu had been closest to the boy and that the boy had not said anything to them, only unintentionally crushing his hand. All eyes turned to Momo, who had been absorbed in her phone. Ida stood and chastised her for being on her phone during school hours and urged her to put it away as a class president should. Momo looked up, laughed awkwardly, and explained that the first bell had not rung yet, so she felt she could check her phone. Ida realized he had jumped the gun and bowed in apology. Momo accepted his apology and asked what everyone wanted to know. Mina asked if Momo could tell them anything about the mysterious boy. A small smile crossed Momo's lips as she thought of Izuku, and she tried to brush aside the flutter in her chest as nothing more than friendship. Momo said she was as uncertain as everyone else and that all she knew was that he had appeared after the storm and had saved her, a deed for which she was grateful. Mina stepped close and examined Momo intently, making Momo feel pushed back into her chair and slightly nervous. Mina accused her of hiding something. Momo denied it, flustered. Mina was about to press further when Aizawa intervened, activating his quirk and bringing the class to order. Mina shot Jiraiya a look that promised the matter wasn't over. Tsu asked Aizawa if it was wise for him to be back so soon and suggested he should be resting. Aizawa said he had rested enough and complained about his recent overzealous treatment in the medical room, then shifted the focus to the new student who would be joining them. The classroom erupted at the announcement, with Momo covering her mouth to hide a smile. Mina speculated about the newcomer's appearance, which made Momo picture a scene in her head and quickly scold herself for letting her thoughts wander. Kirishima guessed the new student would be a gym buddy who could help him train. Mineta began to make an inappropriate and suggestive comment, which Tsu promptly shut down with a reprimand, causing him to yelp. A short neutral pause followed to keep the conversation moving. Sato hoped the new student might enjoy trying his cake recipes. Bakugo loudly declared that he didn't care who the newcomer was and that they would simply be another person he would surpass with his power. Ida immediately scolded Bakugo for his language, and Bakugo retorted sharply. Momo privately resolved to keep the newcomer away from Mineta. Aizawa once again used his quirk to silence the room and warned them sternly to behave like hero students, threatening severe consequences if they continued to act out. He instructed them to keep the new students' origins strictly confidential and reminded them that any gossip would bring the legal team down on them. The class nodded in confusion and anticipation. Aizawa, awkwardly arranging himself in a yellow sleeping bag and careful not to catch his bandaged arms, signaled that the new student could enter. The door opened slowly, and the students watched in anticipation, while Momo looked on with a smile that caught Jiru's attention. A student wondered if this was the Midoriya person Momo had been texting. The new student entered the room with his hands in his pockets and his eyes closed, then stood next to Aizawa, who was still bundled in his sleeping bag with only his bandaged head exposed. Most of the class watched with wide eyes, all except Bakugo, who continued to stare out the window as if uninterested. Mina identified him as the boy from the USJ who had saved Yaoyorozu and All Might, and that remark prompted Bakugo to finally turn and take a hard look. He was even more shocked than the rest of the class. The similarities were uncanny, but Bakugo refused to accept it. His memory of the boy from the attack made it impossible to believe this was the same person. He recalled how dangerous and capable that boy had been during the villainous assault. Aizawa urged the newcomer to introduce himself. The green-haired student opened his eyes, revealing deep, fiery red irises, and scanned the room with a fierce look. When he spotted Momo at the back, she gave him a small wave and he returned it, a moment the rest of the class immediately noticed. Mina made a snarky remark directed at Momo. Momo responded gracefully, reminding everyone that Aizawa had instructed them not to discuss information about their new classmate. Before Mina could press further, Izuku stepped forward and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, greeting the class politely. Silence settled over the room for a long moment, and Aizawa enjoyed the brief peace. That quiet was broken by a sudden outburst from one of the students, which was quickly hushed by Tsu. The shouting and questions rose to a fevered pitch, disturbing Aizawa's attempt at rest. The commotion was loud enough to reach Principal Nizu in his office. He smiled and sipped his tea, imagining how Aizawa must be feeling. Izuku found himself surrounded by classmates firing off rapid questions, and he grew increasingly frustrated, clenching his fists as he tried to stay calm and remember the lessons All Might and Momo had given him. Only two students were not crowding him. One of them was Bakugo, who had gone unnervingly quiet. Kirishima glanced at Bakugo briefly before being pulled back into the questioning. Bakugo continued to stare at the newcomer's red eyes as if he were seeing a ghost. The single word that came to Bakugo's mind was Deku. Aizawa was about to step in and handle the situation. Someone in the class tried to speak first, but the class president beat them to it. Momo Yaoyorozu ordered everyone to stop, and a fierce aura surrounded her, eyes flashing like living embers. Even Izuku felt a chill at the sight. She reminded them that it was hard enough being the new student in school without being surrounded and interrogated by the entire class, who were heroes in training, and insisted they act like it. She then demanded that everyone sit down and apologize. The students, all unused to seeing Momo so angry, returned to their seats without further provocation. Tenya Ida, as class vice president, stepped forward on Midoriya's behalf and apologized for the class's behavior, noting that they should hold themselves to higher standards. He finished the apology with a formal hand motion that looked almost mechanical, and Izuku wondered briefly whether it was part of his quirk. Ida then introduced himself properly as Tenya Ida and offered a handshake, which Izuku accepted. Ida immediately withdrew his hand and made another sharp, precise motion while explaining that using someone's first name without close familiarity was considered rude. Izuku, remembering that he had been calling Momo by her first name since the USJ, looked over to Momo and saw her facepalm. It seemed she had forgotten to tell him about that custom. Izuku apologized and promised to try to remember. Hugh Azui then spoke up, questioning how Izuku could be unaware of such etiquette if he was from Japan, and punctuated her remark with her usual frog-like sound. Aizawa gave Midoriya a nod that indicated he should continue. Izuku admitted that the USJ was his earliest memory and that he was suffering from amnesia. The revelation drew a gasp from the class. Bakugo was stunned into silence, and Shoto Todoroki remained unimpressed. Todoroki voiced his suspicion that the coincidence was too convenient. Being at the USJ, having no memories, and risking his life for strangers could suggest an attempt to infiltrate UA as part of a villain plot. Momo felt taken aback by the accusation. She thought about how much time she had spent with Izuku and how he had shown no sign of being a villain or a spy, but Todoroki's point hung in the air as a serious concern. He was just a person who, deep down, wanted to do the right thing and was struggling to come to terms with the fact that he didn't really have anything in this world, yet he still chose to risk his life for them. Izuku reassured them to believe what they wanted and explained that if Yue suspected anything, he surely would not still be there. Todoroki opened his mouth to retort but decided that Izuku had a point and remained silent, as was his habit. Eijiro Kirishima stepped forward to introduce himself, apologizing about Izuku's lost memories and welcoming him to Yue, offering help if Izuku needed it. Denki Kaminari added that he understood why Izuku had reacted so strongly upon waking up in a chaotic scene and joked that he would be on edge too, but asked him not to repeat it. Jiru Earphone muted a snide comment that passed without consequence. The rest of the class introduced themselves in their own ways. Mina Ishido and Toru Hagakure were cheerful and overly enthusiastic toward Izuku, their flirtatious energy coming across as friendly admiration. Izuku found it a little overwhelming. Both girls felt a strange, focused gaze they could not place, but they could not figure out where it was coming from. Hanta Siro produced a cupcake as a small trick and offered it to Izuku, who was pleasantly surprised by its sweet and salty flavor. Everyone greeted Izuku until only Bakugo remained silent and unmoving. Then Bakugo stood abruptly and told Aizawa that he needed some air before storming out, leaving the class confused and Izuku wondering what the matter had been. Aizawa watched him leave, thinking over the reports he had read. Izuku had attended the same middle school as Bakugo and had even lived on the same street. The family questioned about Izuku had denied knowing anything about his disappearance. With Inspector Naomasa overseeing the case, that testimony carried weight, but Aizawa considered whether he should do some of his own investigating. For now, he decided to let Bakugo have his space. Aizawa announced that they had covered enough for one day and suggested that those who wanted to get to know Midoriya better could do so on their own time. He instructed Mineta to move and offered Midoriya the seat in front of Momo Yaoyorozu. Mineta protested loudly about wanting to be closer to Yaoyorozu and about being intimidated by Bakugo, but fell silent when he met Aizawa's stern look and Izuku's intense glare. Midoriya took his seat in front of Momo, and they exchanged friendly smiles while waiting for Aizawa to continue. Aizawa then reminded them that their fight against villains wasn't over yet. The students asked what he meant, and a chorus of classmates begged for no more villain attacks. With a brief, knowing smirk, Aizawa announced that UA would hold its sports festival. In a dark, unknown facility, a man with peculiar gear-shaped goggles, a white lab coat, a bald head, and a bushy mustache sat alone with only a monitor to light the room. The screen replayed footage labeled Chaos Spear, and the man rewound it to study a young figure frozen on the display. The man mused over strength, speed, and apparent energy manipulation displayed in the footage abilities that seemed impossible without outside assistance. He wondered aloud what the boy truly was and frowned at the implications. Another line on a secondary screen flickered to life, audio only. All for One's voice asked Dr. Garaki if he had made any progress in explaining the phenomenon. The doctor wiped sweat from his brow and replied that he had no new answers beyond what had been provided, and that without the boy in hand, his options were limited. He expressed grim anticipation for the opportunity to study the boy up close. All for One responded with cold amusement, agreeing that there were many unknowns but revealing plans to acquire the boy soon. He instructed that, for the moment, All Might should be allowed to keep watch over him. He also ordered Dr. Garaki to continue strengthening the Nomu units for future use. The screen went dark once more, and the doctor settled into his work with a sinister smile. Back at UA, excitement and apprehension buzzed through the classroom about the sports festival. Some students were thrilled at the prospect of competing and showing their skills to the world, while others worried about the timing, given the recent villain incursion. Kaminari expressed some concern. Jiru noted that villains had already infiltrated the school once, and Ojiro pointed out that such an attack could be more dangerous when everyone gathered in one place. Aizawa explained that the administration believed the festival would demonstrate that the threat had been handled and that the school was safer than ever, with security measures increased compared to the previous year. He emphasized that the event was a major opportunity for UA students and not something to cancel because of a few remaining threats. One student asked what the sports festival was, and the class reacted with astonishment, reminding everyone that Midoriya's memory loss might be why he did not know. Todoroki considered that the amnesia might be genuine. Aizawa finished by explaining that the UA Sports Festival was one of the most watched events in the world. While the global prominence of the Olympic Games had shifted with the rise of quirks, the festival had become the premier stage for those who cared about competition. Top heroes across the world would be watching. Momo explained that it was a good chance to get scouted, adding to Aizawa's earlier explanation. Midoriya observed that it was a way for the world to see quirks in action and that those who did well could be scouted by a popular hero, which would raise their public profile. Momo confirmed Midoriya's understanding. Aizawa then warned that none of them could slack off on training and glanced meaningfully at Mineta, which left Mineta asking dejectedly why the look had to be aimed at him. The bell rang, ending Cementas's modern literature class and starting lunch. The 1A students had been excited all day, and Kirishima erupted with enthusiasm about how awesome it would be. Shiro nudged Kirishima and reminded everyone that a strong performance would put them on the path to becoming professional heroes. Sato admitted that this was the very reason he was there. While the boys talked, Momo tried to slip out without attracting the girls' attention. She was still surprised that Izuku had suddenly vanished so he would not have to answer questions about her knowing he was enrolling at UA, leaving the girls baffled as to where he had gone. It didn't help that Jiru had let Mina know she had been texting Izuku all morning. Momo reached the door, almost free, when Mina called her name in an unsettlingly sweet tone. Momo turned slowly to find the other girls gathered, eager for details. Mina asked if Momo was trying to go find her boyfriend without them. The word boyfriend made Momo flush deeply as memories of the time she and Midoriya had spent together surfaced. She insisted that Midoriya and she were just friends. Hagakure asked how Momo could explain being so close to Midoriya while he treated the others differently. Internally, Momo groaned at the prospect of a long conversation she could not avoid. She straightened and told them to come to lunch with her, offering a brief rundown rather than a full explanation. The girls squealed and hurried her to the lunch hall. Toshinori was happily sipping his usual shake, today's special flavor being steak, and relaxed in delight over how good it tasted. A sudden commotion in the teacher's lounge caused him to spill the shake down his oversized yellow suit, and he complained that someone would have to make it up to him. He turned and found Izuku peeking through the blinds in a frantic state. Izuku told Toshinori that he was being pursued. All Might asked if an enemy had found him. Izuku looked back through the blinds and then confessed that it was much worse. The 1A girls were after him. All Might deflated at that news and sat back down, trying to process it. Izuku explained that the girls would not leave him alone and had no sense of personal space. He had teleported straight to the teacher's lounge as soon as the bell rang and hoped they would have mercy on Momo and on him when she finally escaped the group. He did not understand what they wanted from him. He had told them repeatedly that he and Momo were just friends, yet they continued to press him, and it had taken all his self-control not to lose his temper, especially when Mina had confronted him so aggressively. Izuku slumped into the unoccupied chair opposite Toshinori when his rant finished. All Might laughed until he had to cough, explaining in a strained voice that some things even the symbol of peace could not defeat and that teenage girls' antics were certainly one of them. Izuku handed All Might a tissue, which All Might used to wipe his mouth as he tried to stop coughing. Izuku asked what he should do. All Might advised that he would just have to roll with it like other teenage boys, that a determined group of girls could not be stopped and that this could be seen as training for future fame. He suggested that Yaoyorozu should not have to face it alone and that Midoriya could use the practice of handling fans. Izuku resented All Might's attempt to play the Momo card again and muttered that All Might was a real piece of work before standing and leaving. All Might waved and wished him luck. Later, the girls pressed Momo relentlessly. Mina demanded that Momo explain how she had known Midoriya would be joining UA and why she had his phone number if they were not dating. Momo repeated that he was not her boyfriend. Mina then asked what he was to Momo. Momo reiterated, for what felt like the 100th time that day, that he was a friend. The girls narrowed their eyes at the class president, searching for any sign of a lie and insisting that they were not convinced, accusing Momo of being the only person Midoriya talked to. Hagakure complained that he hadn't even made an effort with the boys. Momo sighed and explained that she had already told them why. Principal Nizu had asked her to show Midoriya around and help him ease into UA. As class president, she had been happy to help. The girls looked at Momo with disbelief until Izuku's voice drew their attention. They turned to see Izuku approaching. He sat down next to Momo, closed his eyes, and folded his arms. Kyoka quipped that if it wasn't Mr. Houdini himself, then side-eyed the group with irritation before closing her eyes again. Izuku explained that he and Momo were just friends and that they had both said she was there to help him. He said Principal Nizu and his parental guardian had arranged the setup, and Momo had been helping him find his footing ever since. He insisted there was nothing more to say and asked them to drop it so they could get to know each other without him feeling overwhelmed every time he saw them. Momo was taken aback by Izuku. Such boldness was out of character. Over the week she had observed that Izuku was not very interested in making friends, and she wondered why he got along with her so well. She asked herself whether he was doing this for her, and the thought made her heart flutter. There was a stare down between the girls and Izuku, mostly the girls, since Izuku still had his eyes shut until Kyoka spoke up and urged them to leave it for now, trusting that Yamamoto would tell them if something was going on when she was ready. Momo thanked Kyoka as Kyoka took a seat beside her. The rest of the girls reluctantly accepted and joined the table to finally eat. Mina warned that it wasn't over and that she would be watching, making her watching gesture. Uraraka realized they had not yet thanked Midoriya for helping them at the USJ and told him that, from what Momo had said, he had been amazing. Izuku responded modestly that it was fine, that he had done what he thought was right, and that he was glad none of them had been hurt. Uraraka said she could not wait to see his quirk at the sports festival and declared with fierce determination that she would do her best and go as far as she could to beat anyone in her way. Tsuyu asked about Uraraka's face with a rib-bit noise, but she was ignored as new arrivals entered. Ida greeted the group and asked if they could join, saying they would like to get to know their new classmate Midoriya a little more. He was accompanied by Kaminari and Mineta, the latter clearly there for other motives. Momo agreed and invited them to sit, though she remained puzzled by Izuku's willingness to put himself out there. Momo wondered whether he truly cared enough to spare her from the endless questions and thought he was a mystery. The boys took their seats at the end of the table. Ida asked how Midoriya's day had been so far and, given it was UA, said he expected nothing less than excellent, while the other boys attempted, ineffectively, to flirt with the girls. Midoriya hesitated, considering how to answer. He nodded to indicate he was serious. He then told Ida that he could not. Ida demanded what he meant and ordered him to take them off at once. He repeated that he could not and said she was starting to annoy him and should drop it. The conversation drew the attention of the table. Momo stepped in before things escalated and told Ida that it was okay, that he was not lying and truly could not take them off, and that Recovery Girl had even tried to help but had been unable to. After the USJ she still couldn't figure it out, for now they were stuck. Ida acknowledged that the school was aware of the situation and apologized for jumping to conclusions. Izuku teased Ida, amused, and noted that Ida seemed prone to making assumptions. Ida shifted in his seat and admitted awkwardly that he had been known for that. Kaminari joked that all Ida needed was a hall monitor sash and a whistle, which sent the table into laughter. Ida was dejected upon learning there was no hall monitor position at UA. Izuku watched Momo laugh with the others and smiled, thinking that maybe this wouldn't be such a bad idea. A short pause followed. A classmate told Midoriya that they hadn't expected him to return after disappearing and that they were glad he had come back. The comment trailed off incomplete. Momo gathered her belongings after the final bell and observed how persistent Mina could be when curious. She admitted she had been surprised to come back, but she could not let Izuku face the horde alone, and she described the attackers as the stuff of nightmares, chuckling at her own words. Izuku agreed that he could not argue with that. Uraraka screamed in surprise at seeing everyone there. Following her outburst, Izuku and Momo moved toward the exit and found it blocked by the other first years. Bakugo barged through the crowd, telling the extras to get out of his way because he was not in the mood, and left without another word. Kirishima ran after him, asking Bakugo to wait and apologizing on his behalf, noting that Bakugo was not usually so quiet and subdued. A spiky purple-haired student sneered about Class 1A, saying he had heard they were impressive but, judging from Bakugo's arrogance, he was unimpressed and only saw egomaniacs who thought they were special because they had survived a recent villain attack. Those words snapped something in Izuku. Offended that anyone would speak ill of a class that had barely escaped with their lives, he gripped Momo's arm and pushed through Class 1A toward the front of the group, staring down the student who had made the comment. Ida began to reprimand the student, saying it was no way to speak to a fellow UA student and that he should be ashamed, but his rebuke was cut short as Izuku and Momo reached the front. Izuku pointed out that he could already tell why they were there. It was written on their faces that they were scoping out the competition and trying to psych Class 1A out, which he said he understood. Izuku warned the man that if anyone ever mocked a situation where lives could have been lost, his mouth would not be doing much talking. Momo, along with the rest of the class, stood in shock. Twice that day Izuku had stepped up, first by helping Momo fend off the barrage of questions about him, and now by defending the entire class, something Momo had not expected so soon. She felt Izuku guide her through the crowd of students. The purple-haired student responded that he had tried for the hero course too and that the sports festival was a second chance. If they performed well enough, students could be moved from general studies to the hero course, replacing someone. He declared that he was coming for Izuku's spot. Izuku stopped, looked over his shoulder, and told the student that he did not make threats but promises, and that if the student wanted his spot he should prove it at the festival because running his mouth would accomplish nothing. He then continued walking, and Momo realized with a flush that his hand had shifted from her wrist to hold hers. Momo noticed the contrast between his rough palm and the surprising warmth of it and felt a gentle, unexpected flutter. Izuku asked Momo if she was okay and acknowledged that it could not have been easy hearing the man speak ill of the USJ. Momo did not respond at first. When Izuku glanced down and realized what he had done, he became embarrassed and apologized profusely, clearly flustered. His sudden panic brought her out of her trance. Momo found that side of him unexpectedly endearing and laughed, saying that seeing him so rattled was apology enough. Izuku told her not to patronize him. They continued forward. Izuku explained that their class were Momo's friends too, and that his defense had been for that reason he had not liked the other students' attitude. Momo smiled and teased that perhaps this meant he liked their class. Izuku declined to comment. Izuku walked Momo to the entrance of UA while they talked about their day and waited for Mr. Yagi to pick Momo up. When Momo offered to give Izuku a ride home, he declined politely, saying that Mr. Yagi would not be long. Momo insisted, but Izuku reassured her that he would be fine. Uraraka and Ida approached, followed by Kyoka. Uraraka praised Izuku for sticking up for their class, noting the purple-haired student had been silenced. Ida commended the selfless act as a good quality for a hero in training. Izuku played it off as no big deal and said the man had merely gotten on his nerves. Kyoka teased them about whether Izuku and Momo had been holding hands when they left, and both Momo and Izuku blushed and denied it, with Izuku folding his arms and turning away. Momo's phone began to beep. She announced that her ride had arrived and waved to the others. She gave Izuku a subtle wave indicating to call her later. Uraraka and Ida offered to accompany Izuku to the station, but he said he was getting a lift and would catch them tomorrow. He then headed back toward the school as the others made their way home. After losing sight of his companion, Bakugo wandered aimlessly, not paying attention to where he was going. His mind churned over the idea that someone had stepped in and helped the others, someone claiming to be Deku. He refused to accept that the newcomer could be the same Deku he had known. To him, Deku had been quirkless and weak. Bakugo kept telling himself this fervently, but he could not shake the urge to confront the man and force a challenge. The memory of a cruel thing he had once said to Izuku on the day his mother died came back to him, and he recoiled at how wrong that had been. That moment had changed him. He remained proud and aggressive, but since then he had hesitated to harm others in anger. Every time he imagined hurting someone, he pictured the frightened version of Izuku and felt sickened by the thought. Bakugo resolved that he would not let this pass. He promised himself that if the newcomer wanted to claim Deku's name, Bakugo would make sure the matter was settled at the sports festival and that he would put the pretender in his place. Katsuki vowed that nobody would mess with him and get away with it. Izuku sat with Principal Nizu and All Might in Nizu's office, clearly confused as he asked why he had to hold back at the sports festival. Nizu explained with a gentle expression that, although the festival was meant for students to do their best and be scouted, Izuku was a special case. After Izuku's performance at the entrance exam, his abilities and multiple quirks placed him far above the other first years. The public would begin to ask too many questions they could not answer, so it was wiser to limit his quirk usage at the festival to strength and speed abilities that could be plausibly explained. Izuku considered the argument and admitted that he disliked being in the spotlight. The thought of the world bombarding him with questions unsettled him, so he agreed and asked what would happen next. Nizu informed him that the sports festival started in 2 weeks and that all classes would be cancelled so teachers could help the first years train at the school training grounds. All Might confirmed that Izuku would join the class in training and that he could use all his quirks during those sessions, since some classmates had already seen part of his abilities. Izuku agreed to hold back at the festival and added that he would also refrain from using his energy-based attack in training, preferring to let his classmates keep guessing until he was pushed to reveal more. All Might laughed heartily and praised Izuku's helpfulness, saying that he would make a fine hero someday. The word hero stirred a mix of pride and confusion in Izuku. Protecting those who could not defend themselves felt right, but the title also carried an inexplicable ache. He could not shake the sense that there was something important about the word he could not remember. Nizu shifted beneath his desk and brought out a briefcase, asking Izuku about some objects inside now that some memories had begun to return. Izuku picked up one of the dark, dull gems and stared into its black surface. Nizu explained that they had identified the gems from the USJ as emeralds and that Izuku had instructed Yaoyorozu to collect them before she escorted him. Nizu asked why Izuku had done that. Izuku stared at his reflection in the emerald. His reflection shifted into a strange creature with black fur, the same eye color as his own, humanoid features with hedgehog-like traits, golden rings, and a red eye. The creature mirrored his movements, then furrowed its brow and met his gaze, urging him to remember what he was. A flash of pain struck Izuku as the 7 emeralds flared in different colors and circled him, and a voice unseen but unmistakable repeated the command to remember. All Might and Nizu reacted with concern when Izuku snapped back, clearly shaken. All Might asked if he was all right and whether he needed recovery girl, while Izuku described the vision as a vivid urging from the creature to remember his identity, followed by the emerald's colorful circling and a sudden headache like the ones that accompanied his other memories. Nizu observed that the emeralds and Izuku were connected and noted that they had been encircling him when Yaoyorozu found him. Nizu closed the case and set it aside, saying that Midoriya needed rest. All Might agreed and urged Izuku to take care of himself. Izuku left with All Might watching over him, still disoriented by the visions and causing the hero to worry about his health. Some time later, Izuku and All Might were in the living room. All Might watched television while Izuku tried to understand the meaning of his vision. He wondered what the creature had meant by telling him to remember who the creature was and why it looked so familiar. All Might asked if Izuku had spoken aloud. Realizing he had been muttering to himself, Izuku brushed it off and said he was going to the roof for some air. All Might implored him not to be too hard on himself and to allow time for answers to come. Izuku left without responding further. On the roof, Izuku fidgeted with his necklace and gazed at the stars until his phone buzzed with a message from Momo asking why he had not called and whether everything was okay. He smiled at her concern and considered replying, then decided a call might help clear his head. His phone began to ring, and a familiar voice greeted him. Momo had been starting to worry when Izuku did not call. Their late-night chats had become something she enjoyed. She asked if everything was okay. Izuku apologized and explained that something had happened after she left that had left him shaken and made him forget to call. He insisted it was not another mind attack, that it was something else he would explain tomorrow, and for now he wanted to forget it. Momo heard fear in his voice and did not like it. Izuku changed the subject to the upcoming sports festival and asked how she planned to prepare. Momo agreed to talk more the next day and said she would do exercises and study molecular structure so she could create reliably without constantly checking notes. Izuku remembered their first proper meeting at UA, when she had told him she had been doubting herself and when he had overheard other students noticing a difference in her usually quick thinking. He asked if doubting herself might be a place to start rebuilding her confidence. Momo fell silent for a moment, surprised that he had remembered. She admitted she did not know where to begin, that the USJ incident had shaken her and made her question whether she was cut out for hero work. Her voice cracked. Izuku urged her not to let one setback define her and called her mind her best asset. He offered to train with her, confident that the two of them together could come up with good training ideas. Momo hesitated at the thought of keeping up with him, but Izuku reassured her that speed was not everything and that he would be the perfect partner to push her quick thinking to its limits. She laughed and accepted his help, grateful. They agreed to get some rest so they would not be tired for training. Izuku said goodnight, and Momo returned the sentiment. The next day, Momo tied her hair back into her signature ponytail and donned her hero costume before entering the battle center for another day of training. She asked why the creature in Izuku's vision had said remember what you are, not who, explaining that choice of words changed the meaning entirely and suggested he might be something more than just Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stammered slightly, flustered by seeing her in costume. He looked away and tried to keep his composure. They acknowledged the possibility that the vision could be Izuku's mind trying to repair itself, though he still felt lost and wondered if the strange emeralds had caused a hallucination. Momo reminded him that they were there to work on her skills this session, since they had focused on his issues enough lately. She finished stretching, drew herself into a battle stance, and summoned a bow staff. They faced off like competitors in a fast-paced anime sparring match. Momo swung the staff with power and precision. Izuku moved with nimble evasion, avoiding the blows and using the openings to reposition. He did not throw a single punch, instead relying on movement and timing. Momo pressed the attack, frustrated that he seemed only to dodge. Izuku challenged her to think strategically and use her brain to win rather than relying on repetitive strikes. For a moment Momo's doubts fell away and instinct took over. A focused, calm expression settled on her face as a soft blue glow gathered in her hand. A small nesting doll appeared, carved in a likeness of Izuku, and rolled to him. He picked it up and examined it with curious amusement. Without warning, the doll emitted a bright flash of light that startled Izuku. He instinctively shielded his eyes and stumbled backward, momentarily disoriented. After blinking and regaining his bearings, he prepared to continue the exercise. Izuku screamed while rubbing his aching eyes after the flashbang. Momo realized this was her chance for the first time in weeks. Her legs bolted forward, she swung her staff with all her strength, and struck the unsuspecting Izuku. A sharp crack echoed as Izuku was flung a few meters and slammed against the side of a car. Realizing what she had done, Momo paled and apologized profusely, insisting she did not know what had come over her and that she had only acted. Izuku slowly rose, using the car for support and noting a fresh dent in the door. He wiped at his face, relieved to find it was only sweat rather than anything worse, and smiled, asking why she was sorry. Momo said that she had hurt him and that their training should not have gone that far. Izuku told her not to be so hard on herself, reminding her that this was what they had been working toward. He praised her for acting without overthinking and for finally catching him off guard with a solid hit. He encouraged her to keep that focus and warned that he was not finished yet. Momo agreed inwardly that she had not panicked and that, with a simple trick, she had finally scored a hit. She smiled at the thought and prepared herself as Izuku moved back into action. A swift movement cut through the air as Izuku launched a spin kick. Momo turned, heard the subtle shift in the wind, and blocked the kick with her staff. The force nearly brought her to one knee, but Izuku pushed off the staff, forcing her to slide back. He closed the distance with a flurry of rapid strikes. Momo could only parry with her staff as the attacks came too fast to avoid completely. She kept telling herself to stay focused and think. Locking eyes with Izuku, Momo summoned a faint blue glow to her hand and produced a few small pellets that struck the ground and puffed out smoke. With Izuku momentarily obscured, she used the confusion to put distance between them and backed against a building wall, breathing hard and urging herself to think before he recovered. Before she could plan, A sudden punch to her midsection took the air from her and forced her to her knees. Izuku looked down and recognized the same hollow, defeated expression she had shown after the USJ incident, a look he had vowed to help her overcome. He offered his hand and praised the session as their best training yet, telling her she had done very well and had pushed him. Momo bowed her head and struggled to hold back tears, calling herself a failure and saying she had no chance when he really tried. Izuku watched helplessly as her sobs deepened his own thoughts until, for a moment, she seemed to vanish from his view and become a frightened younger version of himself begging for the pain to stop and asking why he could not be good enough. Enough, Izuku shouted internally as he gently lifted her and fixed her with a steady look. He demanded that her self-loathing stop. He had learned from classmates that she had single-handedly kept her group safe and had done everything she could to protect others until the heroes arrived. He noted that she had even sacrificed more than was necessary to keep others safe. He praised her intelligence, skill, and determination, telling her that mastering creation required the willpower she clearly possessed and that everyone in class could see how remarkable she was. Momo remained silent, eyes closed, sinking deeper into despair until she felt something placed around her neck. When she looked down, she found an emerald green gem threaded on a simple cord. She began to protest that she could not accept something so important to him, but Izuku gently redirected her and told her to call him Izuku. He explained that the gem had been with him since he first arrived and that looking into it gave him a sense of being watched over and the push to carry on. He hoped it might give her the same peace of mind. When she tried to return it, he placed her hand over the gem at her chest and insisted she keep it for now, promising to take it back when she no longer needed it. He smiled and then stepped back, leaving her with the necklace and a small, steady reassurance. He only managed to get a few feet before a soft, warm weight slammed into his side and spun him around as a pair of arms wrapped around his neck. Something pressed into the crook of his neck while hot tears soaked his shirt and skin. Momo expressed that it did not feel right. She was supposed to be the one helping him, and yet he had been the one to help her. She thanked Izuku again and again, her voice muffled against his neck but full of genuine gratitude. Izuku felt his smile widen. He forced his arms to move and returned a gentle, somewhat stiff hug. He told her that there was no need to thank him and that he was happy to help. Momo giggled at his stammer and then released him, suggesting that they head back before the others began training. She blushed as she repeated his first name and thanked him once more. Izuku cleared his throat and offered to walk her back to the entrance. She accepted and smiled as she admired his necklace, clearly touched by his kindness. Unknown to them, Shoto Todoroki had been watching Midoriya closely. He wondered why Midoriya was still holding back and why his power had not matched what he had seen at the USJ. Todoroki considered whether Midoriya might be hiding his quirk for reasons similar to his own, but he dismissed the speculation and resolved that he would beat Midoriya with only his ice. He vowed that no one would stand in the way of proving himself to his father. Over the past week, Momo gradually regained her confidence thanks to Izuku's persistent encouragement and daily challenges that sharpened her decision-making and occasionally allowed her to keep pace when he did not rely on speed. She had noticed he was holding back, but not in a way that made her feel mocked. Jiraiya had joined their training after Momo invited her, partly to spend more time with Momo and partly out of curiosity about Izuku, who remained a mystery to many in the class. Ida and Uraraka saw the three training and decided to join in, much to Izuku's annoyance. Momo had to restrain him a few times to prevent him from confronting Ida too harshly, but she knew he cared for his classmates even if he struggled to show it. Kaminari and Kirishima dropped by occasionally to test Izuku, but he only demonstrated limited speed, not the extraordinary force he had displayed at the USJ. Eventually Izuku grew more acquainted with his classmates through training, and the day of the sports festival arrived. All Might left early to prepare for the sports festival and had told Izuku the night before that neither he nor Yaoyorozu would be able to escort him everywhere. All Might said this would be good practice for Izuku to learn to handle things on his own without relying on his quirk. When Izuku lost his train ticket, station security refused to let him board without one, so he boarded on top of a speeding bullet train and rode it to UA. He arrived about 20 minutes later. In the boys' changing room, Izuku stripped down to his boxers and tried to mind his own business until Kirishima noticed the red markings on his skin and remarked on their appearance. Izuku explained that they were not tattoos but a minor mutation related to his quirk, as Recovery Girl had suggested. That answer seemed to satisfy the others, but Todoroki then confronted him about keeping his quirk hidden during training and accused him of hiding something. Izuku acknowledged that he had suspected someone had been watching him and said he planned to give everyone a proper demonstration at the sports festival so they could see what he was capable of. Todoroki responded coldly that he intended to win using only his right side and that he would not let anyone stand in his way, including Izuku. He left the changing room with Kirishima trying to ease the tension and warning him that it was unnecessary. The rest of the boys resumed changing and talking. Izuku finished getting dressed, slammed his locker shut, and told himself that they would see about Todoroki's challenge. Bakugo fumed that the others did not consider him a rival and vowed to prove them wrong, especially the one he considered a copycat of Deku, then stormed out of the locker room. The room buzzed with excitement about the upcoming UA Sports Festival. Hagakure reflected that she had dreamed of this since she was a child and added that they also had the bonus of being on television again, prompting lively conversation among the girls in their changing room. Mina admitted that she was excited but a little nervous and asked how everyone else felt. Jairu observed that they were all a bit anxious, but if they had survived the USJ, they could make it through this. Uraraka declared with unwavering determination that she would give it her all. Tsuyu remarked in her usual frog-like manner that Uraraka had not lost her fire. Uraraka explained that this was her chance to show the world what she was made of and hopefully get noticed by a top hero. Mina turned to Momo and asked about her. Momo was quiet, and Jairu teased that Momo was daydreaming about the precious gem she had gotten from a mysterious friend. The other girls watched Momo until Mina, the pink-skinned girl, stepped closer and playfully asked where the necklace had come from, suggesting it might belong to someone brooding. Momo blushed, adjusted the necklace, and denied knowing what Mina meant, insisting the necklace was merely a good luck charm. She checked her wrist, realized she was running late, and hurried out of the room while the others laughed at her embarrassment. Momo made her way to the main hall that led to the sports festival, clutching the necklace tightly and telling herself that she could do this. A familiar voice then said that was exactly what they had been trying to tell her. Momo turned to find Izuku there. He explained that he thought this was where they were supposed to meet and wondered aloud if he had taken a wrong turn again. Momo said they were just a little early and had assumed he would be with the others. She asked what he meant by again. Izuku waved it off and pointed out that Ida and Uraraka were on their way, offering an awkward laugh as he did so. Momo giggled and composed herself as more classmates arrived, all eagerly awaiting what was to come. Class 1A, with Izuku among them, slowly walked into the light and heard the roar of the crowd. The students took their final step into the arena, Izuku and Momo side by side. Izuku remembered that All Might had told him to introduce himself to the world and proudly declare that he was there. He resolved to give them a show. Present Mike announced over the intercom, hyping the crowd and introducing the first years. Aizawa inwardly wished for some quiet as the cheers continued. Present Mike also reminded the audience that this was the same class that had survived the villain attack at the USJ. The crowd's energy was overwhelming. Izuku took in the sight of the cheering crowd and the electric atmosphere and felt a surge of purpose. He understood that the people's happiness was what heroes fought to protect, and that purpose resonated deeply with him. Momo smiled brightly, partly because of the crowd and partly because of the huge smile Izuku was wearing. His expression felt like a jolt of energy. A few feet away, Katsuki Bakugo gritted his teeth, seething with anger and vowing that he would make Izuku regret copying him. Momo could hardly believe it. She felt as if she had won, though she knew that the honor belonged to Izuku. She stood in the arena basking in the crowd's cheers as the rest of the first years joined her and Izuku. Izuku remained a stuttering mess, and Momo thought she might have pushed him a bit too far this time, but she found the sight endearing. She considered it a rare, secret side of him. She was in such high spirits that nothing could ruin the moment. Momo shook Izuku, trying to wake him. He had stopped screaming in pain and had collapsed as he had earlier, but this mental attack, as Momo called it, seemed far more severe. Momo pleaded for Midoriya to wake up and had already informed Principal Nizu by phone, so help was on the way. When Izuku opened his eyes, Momo saw tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He wiped one tear and slowly sat up. Momo helped him to his feet and asked if he was all right and whether it had been another memory. Izuku did not answer the staff who had just entered the cafeteria. He only muttered a single word, calling for his mother. In an instant a small blue flash, like a dim flashbang, enveloped Izuku and Momo, and the two vanished without a trace. The staff remained in shock. Toshinori blinked, then rubbed his eyes as if hoping this was an illusion. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose inwardly, noting that the boy had not even started school and was already causing problems. They needed to find them. Everyone present worried for Midoriya and Yaoyorozu's safety. Nizu was pulled from his thoughts by a call from Yaoyorozu and immediately answered. He asked if Yaoyorozu and Midoriya were all right and what had happened. Yaoyorozu assured him they were both fine and explained that Midoriya had teleported and, since she was in contact with him, she had been pulled along as well. The staff reacted with widened eyes. Aizawa asked where they were located. Momo answered that they were at Mizudafu Cemetery and believed Midoriya was beginning to regain memories. She urged them to hurry, emphasizing that he was in a fragile state. Elsewhere, Katsuki erupted in fury over his placement in the event. He raged at finishing third and at tying with his rival. Kirishima worked to calm him down, telling him he should be proud to finish in the top 3. Katsuki snapped back, full of anger and old frustrations, glaring at the competitor he blamed and vowing he would make them pay. A sharp noise cut through the commotion and Midnight demanded silence with authoritative composure. She announced that the first game had ended and praised the spectacular match, declaring a new record for the course and offering congratulations to Izuku Midoriya. The crowd cheered, but Izuku remained quiet, still unsettled by Yaoyorozu's earlier teasing. Yaoyorozu wondered if she had overloaded him and giggled to herself. Midnight then introduced the next event, the cavalry battle, and explained the rules. Toshinori, watching, considered Yaoyorozu's record: a recommended student, first in the quirk apprehension test, a helper during the USJ attack, and attentive to others' qualities that made her an outstanding hero in training and a natural leader. Toshinori smiled broadly, pulled out his phone, and sent a text to Nizu. Midnight added one more twist with a devilish grin. First place in the obstacle race was worth 10 million points. The announcement hushed the students, and Izuku felt everyone's stares turn toward him. Realizing the stakes, students began to whisper that if anyone beat Midoriya, they would automatically win the overall competition. Midnight declared that everyone had 15 minutes to form teams, and the students dispersed immediately. Most avoided Izuku as if he were contagious, scrambling to assemble partners. Izuku worried about how this would play out. He anticipated being a target and knew he could not use his speed to its fullest without proper shoes in the small arena. He did not want another emergency stop, and he wondered who would be willing to join the biggest target on the field. An uproar of laughter filled the area. Snipe asked what was so funny, and the number 1 hero replied that the young competitor always teased him about being number 1 and that soon everyone would be gunning for him, though the hero's amusement was cut short by a coughing fit. Snipe acknowledged that it was not easy being a hero, especially the top one, and an organizer hoped the young man could cope with the restrictions that had been placed on him. The stadium announcer declared that only 5 minutes remained, prompting a roar from the crowd. A nearby competitor muttered that the contest would be easier alone and that Toshinori had been right, everyone wanted a piece of the top spot. While Izuku struggled with his nerves, Momo Yaoyorozu watched him from a distance. She had considered joining his team but reminded herself of all the training she had undergone. She needed to return to being a leader and not rely on others, even if those others were capable. Suddenly a pink-haired student accosted Izuku, shouting and invading his personal space. She shoved a small device in his face and kept getting uncomfortably close. Izuku flushed and babbled incoherently, trying to back away. Todoroki approached Momo and told her he was going after Midoriya and asked if she would join his team. Momo considered the offer. It was not exactly what she had planned, but Todoroki was strong and working with him would test her leadership and judgment. As she prepared to answer, She noticed the pink-haired student's aggressive behavior toward Izuku and felt a rising unease. The girl's insistence and the way she crowded him made Momo step past Todoroki without replying and move to intervene. Izuku seized the chance to hide behind Momo and expressed relief that she had arrived. He explained that the other girl kept talking about her babies and that he needed help. Momo, startled, asked for clarification. The girl calmed slightly and introduced herself as Mei Hatsum. She explained that she wanted to join Izuku's team because everyone would be watching him after his last victory and she wanted to use the opportunity to show her inventions. Izuku, surprised at the straightforward answer, noted that he lacked the points to attract many teammates and that he needed at least one person to form a team, so he accepted her. Mei brightened and hurried over, eagerly presenting her devices to Izuku. She crowded close with enthusiasm and pushed her inventions forward. Izuku tried to dodge the attention and regain some space. As Momo watched Hatsum fawn over Izuku, an uneasy feeling returned. She could not name why it bothered her so much, but seeing another girl so close to Izuku made her uneasy and she wondered if she was jealous. She shook her head and tried to push the thought away, though it still lingered. Izuku reminded Momo that they only had a few minutes to form teams and kept Hatsum at arm's length as he guided her. Momo turned toward Todoroki, who had chosen Uraraka, and then smiled at Izuku. She asked if she could join his team. Izuku hesitated briefly and warned that many would target him, but Momo assured him she could handle herself and smiled enthusiastically. Izuku matched her grin and raised a fist, telling them to make sure they could keep up because without his usual agility he would need support in the cramped arena. Hatsum reacted with surprise at the mention of the shoes and moved forward energetically, while Momo bristled. Hatsum then suggested that they could use one more person. The countdown began. The proctor announced the end of preparation time and reminded everyone that the rules would be strictly enforced, then called for readiness. Izuku scanned the arena and noted the intensity of the other teams. He told Momo that their plan looked odd but that he hoped it would work. Momo explained the strategy. Izuku would provide speed from the back, aided by Hatsum's prototype air shoes to help compensate for additional weight. Hatsum would act as the team's eyes with her gadgets and help support them from the rear. Momo would be the versatile support, able to attack or defend as needed. She admitted she felt uneasy about the defensive role, and Izuku offered encouragement, telling her to trust her intelligence and instincts. Momo nodded, blushing slightly. Toyokami took responsibility for the primary protective and offensive role with Dark Shadow at his side, and he launched into a battle cry. Hatsum signaled that it was time, and the arena erupted as teams surged forward, each aiming for the 10 million points on Izuku's team. Almost immediately, the team found themselves unable to move. Izuku looked down and realized they were slowly sinking into the ground. He scanned for the source and spotted an opposing student manipulating the terrain. It was that opponent's quirk causing the ground to hold them in place. Momo narrowly avoided a purple projectile that she recognized too late. She searched for its user and caught sight of Shuji advancing from the left, his arm positioned to create a dark shadow. From that shadow, another projectile flew toward Momo. She quickly formed a protective barrier to shield her teammates. A moment later, Mineta emerged from the darkness. Mineta made a distracting comment and someone reacted instantly by striking him to stop it. Mineta protested and addressed Tsuyu, who made it clear she had no patience for such behavior. Tsuyu then lashed out with her tongue in an attempt to stop the disturbance. Toyokami called for Dark Shadow to intervene. Dark Shadow moved swiftly and knocked Tsuyu's tongue aside, allowing the team a momentary respite while continuing to protect them from the barrage of attacks. Dark Shadow spent itself shielding the group while the others struggled against the sinking ground. Momo muttered that the prototype air shoes needed to work and noted their lack of field testing, and Hatsum admitted the devices were unproven but had not failed catastrophically in the shop. Izuku warned them strongly not to use the shoes recklessly. The air grew colder as Todoroki's team pressed forward, explosions sounding nearby. Izuku tightened his resolve and asked Momo to create a rope and secure it to him so that no one would be swept away as they tried to free themselves. Momo finished tying everyone together while Dark Shadow struggled to hold the other teams back. Momo noted that it was done and hoped it would work. A giant ice glacier blasted through the opposing teams and barreled toward Team Midoriya. Izuku warned everyone to hold on and said they were going straight through the middle. True to his word, Izuku's aura sparked to life as he boosted through the ice, his orange-yellow barrier shielding the team. The ice shattered into millions of tiny pieces, and snowflakes gently drifted over the arena. The announcer marveled that Izuku Midoriya had moved so fast he created an energy dome to shield his team and wondered aloud whether he had been holding back in the race and just how fast he really was. The crowd cheered as Izuku and his team skidded to a safe stop. Hatsum laughed triumphantly, delighted that her devices had worked. Toyokami pointed out that he smelled smoke. The team looked down and saw sparks around Izuku's shoes and exposed wiring. Izuku explained that the shoes would only hold up for one more use before breaking completely and muttered that they were cheap. Hatsum protested angrily at the suggestion that her inventions were garbage, insisting that without them they would have already lost their headbands. The exchange grew heated until Momo stepped between them, reminding everyone they did not have time to argue and urging them to focus and keep moving. Momo confirmed that Izuku could still use his speed, but not at full strength. Izuku added that if he moved too fast without the shoes he would lose control and might run out of the arena. Toyokami concluded that they could not rely solely on running away with speed. Momo directed the team to keep their distance and fend off attackers for the moment. Izuku expressed confidence that with their class president in charge they had a real chance. Momo smiled at Izuku but remained focused, guiding the team and issuing instructions at every moment. She diverted teams like Todoroki's and Bakugo's by distracting them and luring other teams into their line of fire. Most teams decided to go after easier targets, and even Bakugo's team seemed to stop chasing them. With little time left, victory appeared within reach. Ida proposed an idea to Todoroki, asking how badly he wanted the 10 million points. Todoroki raised an eyebrow and listened. The announcer reported that 1 minute remained and that Team Midoriya still led with over 10 million points. The crowd roared in approval at Team Midoriya's dominance, noting how they had dodged and weaved through attacks while keeping hold of the 10 million headband. The announcer emphasized that it was a team effort, praising Yaoyorozu's leadership and the dynamic between the four teammates. With just a few seconds left, Momo continued to direct her team. She remarked that she could hardly believe they had made it this far. Izuku told Momo that he knew they could not lose with her in charge, and Toyokami and Dark Shadow nodded in agreement. Even Hatsum had to acknowledge Yaoyorozu's quick thinking and strategy. Ida activated Recipro Burst and the team perceived a sudden surge of speed as Todoroki's group hurtled toward them in a blur. Izuku tried to move his team out of the way, but the extra weight of being tied together and the uncertainty about using the damaged shoes slowed him. Todoroki and his team swept over Momo, and Shoto grabbed the 10 million headband from Momo's head as they landed. Ida warned that his engines were stalling and that he would be unable to move for a while, entrusting the rest to Todoroki. The announcer exclaimed that Team Todoroki had taken the 10 million points and suggested that Izuku Midoriya had real competition now. With only seconds remaining, it seemed unlikely Team Todoroki could lose. Todoroki formed an ice wall around his team to buy time and run down the clock. Izuku watched, frustrated at losing the headband, but also surprised by Ida's hidden burst of speed. He glanced at the clock and realized there were only 5 seconds left. Determined not to give up, Izuku tied the rope around himself that Yaoyorozu had made earlier and, without hesitation, jumped away from the group despite Yaoyorozu's calls for him to return. Not daring to touch the ground because that would mean disqualification, he activated his boost. He held back from using the shoes so he would still have the ability to stop safely, unsure if they could handle the required speed. For seconds, an explosion erupted from the ice wall. Bakugo declared that the loudmouth had broken through and that he was taking the headband back. 3 seconds. Izuku slammed into the ice, breaking through in his ball. A large chunk of ice struck Bakugo, knocking him off course and forcing Zero to grab him and pull him back to safety before he hit the ground. 2 seconds. Todoroki could only see a blur of orange-yellow. His body reacted instinctively and his temperature rose as he half-raised his left arm, a small flame flickering on the surface before he forced himself to lower it. By then, Izuku Midoriya had already vanished from his sight. 1 second. Izuku tightened the rope attached to him and silently hoped the air shoes would hold out. He jumped on the rope, activated the air shoes and his boost, and defied gravity as he grinded his way back to his team. Before reaching them, he discarded the shoes that looked moments from failing and launched them into the air. At the final moment, the shoes exploded, bringing the second game to an end. The crowd fell silent, having seen only a flash of motion in the final seconds. All Might watched with a wide grin, thinking that Midoriya and Yaoyorozu made a formidable team. Izuku presented the 10 million point headband to his teammates. Momo smiled broadly while Toyokami and Hatsum stepped back. Dark Shadow expressed excitement at the prospect. Momo stepped directly in front of Izuku. Her warm smile shifted into a stern frown as she scolded him for nearly jeopardizing the whole sports festival. Izuku protested that he had retrieved the headband and they had won. Momo removed several headbands and produced a particular one she had kept, along with some extras she had obtained while attempting to evade attention. She indicated the one she was showing and asked if that was the 10 million point headband. Izuku stared at his headband, then at Momo's, then back again, disbelief written across his face. Todoroki, the only member of his team who knew he no longer held the 10 million points, stared at his left hand in disgust and silently left the arena. Uraraka cheerfully wondered what Todoroki's problem was, insisting they had won and congratulating the group, while Ida turned toward the monitor to check the official results. Ida warned that they should not be so sure. Uraraka looked at the monitor and watched in shock as the announcer declared that Team Midoriya had won the second game. The loud commentator admitted his confusion and requested a slow-motion replay. Midnight obliged and presented the monitor with the last 10 seconds of the match, showing how Izuku had retrieved the headband. Aizawa ordered the video to be paused at a specific frame and, after adjusting his capture cloth to protect his ears from the commentator's shouting, explained that Yaoyorozu's actions had been clever. The camera zoomed in on the headband Izuku had retrieved, and the screen revealed that the band in his hand was marked with a negative 10 million and labeled as property of Momo Yaoyorozu. It became clear that the headband Midoriya had taken was a fake and that the real 10 million point headband had remained on Momo Yaoyorozu's head the entire time. The crowd erupted into cheers at the revelation, impressed by Midoriya's speed and Yaoyorozu's strategic thinking. The commentators praised Momo for her cunning and commended her as a promising future hero. Midnight announced that the top 16 teams would advance to the next round and that those who did not make the cut could enjoy various side activities during the short break. The audience was asked to give one last cheer for the first-year students. The students left the arena and made their way to the lunch hall. Izuku, having collected his lunch, sat with Momo, Jiraiya, Ida, Uraraka, Kaminari, and Mineta and decided to speak his mind. He wondered why Momo had created a fake and not told him. Momo stopped her conversation, took a sip of tea, and addressed Izuku in a businesslike manner that unnerved him. She explained that she had tried countless times to call him back, but he had sped off, leaving his team in an unstable position. If Dark Shadow had not taken his place, they might have all fallen and their efforts been wasted. Mineta made a teasing remark and nudged Kaminari, who nodded before Tsuyu playfully flicked them, earning Jiru's thumbs up. Izuku folded his arms, shut his eyes, and looked away, insisting he had only been trying to help and did not need the reprimand. Momo continued to stare without breaking eye contact, which made Izuku more uncomfortable. He pleaded for her to stop looking at him that way, then slammed his hand on the table and apologized, admitting he should have waited and not left his team. He called his departure reckless and expressed sincere regret. Momo burst into laughter, and Jiru joined in. Izuku, startled, demanded why they were laughing. Momo stifled her laughter and said she had never truly been angry. She had wanted him to understand that his actions have consequences and that the situation could have ended badly. Izuku sat back down and, still annoyed, acknowledged her point while saying she could have told him sooner. Momo replied that she had not wanted the opposing team to realize it was a fake. The deception had to be believable even to their own side. Mineta laughed and continued to tease Izuku about his reaction, but fell silent when Izuku's glare sent him back into his seat. Before things could escalate, Todoroki approached and asked to speak with Izuku in private. Izuku told Todoroki that anything he wanted to say could be said there, but Todoroki asked earnestly to speak somewhere more private. Momo nodded at Izuku to go and asked him not to cause trouble. In one of Yue's empty halls, Todoroki and Izuku stood in silence until Izuku asked why Todoroki had brought him there. Todoroki admitted he had been overwhelmed and had broken the promise he had made to himself years ago, gesturing to his left side. Izuku realized Todoroki had not used his flame during the earlier confrontation, even though doing so would have given him a significant advantage and might have prevented the attacker from taking the band. Todoroki held up his left arm and stared at it intently, then told Izuku that Ida, Kaminari, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Tokoyami had not sensed anything, but he had. He explained that in that moment he had perceived Izuku's true power and it reminded him of All Might's quirk. Izuku was surprised but kept his composure. He felt amused inside at the thought that anyone would assume he was related to the symbol of peace, and he told Todoroki that he did not understand how he had reached that conclusion and suggested Todoroki had been listening to present Mike a little too much. Todoroki countered that the way Izuku had phrased things suggested there was something deeper that the two of them were not supposed to talk about. Izuku straightened and said that present Mike had been watching him for a while and may have seen him with All Might, so perhaps he was not as oblivious as Izuku had first thought. Todoroki sighed and reminded Izuku that his father was the hero Endeavor, the number 2 hero. He said that if Izuku had any connection to All Might, Todoroki would have even more reason to surpass him. In another empty hall of Yu, All Might laughed and approached Endeavor with a friendly wave. Endeavor returned only an angry scowl, barely turning to face him as flame flickered around his shoulders. All Might mentioned that they had not spoken since the press conference 10 years ago and had thought to say hello, but Endeavor replied coldly and began to walk away, accusing All Might of treating their exchange like a casual chat. All Might somersaulted to land in front of Endeavor and tried to break the tension, but Endeavor growled in reply. All Might suggested Endeavor should be proud since his son was doing well even while holding back, and Endeavor snapped that he would not share his training methods. He pushed past All Might and warned that his son would one day defeat All Might, insisting he had raised him for that purpose. All Might's smile faded as Endeavor fixed him with a fierce gaze and left, leaving All Might stunned. Back with Izuku and Todoroki, Todoroki explained that his father had always been fiercely ambitious, using his power to build a career as a top hero, yet he had never been able to surpass All Might. Todoroki said his father treated All Might as living proof of his failure and continued to try to top him by any means. Izuku asked what this had to do with him. Todoroki took a steadying breath and asked if Izuku had ever heard of quirk marriages. Izuku admitted he had encountered the concept in his studies and understood the general idea. Todoroki explained that as quirks became widespread, some people began seeking partners solely to produce powerful children, a practice that was unethical and abusive. He revealed that his father had bought his mother's relatives to gain access to her quirk and that, as the number 2 hero, his father had the money to do it. Todoroki said that his father was trying to use him to surpass All Might and that he refused to be treated as a tool. He added that his memories of his mother were filled with her sadness. Izuku listened intently. Hearing Todoroki speak about his mother, he was forced to think of his own past, the fractured memories, the avoidance, and the eventual cruel loss that haunted him. Shoto pressed his left hand to the scar on his face, struggling to hold back his emotions. He explained that his mother had once called his left side unbearable and had assaulted him, leaving the scar as a permanent reminder. Izuku's usual stoic expression shifted to one of horror as he absorbed the confession. Todoroki admitted that he had picked a fight to prove to his father that he could be the best without relying on his father's quirk. He intended to reject that power and aim for first place using only his right side. A heavy silence followed. Izuku crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, turning the moment over in his head. He thought that Todoroki's story was truly horrific and understood that reconciliation would be difficult. He recognized the pain in Todoroki and felt certain that, despite his efforts to hide it, Todoroki needed help. Todoroki began to walk away and told Izuku that he believed Izuku was linked to All Might even if he would not say so. He warned that, regardless of how fiercely Izuku attacked him in the future, he would defeat him with only his right side. Izuku answered that, in that case, Todoroki would lose. Todoroki stopped and glanced back. He acknowledged Izuku's reasoning but warned that if Izuku did not give everything he had in a fight, he would be the one to lose. Izuku rose to face him, allowing a small, determined smile. He admitted his motivation might not match Todoroki's and that his memories were sparse, but he felt driven to protect others. If becoming a hero was the way to do that, he would fight with everything he had. He even offered that if Todoroki defeated him, he might be willing to share more the next time they spoke. Todoroki made no reply. He grunted and continued down the hallway. Izuku waited until he was out of sight, then watched him go with a frown. He wondered what Todoroki's issue with him really was and hoped the information Todoroki had shared would stay private. Bakugo stepped out from around a corner, wearing an angry scowl. He warned Izuku that he would soon learn what Bakugo's intentions were and cautioned him not to get knocked out before their fight, then stalked away. Izuku responded dismissively and remained alone. Lunch passed quickly. The students took their seats in the stands for the final event, which, as always, would be one-on-one battles. Izuku was scheduled first. His opponent was the student who had earlier attempted to call out his class. Ojiro had warned Izuku that this opponent had no memory of participating in the cavalry battle. The last thing he recalled was speaking to Shinso before everything went blank and had advised caution. Izuku moved to his usual position on the far side of the arena, facing his opponent and preparing for the match. He assessed that fighting without his shoes would limit his movement, preventing him from using brute speed without risking falling out of the arena. He planned to rely on quick, precise movements and close-range tactics. He glanced at the opponent and judged him unlikely to be a significant challenge. His gaze shifted from Shinso to Momo, who stood at the front with Class 1. Momo waved and gave him an encouraging thumbs up. He returned the gesture before settling back into his stance. The announcer Mike and the commentator Midnight provided the pre-match commentary. Mike introduced Izuku as a speed prodigy and a formidable force, and the crowd responded with great enthusiasm. The crowd's roar was quieted when Midnight cracked her whip. She acknowledged their enthusiasm and reminded everyone to pay attention as the matches began. Izuku and most of the others flushed, all thinking she had crossed a line. The announcer introduced Hitoshi Shinso from the opposite side of the arena, noting that he had surprised everyone by making it this far and that people were eager to see what he would do next. The crowd roared its approval. Midnight asked the contestants if they were ready, and both nodded. Before Midnight finished her countdown, Shinso taunted Izuku with a remark meant to unsettle him about someone in the audience. Midnight counted down to 1 and declared the match begun. Izuku surged forward, electricity crackling around him and anger burning in his eyes as he charged Shinso in response to the taunt. Shinso smiled as Izuku's fist came within a hair's breadth of his face, then revealed that he had baited him and taken control of the situation. Later, at lunch with Todoroki, the mood shifted. Mineta and Kaminari conferred quietly about putting their prank into motion. They approached Yaoyorozu, implying that she had forgotten about a cheerleading challenge and asking if Ida had been informed. Ida asked if there had been a meeting he had missed and whether the two were attempting some trick. The schemers denied it and claimed their teacher had already mentioned the event to the class presidents, pressing the point that it would be irresponsible to forget. Ida and Yaoyorozu exchanged a brief look, then reacted with exaggerated alarm, insisting they must rectify the situation immediately to protect the class's reputation. Ida offered to gather the girls, while Yaoyorozu moved to organize Jairu and Uraraka. Ida sped off to carry out his task, and Momo hurriedly led Jairu and Uraraka away, the latter still with a mouthful of mochi. Kaminari and Mineta exchanged a satisfied fist bump, pleased with how their scheme had unfolded. At the arena tunnel before his match, Izuku waited against the wall and replayed pieces of Todoroki's past and fragments of his own memories in his head. He had been around for about a month and felt he still had more questions than answers. Strange visions and odd gems that had led him to see a mysterious creature lingered in his thoughts. The creature's words "remember what you are" echoed without clear meaning, and Izuku kept them to himself for Yaoyorozu's and All Might's sake. He cared deeply for the symbol All Might represented and felt grateful for being taken under his wing. He often thought how different his life might have been without that guidance. All Might appeared and greeted him, complimenting Izuku's performance and comparing him in spirit to his younger self. Izuku deflected the comparison, saying he did not want to be likened to All Might. They shared a brief laugh, then All Might suddenly began to cough violently, interrupting the moment. Izuku patted Toshinori's back while looking away and teased that he was falling apart. Toshinori coughed and reassured Izuku not to worry, saying he still had plenty of fight left and that he trusted Izuku and Yaoyorozu to help keep the world safe. He praised their efforts in the battle. Izuku continued to look away, but Toshinori, having known him long enough, could tell when he was smiling. Izuku added that Toshinori might not be his biological father, but he had earned the role of a family figure. Toshinori immediately slipped into his more imposing form and tackled Izuku into a tight hug. He insisted that he was proud and that Izuku would never be alone as long as he was around. Izuku relaxed against him, looking at Toshinori with clear admiration, and thanked him. Toshinori let him go and rested a hand on his shoulder, calling him son in a warm, steady voice. Momo laughed nearby, and Izuku dashed off, leaving a gust of wind in his wake. Toshinori shifted back into his heroic stance and followed, emerging from the tunnel into the main arena. Izuku stood there with a flushed face, his gaze fixed on one person in particular. A brief distraction had drawn the crowd's attention. It had been a light-hearted prank that left some of the girls flustered and embarrassed. The teasing among friends was short-lived, and the girls quickly recovered. Momo noticed Izuku standing where he was and gave a small, shy wave that made her blush. Toshinori nudged Izuku, prompting him to wave back awkwardly, which made Momo smile. A friend teased Momo, but the teasing faded as the crowd turned its attention elsewhere. The audience began cheering loudly when they realized Toshinori was present. He took a moment to wish Izuku luck once more before departing quickly. Izuku blinked a few times and decided to wait in the arena since he was already there. Momo and the others hurried to change and returned to the stands just before Izuku's match began. She sat with Jairu and the other girls, watching intently as Izuku faced Shinso. Mina asked whether Izuku would win. Momo said she hoped so but that she needed to see Shinso fight to be sure. Tsu wondered about Izuku's quirk, mentioning rumors that at the USJ he had unleashed an energy projectile and asking why he had not used that ability earlier, since it seemed it could have been useful during the cavalry battle. Momo paused, running through what she knew. If there had been a way to end the situation quickly, he would have taken it, but he had not told anyone about his teleportation and only a handful of people knew about the energy attacks. Herself, the teachers, and those who had been in the USJ when he used them. For now she decided to play dumb until she could ask him later. Mina pointed out that midnight had started her countdown, drawing everyone's attention back to the battle. Hagakure asked if Shinso was speaking, and Jairu, clearly angry, agreed with the class that Shinso's tactic was unfair. Momo focused on Izuku and even from where she was sitting she could make out a faint red aura around him, like the one she had seen at his mother's grave. Her breath caught. The judges signaled the start of the exam and the match began. Ojiro yelled that he had warned Izuku not to answer Shinso. Uraraka and Ida both urged Midoriya to resist. Classmates wondered why he was not moving and the stadium announcer, voice tense, reported that Izuku Midoriya appeared completely frozen and asked whether this could be the effect of Hitoshi Shinso's quirk. Aizawa took over the intercom and explained that Shinso, who had applied for the hero course but been placed in general studies because his quirk was not useful against robots, nevertheless possessed a power that could control anyone who answered him. From the ring, Shinso taunted Midoriya and told him to turn and walk out of bounds. Izuku moved as if under someone else's control, his steps slow and mechanical as he approached the edge of the arena. The announcer conveyed the class's shock and elaborated that Shinso's quirk forced compliance from anyone who responded to his questions. From the tunnel, Toshinori called out for Izuku to snap out of it and to show what he was really made of. Momo held her hand to her chest and could not take her eyes off him. The rest of the class shouted, trying everything they could to break whatever hold Shinso had on their friend. Momo gripped her shirt, a small, stubborn hope in her chest. Inside his own head, Izuku felt his body moving without his consent. His thoughts were foggy and each step felt heavier than the last. He blamed Shinso's quirk, regretted not listening to Ojiro, and scolded himself for rushing in without a plan. He refused to accept defeat and told himself he would not give up. Time seemed to slow. As Izuku's footsteps dragged him closer to the arena edge, he heard approaching footsteps from the tunnel and then saw a familiar figure from a dream step into view. A strange, hedgehog-like creature. Izuku stared, baffled at the surreal sight. The creature remarked on Izuku's condition and called it pathetic that someone with his power could be defeated by such a trick. It adopted a serious expression and, despite Izuku's attempts to respond, he could not speak freely. The creature accused him of breaking a promise and warned that whatever Izuku had done had damaged his mind, adding that it had suffered a backlash itself because of a connection between them. The creature made it clear that it would not hand over any answers. It said that Izuku would have to fight for what he wanted, struggle to reclaim his memories, and prove himself in the same way it had many years before. Before the creature faded, it spoke one last time. It looked sorrowful as it disappeared, and Izuku felt an unexpected sadness he could not explain. The creature told Izuku to remember who he was and to keep his promise. Then it vanished and time resumed, leaving Izuku speechless and full of questions. He stood only a few steps from the edge of the arena. The brief vision had not helped his state of mind. He could hear muffled voices around him and assumed his friends were trying to break him out of the trance. He worried that no matter how hard he pushed, he could not force his way through and that the vision had left him unable to think clearly. A single voice rose above the rest and reached him with perfect clarity. Achiko Uraraka called out that she believed in him and urged him to keep going. At that, Izuku felt electricity race across his skin and a faint red aura flare around him. He took the creature's advice to heart and resolved to fight for what he wanted. In that moment, he decided he wanted to win. His body came to a stop at the edge of the arena as his energy intensified. The crowd reacted with surprise and excitement, noting that Midoriya had frozen but that his power was only growing. Shinso barked orders, insisting he remained in control, while classmates shouted encouragement. Momo Yaoyorozu, standing at the lip of the stands, amplified her encouragement with a megaphone and became the loudest voice in the stadium. Izuku thought that he could not lose now because so many people were counting on him and believed in him. He steadied himself and turned to face Shinso. Shinso protested that Izuku was under his control and tried to force him to obey, but observers realized Midoriya was breaking free from the mental hold. Aizawa allowed a small smile and remarked that Izuku had pulled it off, calling him a problem child in an amused tone. Suddenly the pressure of wind and energy around Izuku swelled outward, knocking Shinso to the ground and forcing Midnight and Cementos to shield themselves. Izuku pushed himself further, calling upon everything he had, and unleashed a tremendous burst of energy. The force swept through the arena, then dissipated, leaving Izuku bent over with a hand on his knees as he panted heavily. All Might, briefly reverting to his heroic persona in a burst of pride, cheered for him before quickly composing himself and slipping away to avoid attention. The announcement team declared that Izuku Midoriya had broken free and questioned how many times the boy would make them utter disbelief. Bakugo scoffed angrily at the display while Todoroki observed in silence. The rest of Class 1A and the audience erupted into cheers. Izuku looked up to find Momo smiling at him. He straightened and gave her a thumbs up. Shinso raged that this outcome was impossible and insisted he would not be denied, but Izuku remained completely still and composed. Shinso closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and charged in a final, furious attempt to regain control. In an instant, Izuku moved with precision and struck Shinso with a heavy backhand that sent him tumbling out of the arena onto the grass. The announcer declared Izuku Midoriya the victor of the finals for Class 1A. The crowd roared its approval. Kirishima cheered energetically, urging Midoriya to show what he had, and Ida praised the dramatic turnaround. All Might watched the rest of the battles from the principal's office and smiled with pride at Izuku's performance. Momo, who normally cheered the loudest, fell quiet as she noticed something in Izuku's eyes, a look she had seen before after he had suffered a mental attack, and she worried that something might be wrong. Without hesitating, she rose from her seat and headed straight toward him, not hearing the shouts of her friends. Jairu called out to Momo, asking where she was going. Mina told Jairu to relax and suggested that Momo was probably just going to congratulate Midoriya, making a heart with her fingers. Izuku walked off the stage and passed Shinso as Shinso picked himself up off the ground. Izuku told Shinso that he bet he was proud of himself for crushing Izuku's dreams like everyone else. Izuku stopped and told Shinso that his excuse for being weak was nonsense. Shinso had claimed to be left behind because his quirk was viewed as villainous, but Izuku insisted it was really a lack of effort. Izuku advised Shinso that no one would hand him the answers, he would have to fight for what he wanted. If Shinso truly wanted to be a hero, Izuku said he should train and next time they fought he might stand a chance. After that, Izuku left without another word, leaving Shinso to think. Momo had been searching for Izuku for the past 5 minutes. She had checked all the halls of UA twice and was running out of ideas. She wondered where he could have gone and dismissed the idea that he had left the school. He would not have walked away from the sports festival when he had been happy to be there. A thought struck her and she rushed to the stairwell, climbing to the very top of the building until she reached a door with a padlock. Momo created a hammer and broke the lock free, worrying to herself that she might have damaged school property and promising to lecture herself later. She hoped Izuku would be there. When she opened the roof door, Izuku was standing on the edge of the building. He had not noticed her at first, but when he looked back over his shoulder he was slightly surprised to see her. Momo pointed to the door behind her, saying that she had taken the long way round since she could not run up walls like him. Izuku looked down at the stadium and listened to the audience cheer as Todoroki and Shiro prepared for their fight. Momo asked how he had known where to find him. She explained that she had known him long enough to recognize that being above the city was one of his favorite ways to clear his mind besides running. She mentioned their late-night phone calls when he had been on his apartment roof and said that Toshinori had told her Izuku liked to sleep on roofs, which seemed strange to her. Izuku laughed and thought that Toshinori had a big mouth. Momo faced him with concern and asked why he was there. She had seen the expression on his face after his match and it had not been one of happiness. She asked if something had happened. The stadium announcer blared over the intercom that Todoroki had moved on to the next round after freeing Shiro from a frozen trap. Izuku said that Todoroki would be his next opponent, but Momo asked him again not to dodge the question and pleaded for him to talk to her. Izuku took a deep breath and met Momo's eyes. He thought about her eyes for a moment before speaking. He told her that he had seen the strange creature again while under Shinso's control, and this time it was clear as day. Momo's eyes widened and she asked if it had been another memory. Izuku shook his head and said it had felt less like a memory returning and more like a ghost speaking to him. The creature had told him that Izuku had made it a promise and was breaking it. Izuku admitted he did not know what he had promised. The creature had refused to give him answers and had told him he would have to fight for his wants and desires to get his memories back, just as the creature had done many years ago. The creature had also told Izuku that his brain had been fried and that the creature had suffered backlash from their connection. Momo listened, stunned. She could see why Izuku looked so burdened. He already had so many unanswered questions, and now this had been added on top of everything else. She tried to offer a possible explanation, suggesting that the creature's quirk might have been trying to trick him to stop him from breaking free. Izuku was quick to dismiss that idea. He explained that if anything, it had been the creature who had pushed him through. After the creature told him to fight, he had heard Momo screaming for him to win, and that gave him the willpower he needed to raise his power and break free. If it had not been for the creature, he said, he would have been done for. Present Mike announced that there would be a delay for the next fight because Todoroki's ice would take longer to clear. Momo considered the situation and tried to think of any other possible solution, but she drew a complete blank. How could she begin to help her friend if he did not even know what was happening? Izuku had explained that when the creature faded away, it had looked saddened, as if it did not want to go. He admitted that something inside him had been telling him he did not want the creature to leave, and that he felt lost without it. He confessed to Momo that he was confused, questioning his purpose and his identity, and that he could not make sense of any of it. Izuku's panic began to build, but then Momo wrapped him in a steady, reassuring embrace. His breathing slowed and the panic eased. He returned the hug, drawing comfort from it, needing it more than he had realized. Momo told him she did not know what it all meant but promised they would find out together, and asked him to stop torturing himself because she could not bear to see him like that. Izuku composed himself and said they could deal with the mystery later. Right now there were bigger things to worry about. He thanked Momo for always being there for him. Momo smiled and told him it would take more than a ghost to scare her off, adding that he was stuck with her for life because he was her best friend. Izuku asked, somewhat disappointed, if he really was, and she explained that they had spent nearly every moment together since he arrived and she could not think of anyone else who deserved the title. Izuku told her she was his best friend too. Momo felt a twinge in her chest but kept her expression steady and gave him another hug. Then Momo reminded Izuku that they were going to tell Mr. Yagi, and Izuku cursed under his breath. The announcement returned to the matches. The commentator noted that Kaminari had been right about how quickly his match ended and declared Ibara Shiozaki the winner. Hagakure expressed concern for Kaminari and hoped he was all right. Jairu and others traded barbed remarks about the earlier stunt, and Mineta muttered that nobody had been paying attention to some of them anyway. When an earphone jack jabbed toward him, he yelped and flailed, pleading for it to stop while holding his face. Izuku sat at the front with Momo and took out a pen and his notebook, quickly jotting down observations about Shiozaki's quirk. He noted that her hair acted like vines, preventing Kaminari's electricity from passing through and making her both a strong defender and attacker. The class gave him an awkward stare as he talked quietly to himself until Momo's soft laugh brought him back to normal. Momo laughed and told him not to let her patronize him when he got absorbed in quirks. Izuku admitted he could not help himself when a quirk interested him. Momo teased that it did not make him any less endearing and asked when he would show her the piece he had promised to create of her. He flushed and explained that he had not finished it yet and was still ironing out details. Momo said she was looking forward to seeing it. Uraraka admitted that she admired Izuku's drive and focus and wished she could be more like him. Izuku, earnest as ever, reminded her that making it into the hero course already proved her capabilities and that she should not be too hard on herself. The matches continued. Ida won his bout after being used as a demonstrative subject for Hatsume's devices, which she showed off before leaving the arena. Mina secured an easy victory when Aoyama suffered a stomach problem and her acid neutralized his attack. The next bout was introduced with emphasis on the contrast in styles. Fumikage Tokoyami, a dark, offense and defense fighter, would face class president Momo Yaoyorozu, a recommended student praised for her incredible performance that day. Mike announced that it was finally Momo's turn. She stood in the arena nervously, holding her arm and studying Tokoyami with focused eyes. Momo reminded herself that present Mike had been right. With Dark Shadow, Tokoyami was versatile and could summon it in an instant. If she did not act quickly, he could finish her in a second. Her plan was to create a shield first, then form some kind of weapon. The announcer called for the contestants to begin, and Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow. The living shadow lunged, allowing Momo only enough time to form a small shield that covered one arm. Dark Shadow struck the shield and pushed her back a step. Momo thought she would attack, but Dark Shadow returned almost instantly and shattered her shield. She realized how fast he was and that she didn't have time to create anything substantial. Glancing down, she saw. Her foot was a step away from the arena's edge. Panic began to set in as Dark Shadow prepared a final assault. The sensation was all too familiar. She felt as breathless and overwhelmed as she had at the USJ. Just before Dark Shadow's strike, she caught Izuku's eye. He sat at the edge of his seat, gripping the rail, and gave her a steady nod full of faith. His belief steadied her. She rolled out of the way at the last second, letting Dark Shadow strike only air. Her training with Izuku had taught her to anticipate swift movements, and now that training paid off. She created a series of small nested dolls, each with a tiny timer on the back. Dark Shadow roared and charged again, smashing the ground near her. She narrowly avoided another blow with a backflip, arms already glowing as she scattered more nesting dolls. Momo told herself to run down the clock and then go for Tokoyami. Dark Shadow was essentially unbeatable, so the target had to be the human controlling it. Cornered on the arena edge and out of breath from rapid creation and movement, she felt drained. Dark Shadow hovered above, menacing, while Tokoyami asked her to make this easy on herself and surrender. Momo panted and refused, determined that the battle was still hers to win despite having landed no direct hits. Only then did Tokoyami notice one of the many nested dolls littering the arena. He had been too focused on the fight to see what she had been preparing. Tokoyami ordered Dark Shadow to finish the fight. The quirk charged with a powerful roar. Momo smiled and produced a pair of sunglasses. She knew it was too late for Dark Shadow to see what she had planned. One by one, the nesting dolls detonated in bright flashes. Each burst of light drew Dark Shadow into the explosions, forcing the creature to collide with them as they went off. The quirk reeled and howled from the intense light and disorientation. With Dark Shadow overwhelmed and unable to see, Momo seized her chance. She formed a bow staff and launched herself at Tokoyami with everything she had. Tokoyami, temporarily blinded and disoriented by the explosions, took a solid blow that sent him off balance and over the arena surface. As the light faded and the crowd gasped, Tokoyami pushed himself up and summoned Dark Shadow again, ready to continue. Before any follow-up could happen, Midnight announced that Tokoyami was out of bounds and that Yaoyorozu had won. Tokoyami looked down and realized the surface beneath him was now grass instead of concrete, the sign that he had been forced off the platform. Tokoyami told Dark Shadow it could rest, accepting the result. Yaoyorozu extended her hand toward Tokoyami, smiling proudly. She praised the match and congratulated him on a good fight. Tokoyami returned the handshake and acknowledged that she had won fairly. The announcer praised the students of Class 1A and highlighted Momo's clever tactical approach, declaring her victory. Momo looked to the stands and saw her classmates cheering. Mina and Hagakure waved pom-poms. She spotted Izuku with his eyes closed and arms folded, but the enormous smile on his face was unmistakable. He followed with a thumbs up and an even wider grin before settling back into his seat. Beaming with happiness and pride, she walked out of the arena, hardly able to contain her excitement. Nizu took a sip of his tea while watching Yaoyorozu leave the arena with a big smile and asked Toshinori if he was certain about his decision. Toshinori answered that he was sure. He explained that she was already incredibly versatile, guided by strong morals and a willingness to help others. He noted her consistent readiness to lend a hand, her top grades among the first years and many of the second years, her responsibilities as class president, and the selfless help she had given Midoriya when he had been a stranger. He believed she was already on the path to becoming an incredible hero and that One for All would only enhance her abilities. He said he had not found anyone more deserving to succeed him. Toshinori turned his head to the monitor and pointed out the replays of her fight, observing that she had been outmatched yet used intelligence and strategy to outlast Tokoyami long enough for her plan to work, securing the win. He then shifted into his hero form and laughed exuberantly, declaring that she showed all the makings of a fine hero. Nizu signaled that was enough and sat back. He took another sip of tea and expressed his agreement that Momo Yaoyorozu would make an exceptional successor, but he voiced concerns that the responsibility might be too much for her. He mentioned everything she already balanced, being class president, assisting Midoriya, and being the heiress to a large company, and worried about adding the burdens and dangers that come with One for All. He asked whether Toshinori had spoken with Midoriya about the situation. Toshinori sighed and admitted that Midoriya had not been thrilled, especially when Toshinori warned that All for One would stop at nothing to get what he wanted, even if it meant hurting those close to him. He noted they were still investigating how Izuku might be connected and suggested that Izuku could be part of quirk evolution, which might explain delays in manifesting his own quirk. Nizu observed that the connection did not explain Izuku's memory loss. Toshinori agreed but said that was another reason Yaoyorozu should be his successor. He reasoned that if All for One was back and targeting both One for All and Izuku, he would need someone steady to carry the symbol of peace. Toshinori admitted he was losing strength since the incident at the USJ and would not be able to remain the symbol of peace much longer. He acknowledged that Midoriya had already shown pro-level potential and, with the right training, could reach the top tier of heroes, but he did not see Midoriya as symbol of peace material due to his reserved nature. Nizu chuckled in agreement and encouraged Toshinori to continue. Toshinori described Yaoyorozu as a natural leader. Her role as class president and her background proved it. He praised her determination, her willingness to do what it takes, and the quick bond she had formed with Midoriya. He pointed to their coordination in the obstacle race as an example of teamwork rare among heroes. Toshinori believed that even without one for all, Yaoyorozu would be a fine hero, but with it she could lead the next generation as a symbol of peace and hope. Nizu leaned back, thoughtful, and reminded Toshinori that while he did not need permission to choose his successor, other candidates existed, such as third-year Mirio Togata, whom Night Eye continued to recommend. Toshinori conceded that Mirio looked strong on paper but emphasized that one for all demanded a deep understanding of a successor, and he lacked the time to thoroughly test Mirio. Nizu accepted that and offered a few suggestions for Toshinori's next steps. In Class 1A, Jair praised Momo Yaoyorozu for her performance and reminded everyone how hard she had trained. Momo smiled and accepted the compliments with modesty, telling her classmates that she did not deserve all the credit and attributing part of her success to Toyokami being fooled by her decoys. The class turned some of their praise toward Toyokami as well. Momo looked to her left and saw Izuku sitting in his usual place with a giant smile. He offered words of congratulations. Momo felt butterflies and blushed deeply, responding gratefully to Izuku and saying she could not have done it without him. Izuku acknowledged that the credit belonged to her and insisted she accept the praise, noting that her training and choices had been decisive. The announcer then moved the event forward and introduced the match between Eijiro Kirishima and Tetsu. The two exchanged heated trash talk before the match, but because their quirks were so similar the fight dragged and failed to hold the audience's attention. It ended in a draw when both teams collapsed at the same time. Midnight later declared that the final winner would be decided by an arm wrestling contest once both had recovered. Mina expressed concern for Kirishima, and a classmate reassured her that he would be fine. Sato proclaimed with complete confidence that Bakugo would win next time, showing no doubt in his friend's abilities. Sato then asked Bakugo if he agreed, but Bakugo remained silent and walked toward the waiting area to prepare for his fight. As Bakugo passed Izuku noticed the same look in Bakugo's eyes, pure rage and hatred directed at him. Izuku muttered that he wondered what Bakugo's problem was. Momo asked Izuku if he had said something. Izuku shook it off, saying it was nothing while his eyes followed Bakugo until the boy disappeared into the waiting area. Izuku then turned his attention to Momo and asked about Uraraka's upcoming match. Momo answered with a worried expression, explaining that Uraraka had left a while ago to prepare and had seemed nervous. Momo admitted that, despite disliking Bakugo's crude demeanor, she recognized his exceptional skill and the strength of his quirk. She noted that Bakugo had dominated every combat training session their class had undergone and was unafraid to go all out from the start, regardless of the opponent. Izuku summarized Momo's meaning by observing that Uraraka faced an extremely difficult matchup. Momo sighed and clarified that while she believed in her friend, she could not see a clear path to victory for Uraraka in a one-on-one fight. She added that she hoped to be proven wrong and confessed she felt uneasy herself, since a win in her next match might mean facing Bakugo later. Ida stepped forward and placed a steady hand on Momo's shoulder, telling her not to worry about that now and to focus on the next battle. He offered encouragement, assuring her she would do well. Momo thanked Izuku with a small smile, feeling unexpectedly at ease. Speaking with Izuku felt unusual for her. She had rarely opened up to anyone and usually hid behind her confident, businesslike persona. Being able to share her concerns with someone felt reassuring. She reflected that others in the class knew small things about her, but never the deeper doubts she had carried since the USJ incident. The fact that she had told Izuku, and so early at that, felt significant in a way she couldn't fully explain. Momo's worry proved justified. Even with an ingenious plan like her meteor shower, Bakugo's overwhelming power and the endurance of his quirk proved too much for Uraraka to overcome. In a high-energy, anime-style clash, she fought with determination but ultimately could not continue. Uraraka was helped off the arena by medical staff and support personnel. Midoriya and the rest of Class 1A watched as their friend was escorted away. The entire stadium wore uneasy expressions. Only Bakugo appeared untroubled, sporting a wild grin and fixing his gaze not on Uraraka but squarely on Izuku. Ida immediately left the stands in concern. Izuku and Momo exchanged worried looks, nodded to one another, and hurried after him. They caught up quickly and found Ida waiting outside Recovery Girl's office. Ida asked why they were there. Izuku and Momo explained that, as class representatives and as friends, they felt a duty to check on Uraraka and wanted to see if she was all right. Ida noticed the worry on their faces and thanked them, saying he was sure Uraraka would appreciate their concern. As Ida reached for the door, Izuku hesitated and reflected on how much the sports festival seemed to mean to Uraraka. He thought it was more than fame or sponsorship for her. Her determination during the fight made it clear. Izuku asked Ida why Uraraka had been so passionate about winning and whether she had ever explained her reasons to him or Momo. Ida and Momo looked surprised that Midoriya had asked, realizing he was paying close attention to their classmates in a way they had not fully appreciated before. Ida considered the question carefully. He first blurted out that it was for the money, which made Izuku and Momo react with shock. Ida immediately corrected himself, clarifying that he had meant it differently. Uraraka was fighting to help her parents. He explained that her family owned a construction company that was struggling financially and that she hoped winning the sports festival would provide prize money to ease their situation. Ida emphasized that she wanted to support her parents and asked them not to think badly of her intentions. He bowed slightly in apology for the clumsy explanation. Understanding the full context, Izuku and Momo expressed their support. Momo said she did not think badly of Uraraka and appreciated Ida telling them. Izuku nodded in agreement. With that settled, Ida opened the door a crack, and the three heard Uraraka speaking. Peeking in, they saw Uraraka on the phone, clearly in a very emotional state. She told her mother she was sorry and felt like she had failed them both. Her mother insisted that Uraraka had been amazing and proudly played a recording of Uraraka's father expressing how proud he was, though his voice soon faded into soft exhales. Uraraka's mother rolled her eyes and teased him. Uraraka managed a tearful chuckle and said she only wanted to give them a good life and repay them for all they had done. Her mother reassured her that they would be fine and urged her to focus on herself, joking that her father already had the crazy part covered. Uraraka said she loved them. The three intruders exchanged looks, smiled, and backed away while Ida quietly shut the door as they left. Ida thanked his companions for coming to help Uraraka and observed that she seemed to be all right. Momo said there was no need for thanks and suggested they leave the family to themselves. She was glad Uraraka would be okay. Ida reminded Midoriya that his match with Todoroki was coming up and that he should head to the waiting area. The two thanked Ida and prepared to leave. Izuku noticed Momo looking at him with a gentle, warm smile. He asked her if she was all right. Momo told him he was a real sweetheart and praised how he had understood the importance of the sports festival to Uraraka, noting that he must have been keeping a close eye on her. Izuku awkwardly admitted that he had only wanted to help. Momo maintained her kind expression and said she would meet him in the waiting area after a quick trip to the restroom. Izuku nodded, flustered, and went on his way. As he walked down the hall toward the waiting area, he did not immediately notice the sudden rise in temperature. A deep voice called out to him, and his mood soured when he turned to see Endeavor looming nearby, flames flickering around him. Izuku addressed him politely as Mr. Number 2, but Endeavor warned the boy to watch his tone. Endeavor noted that Izuku's quirk resembled All Might's and said he intended to use the upcoming match to test his own methods, to push Todoroki and force him to use the full extent of his power so that Endeavor's legacy would endure. Izuku's patience snapped. He challenged Endeavor, questioning the kind of father he was for treating his son like a project and insisting that Todoroki would never simply become Endeavor's successor. Izuku accused the hero of putting pressure on his son and suggested that a true parent would want their child to stand on their own. Endeavor's flames flared higher as he tried to ignore the young man's words and walk away, but Izuku continued to press him, saying that Todoroki was his own person and would not mirror Endeavor's worst qualities. The exchange became heated, voices rising and tension crackling in the air. Endeavor moved in close, flames casting a harsh light across the corridor, and Izuku stood his ground with a mixture of anger and resolve. Just as things looked like they might escalate further, Momo grabbed Izuku's shoulder and pulled him back. She reminded them both that Izuku's match was about to start and that causing a scene or anything that could be construed as an attack on a fellow student would be unacceptable. Her intervention broke the confrontation, and the moment passed. Present Mike announced that there was a lot of fire and told Eraserhead to grab the marshmallows, claiming he could roast them from all the way up in the booth. He turned to his co-commentator expecting a laugh but found the sleep-deprived hero curled in his yellow sleeping bag, already lost to sleep. Aizawa mumbled that it was warm and that he was going to sleep. In the observation room, Principal Nizu took a small, serene sip of tea. All Might sat wide-eyed, a mix of awe and worry on his face as he watched the monitor. All Might wondered whether young Midoriya had really been trying to help Todoroki the whole time. Nizu replied that it seemed so, noting that Midoriya had already made great strides in adapting to society and had now taken his progress to another level. As Nizu spoke, All Might's expression softened into a broad, genuine smile, pride swelling in his chest. From the stands, Class 1A watched the unfolding spectacle in confusion. At first, Todoroki had seemed to have the upper hand, pinning Midoriya with overwhelming ice. Then, unexpectedly, Midoriya had turned the tide, and now Todoroki had opened up his flames, a side of his power none of them had expected to see, especially since he had not used it during the USJ attack. Kaminari exclaimed that it was incredibly hot and shielded his eyes from the heat, admitting that it was impressive Midoriya was still standing but insisting he seemed doomed. Ida agreed, his worry for Midoriya clear, and pointed out that Todoroki was among the class's strongest and had been holding back before. Now he was using everything he had, and Ida could not see how Midoriya could win. Most of the class shared that grim conclusion, except Bakugo, who muttered about the faker dying, and Momo, who remained silent with her gaze fixed on the center stage. Momo told herself that he had done it, that he had said he would and had followed through, and that he had done it all to help Todoroki. She gripped the railing as the firelight danced across her skin, and when she faced her classmates the fear had gone, replaced by a quiet, confident smile. Momo declared that Izuku was going to win and urged them to wait and see. In the arena, Todoroki lifted his head and, for the first time in a long while, allowed himself a genuine smile as he used his fire. A thin plume of steam rose from him as the warmth melted the ice and frost away, leaving him with a sensation both familiar and new. Endeavor's booming, intimidating voice echoed through the stadium as he called out to Shoto. The crowd snapped their attention to the number 2 hero as he strode down the stands. Present Mick's voice crackled over the intercom, proclaiming that Endeavor had finally accepted his destiny and declaring that his legacy would live on. He teased that Endeavor sounded like a doting father. Endeavor refocused his intense gaze on his son, but Shoto Todoroki simply smiled and paid his father no mind. Shoto looked instead at Izuku Midoriya, who stood in his signature pose with arms crossed and eyes shut, a small, satisfied smile as if he had already accomplished everything he set out to do. Endeavor thought that the boy had a mouth on him, but he would forever be grateful for what he had done today. Todoroki watched Midoriya and told him that it might be the first smile he'd seen him show to anyone other than Yaoyorozu. Midoriya dropped his pose and opened his eyes, the faint smile lingering. He pointed out that Todoroki was helping his opponent and questioned who was really acting irresponsibly. Midoriya's smile vanished and his expression hardened. He called Todoroki a fool for thinking he could win with only half his power and insisted he would not be disrespected, vowing to beat him and win. Todoroki furrowed his brow and asked what made Midoriya so sure of victory. Midoriya replied that he was not the only one who had been holding back. Suddenly, Midoriya's body ignited in a storm of red lightning, his aura exploding outward as he fixed Todoroki with an unwavering stare and challenged him to see what his flame could do. Midoriya curled into a tight ball and began to spin at impossible velocity. The red lightning sparked wildly, kicking up a whirlwind of dust and debris. Todoroki realized the attack was the same technique used earlier. Without the arena to contain the speed, Midoriya would fly straight out of the ring if he simply dodged. He decided he would not make it that easy. Todoroki met the challenge head-on. His flames erupted and formed a towering wall of fire around the arena that reached the top of the stadium. He slammed his right foot down, and with a powerful roar a final wall of ice shot up to confront the incoming attack. Todoroki declared that he would win and invited Midoriya to come at him. The impact reverberated through the stadium. Midoriya did not falter. He continued to spin, a blur of red and black as he carved a hole straight through the wall of ice. The collision of their attacks shook the entire venue. A fierce pressure wave slammed into the stands, the force and wind reminding Class 1A of their harrowing experience at the USJ. Kirishima activated his quirk and hardened his body to withstand the rush of wind, exclaiming that the scene was insane. Mina Minashi reacted in awe, comparing it to watching All Might fight that monster again, and the classmates shouted their agreement. Cementos worked frantically to reinforce the ring while Midnight tore at the sleeves of her costume. Midnight called out urgently that there were bystanders present and that they needed to stop. A thick cloud of dust and fire made it impossible to see what was happening directly. All anyone could make out were flashes of red lightning escalating toward the spot where Todoroki stood. Class 1A and the spectators were on the edge of their seats, straining to see through the haze. Todoroki pushed his flames forward with a triumphant expression until his wall of ice and the very cement of the ring shattered. A black and red blur shot past him, grazing his cheek and leaving a small nick. He brushed it away as the flames faltered and dust filled the air. A voice in the crowd called Izuku's move reckless and suggested it had cost him the match. A sudden, familiar sound signaled the decisive moment for those who knew Izuku. Time seemed to slow as Izuku was suddenly above Todoroki, bringing the heel of his boot down in a final, precise strike. The impact sent a shockwave through the ring, clearing the dust and revealing Todoroki sprawled and unconscious amid the ruined platform while Izuku stood in his finishing pose. The crowd and staff were stunned into silence by the raw intensity displayed by the two first-year students. Momo could not contain her excitement and leapt from her seat to cheer loudly. The rest of the stadium quickly followed her lead. Midnight then announced that Todoroki was out for the count and that the winner was Izuku Midoriya. The mini-transporting robots arrived swiftly and placed Todoroki on a stretcher. The motion stirred him into a brief moment of consciousness as he murmured Midoriya's name. Izuku moved closer and lowered his voice so only Todoroki could hear, telling him that it had been a good fight and that he should rest. Before Todoroki could reply, his condition gave out and he slipped back into unconsciousness, prompting the robots to rush him off to Recovery Girl's office. Izuku turned and followed, leaving the stage and the thousands of cheers behind. Present Mike called the match a spectacle, praising the elements of fire, ice, wind, and lightning and congratulating both fighters as Izuku walked through the tunnel. A sudden embrace stopped him. He almost pulled away until the familiar scent of pine and rain reassured him. He looked up to meet Momo's eyes. The height difference felt slightly awkward, but the hug was warm. Izuku, who always felt nervous around girls, found himself stiff and stumbling through his words. Momo giggled at his reaction and released him. He turned away, trying to hide his blush. Izuku asked Momo what she was doing there and mentioned that he thought she would be with the others. Momo explained that she had to be the first to congratulate him and that she had expected to be by his side. Her use of the phrase that he was her best friend stung him, but he kept his expression light and teased that she did not truly expect him to lose. Momo admitted she had had doubts before the fight because so much about Todoroki was unknown, but she had sensed that Izuku had been holding back. She noted that he had forced Todoroki to use his left side and asked why he had helped. Izuku considered the question and acknowledged that he had simply wanted to help. He could not stand to see Todoroki limit himself if that self-restraint would one day endanger the people he would try to protect. Momo's smile widened as she called him one of a kind and said that she felt fortunate to have him in her life, expressing a quiet hope that they would remain close. Izuku, embarrassed, asked if she had said anything aloud. Momo laughed it off and mentioned she had some time before her own fight while the ring was repaired, then invited him to have tea. Izuku said he would like to, but first he wanted to check on Todoroki and invited her to come along. She agreed. They reached Recovery Girl's office just as the door swung open to reveal a stern, angry-looking Recovery Girl. She struck Izuku several times with her cane in rapid succession, scolding him for beating another student so badly and demanding whether he had been trying to hurt him. Izuku protested and rubbed his aching forehead, insisting that he had not hit Todoroki that hard and that he had assumed Todoroki could take it. Recovery Girl was incredulous, pointing out that the ring still needed repairs from that last attack and chastising him for reckless behavior. She muttered that the influence of a certain big oaf seemed to be rubbing off on him, calling him just another reckless powerhouse. Momo heard the remark and wondered briefly who the comment referred to, but she set that aside because Todoroki's welfare was the priority. Momo stepped forward and told Recovery Girl that they had come to see Todoroki. Recovery Girl pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed, saying that it was fine for them to see him but to be quick, and explaining that he had 2 broken arms from attempting to block his opponent's final attack as she poked Izuku in the back with her cane. Izuku flinched and admitted that he might have overdone it a little. Recovery Girl added that she had not been able to use her quirk on him yet because he had not recovered enough stamina, and that once she did he would likely sleep through the rest of the sports festival, so they should not take up too much of his time. Momo bowed and thanked Recovery Girl, promising that they would not be a bother. Recovery Girl opened the door for them. Inside, Todoroki lay with his hands bandaged, staring at the ceiling. The sound of the door closing made him turn toward them, and his expression shifted to shock and confusion as he recognized the pair, calling out Midoriya and Yaoyorozu in surprise. Momo explained that they had come to check on him, and she added, with a hint of wryness, that she knew how it felt to be on the receiving end of Izuku's kicks because he packed quite a punch. Todoroki remained silent for a moment, having accepted his loss and feeling grateful for what Midoriya had done. He was still unsettled by using his left side after such a long time, and one question especially bothered him. He directed his next words at Izuku and asked how he had managed to shoot past him and avoid landing out of the ring, noting that it did not look like speed and demanding an explanation. Izuku smiled and began to answer, then in the blink of an eye he appeared at Todoroki's side. Todoroki yelped at the sudden movement and then registered genuine shock at what he had just seen. Izuku rubbed the back of his head and apologized for not warning him before doing that. Momo, sensing the risk of revealing too much, asked Izuku if he was sure about showing that ability, because she thought he could not reveal too much about his quirk. Izuku reassured her that it was fine, explaining that he had only been told not to reveal his quirks to the public and that he had planned to show what he could do to their class after the sports festival. Todoroki, bewildered, asked whether Izuku meant that he had more than one quirk and what was going on. Izuku sighed and said that he could not offer many answers. All he knew was that he had woken up at the USJ and suddenly understood how to use his abilities. He explained that Principal Nizu had met with him because of his unusual circumstances and advised limiting exposure in the public eye. If the public saw everything he could do, there would be too many unanswered questions. Todoroki observed that the dust cloud Izuku had created must not have been intended only to blind him, suggesting that Izuku had anticipated missing his first attack and had obscured the audience so he could get close after Todoroki used his flames. Izuku confirmed that was the case, saying that without using his speed to its fullest, the dust had been the only way to get close once Todoroki brought out his flames. When Todoroki asked if the energy projectile at the USJ had been another of Izuku's quirks, Momo watched Todoroki's puzzlement with sympathy. It was rare for a person to have more than one quirk, and Izuku's abilities seemed to defy what they knew. Momo disclosed that she had been in the loop for some time, explaining that shortly after the USJ, Principal Nizu had asked her to help Izuku around UA and assist him with adjusting to their society. Todoroki asked if Izuku's memory loss was real, and Izuku nodded with a downcast expression. Momo reflected that something as incredible as Izuku's quirk should not exist in recorded history, and that the only theory that made sense so far was that Izuku might represent the next step in quirk evolution, though she admitted that sounded far-fetched. Izuku continued, saying that he did not truly know what he was and that no one did. All he knew was he wanted to help others and become a hero. That was why he had interfered in Todoroki's match. He could not stand by and watch someone hurt themselves, so he stepped in to help. Todoroki fell silent, still trying to process everything. Izuku added that was everything he wanted to say and asked them to keep what he had revealed to themselves, because he was not ready to reveal himself to the others yet. As they reached the doorway, just outside the room, Todoroki called after him and asked why he would tell him if he did not want the information shared. Izuku smirked and pointed out that Todoroki had shown him his left side, so he thought it only fair to show him what he had been hiding. From what he had learned from Momo, friends were supposed to trust each other. Todoroki was taken aback by the word friend. Izuku waved Todoroki off without looking back and urged him to get some rest so Recovery Girl could heal him, adding in a lighter tone that Todoroki would never beat him with 2 broken arms. The door closed behind them, leaving Todoroki alone. A small smile crept onto his face as he wondered what his mother would think. As Izuku and Momo walked down the hall, Momo told Izuku softly that his gesture had been very kind. Izuku admitted that he hoped it would not be wasted, that he hoped Todoroki could find himself again. Momo paused and noticed the sadness in his eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and told him that he would find a way and that they would get there together, promising to help. She offered a sweet smile, and Izuku returned it, thanking her. Their gazes met and, for a moment, everything around them fell away. Izuku felt his heart race. They shared a brief, meaningful silence and a quick, supportive squeeze of hands that conveyed gratitude and steadying reassurance rather than anything more. The moment hung between them and then ended when the intercom announced that Momo Yaoyorozu should make her way to the stage because her match was about to begin. They jumped at the announcement, both flushing with surprise. Izuku urged Momo to get going, and she hurried toward the stage. A voice warned him not to be late, and with a sudden gust he vanished. Momo made her way to the stage, both of them left unsettled by the unexpected moment. Momo told herself it had been a simple, friendly gesture and tried to move on. Izuku slapped his own cheek to break the feeling and forced himself to be calm and rational. A few minutes later, Izuku took his seat and waited for Momo's fight. Momo saw him in the crowd and waved. He waved back. Both of them felt a sinking uncertainty. Each suspected the other felt more than friendship, but neither was willing to risk what they already had. Classmates crowded around with congratulations. A friend praised Izuku for his earlier performance and another admitted his own chances were slim against him while still promising a determined fight in the future. Izuku accepted the compliments with a shy rub at the back of his head and a modest smile, then playfully promised to give his next opponent a tough match. Ida called that confidence arrogance and warned it could be Midoriya's downfall. The announcer signaled the start of the contest, and Izuku turned to watch Momo's match without answering Ida at once. Ida gave him a look, and internally he realized he had trouble reading the difference between Midoriya in battle and the Midoriya around Yaoyorozu. Later, Gyro teased Midoriya about how long he and Momo had spent together after the last match. Izuku flushed and stammered that Gyro had the situation wrong, then panicked internally and forced himself to push the thought away. In a brief, exaggerated moment of self-directed frustration, Izuku banged his forehead against the railing a few times like an overdramatic cartoon. The class reacted in alarm. Chako rushed over, concerned. Izuku laughed it off and claimed a fly had landed on him. After the bout, Mina accused Momo of tricking her into a bad position, and Momo calmly explained she had used her surroundings and timing to secure the win. They sparred playfully as they walked through the tunnel. Mina charged and Momo pushed back. Then Mina broke into a mischievous grin and teased them with a childish rhyme. Momo froze, flustered by the teasing, felt her face get hot and her heart race, then pushed the feelings aside and insisted there was nothing between them beyond friendship. Momo returned to the stands and took a front-row seat with the other girls, surprised to see Izuku already in the arena waiting for his next match. She worried briefly that he had left without congratulating her. Gyro noticed her momentary distraction and asked if she was all right. Momo waved it off and said she was fine. Mina called out from a few rows up that she had heard the remark, protesting loudly. Gyro reassured Momo that her performance had not been luck. She had earned her place in the semifinals. Momo caught Izuku watching her. He gave a thumbs up and mouthed a congratulatory message, and she smiled. Midnight then stepped forward to address everyone and announced that Tenya Ida had withdrawn from the festival due to a family matter, so Izuku Midoriya advanced by forfeit. Izuku looked surprised and a little worried for Ida, hoping everything was all right. He left the arena and returned to the stands to sit next to Momo. They exchanged awkward glances and small smiles. Momo told him she had been looking forward to seeing how he would fare against Ida, and Izuku brushed off the idea with confident determination, calling it foolishness. Momo admitted curiosity about what had happened and expressed concern for Ida. Izuku then turned to Uraraka and asked if she knew any details. She shook her head. A voice on the phone reported that he had left without anyone seeing, and said they would keep trying to call him and provide an update. A man gave her a silent nod and turned his attention to Momo, saying that all they could do was wait and hope everything was okay. The next match was Bakugo versus Kirishima. Midway through, Momo realized she would have to face Katsuki Bakugo later. After remembering what he had done to Uraraka, she felt uneasy and knew she needed a plan. She had a small amount of preparation time and had to use it wisely. Just as she had expected, Bakugo won. She was called to the stage as she stood from the stands. Her classmates offered encouragement, but it barely registered. She had trained, but Bakugo's relentless power in close quarters left her little room to maneuver. Standing inside the ring felt like being trapped with a wild force. He had raw strength she could not match in that environment. A hand grabbed her as she entered the waiting area. She knew without turning that it was Izuku. He commented that she looked tense and asked if she was okay. She turned and answered that she was fine, joking that she was just deciding how to celebrate when she beat him. Izuku laughed and told her not to get ahead of herself, then asked again if she was truly okay. She sighed and admitted she was nervous and uncertain she could win. She then interrupted him with a finger to his lips and explained there was no excuse. If he could keep going despite his problems, then so could she. She praised his resilience, his kindness, intelligence, and constant drive to help others, and said that his example inspired her to keep trying. Izuku was surprised and moved to hear how highly she thought of him. She declared she would keep trying and get stronger, win or lose, because that was what heroes did. Suddenly, Izuku reached out and embraced her. His arms went around her almost before he realized it, an instinctive expression of emotion. Momo felt warmth rise to her cheeks. She had been more physically familiar with Izuku in small ways over the past weeks, and this embrace felt like genuine, unguarded feeling. She returned the hug, holding him tightly, and after a minute they separated, both flushed. She cleared her throat and thanked Izuku, saying the moment had been very nice. Izuku admitted he did not know what had come over him but agreed it had felt right. As he walked back toward the stands, he looked over his shoulder and explained that although he had accepted the invitation to UA before they were properly introduced, it had been her steadiness and kindness that had kept him there. Without her, he suspected he would not have stayed. He insisted she was amazing in her own right. Momo blushed and thanked him. Izuku continued back to the stands and said he believed in her and that they would grow stronger together. Momo faced the entrance to the stage with a bright smile and told herself that Izuku was truly special. The stadium roared, but to Katsuki it was only background noise. All that mattered was the person in front of him. Momo Yaoyorozu was simply in his way. He had observed her quirk, creating objects from her body, and knew its strength and its limitation. She needed to understand the composition of what she made, which required time he would not allow. His anger was not aimed at her personally but at Izuku, whom he blamed, and he intended to make her pay for being close to him. He warned that she would regret being near that fake. His palms began to smoke, the familiar scent signaling the activation of his quirk. From the stands, Izuku felt a cold dread at the rage in Bakugo's eyes, the same destructive look he had seen since they first met at UA. It was more than a desire to win. It felt like a wish to hurt. He gripped the railing until his knuckles whitened, trembling with fear and determination, regretting not seeing this sooner. He had seen Bakugo's dangerous potential during the sports festival, and if Bakugo had acted out against Uraraka before, Izuku worried he might lose control now. He warned Bakugo under his breath not to do anything reckless and felt an urgent desire to teleport to the ring to shield Momo, but he knew he could not. Not in front of everyone. And not for Momo. She needed this. She needed to prove to herself she was capable of being a hero, whether she won or lost. All Izuku could do was watch, his stomach twisting into a knot. Momo's face was a mask of concentration. Her eyes darted, analyzing and calculating. She knew she could not outpunch him, but she could outthink him. Her hands went to her forearms as her mind raced through formulas, trying to decide what to create first: a shield, a net, a cannon. He did not give her the chance. The ground beneath him cracked as he exploded forward, a human missile propelled by controlled blasts. He was on her in an instant, a blur of motion and smoke. Momo flinched, surprised at his speed. She had a split second to react. Her hands splayed and a small metallic flash formed in her palm, a tiny shield no larger than a dinner plate. It was not enough. He twisted past it, an explosion from his right palm roaring as he spun by, his momentum carrying him into a brutal backhand aimed at her face. Momo threw up her arm, her small shield shattered under the impact of his gauntlet-clad fist. The force of the blow hurled her across the ring, her body tumbling before she skidded to a stop, a trail of dust following her. A gasp moved through the crowd. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, a flash of red energy flickering in his aura before he forced it down. This was more than a fight, he realized. It was a show of dominance. He opened his eyes with a cold, burning resolve. Momo pushed herself up, her arm throbbing and already bruised. He remained standing, barely winded, smoke curling from his palms like a taunting challenge. He taunted her, calling her a beach and demanding she give him something, saying he would make her pay for bringing Izuku. Momo's eyes widened at the reference to Izuku, but she had no time to worry. Her jaw set. He was relentless, a force of nature. She needed to create something big enough to stop him, but it took time, and he was already moving again. This time he hovered, using explosions to propel himself like a jet. He announced that he had more to show as he cupped his hands together and built a churning maelstrom of power, his signature AP shot. Momo's face went pale with panic. There was no time to make anything that could withstand it. She had to move and dodge. He did not fire immediately. He noticed the terror on her face and let a cruel grin spread across his lips. He was toying with her. Momo took a gamble. She focused and began to create a small black object in her hand, a flashbang, a tactic meant to disrupt his speed and by crucial seconds. He saw it. Surprise flickered in his eyes before rage replaced it. He declared that it would not work and then fired, directing an explosion at the ground right in front of her. The blast kicked up a massive cloud of dust and debris, momentarily blinding the arena and disorienting everyone. He used the obscuring cloud to his advantage. Moving like a ghost through the smoke, he closed the distance. His hand found her wrist and the heat from his gauntlet burned through the haze. He twisted, forcing the flashbang from her grasp, and with his other hand struck her in the stomach below the ribs. The blow winded her and sent a jolt of pain through her body. She buckled to her knees, gasping for air. He stood over her, chest heaving slightly, the smirk returning to his face. He warned her that her boyfriend would be next. Momo looked up, eyes watering from dust and pain. Her body pleaded for her to stop, but her mind kept fighting. She managed a defiant, stammering warning that he would have a rude awakening if he thought he could beat Izuku. He exploded in fury and screamed that she should not say that name. The smoke gathered in his palm as he prepared what he intended to be the final, decisive blow. He did not need to use full power, she was clearly beaten. Yet he wanted to demonstrate his superiority to everyone. Midnight intervened, calling for him to stop and lashing out with her whip. He ignored her. Like a bomb primed to explode, he brought his hand down for a controlled, surgical strike, a focused blast beside her head. The shockwave was enough. It was a brutal display meant to punctuate his dominance. The force threw Momo out of the arena. She was flung backward and collapsed beyond the boundary, her breathing shallow and motion slowing as she succumbed to the impact and the overwhelming force of the attack. Izuku watched frozen in his seat. The restraint he had held snapped. A fierce, grief-stricken energy rose around him. He did not care who saw it. He only saw Momo fall. He skidded to a stop, digging his feet into the ground as he reached her and caught her before she hit the ground. She was dazed and bruised, winded from the blows. He turned toward Bakugo, his vision narrowing on the smirk and the clear intent behind it. He felt the weight of what had been done to Momo and steeled himself. The thought echoed in his mind, bringing with it a chilling resolve and a level of anger he had never felt before. Bakugo wanted his attention. Now he had it. The crowd fell silent. The cheers dwindled into a low, uneasy murmur. Bakugo stood with his chest still heaving, the smoke from his palms a testament to his victory. Midnight announced Katsuki Bakugo as the winner in a voice barely above a whisper. The entire stadium, students, pro-heroes, and spectators stood stunned as dust settled and the noise eased to a worried hum. Everything hinged on what Izuku would do next. Izuku gently and deliberately placed Momo on the stretcher that had just arrived, brushing a piece of rubble from her face. He focused on her alone. The humming aura of red lightning that had surrounded him faded as he forced his rage down. Izuku told Momo she had done well and offered a small, relieved smile. Bakugo grinned fiercely at the spectacle. He thought he was better than everyone, better than her, better than the faker. He taunted that her boyfriend should have quit while he had the chance and then demanded that the faker return so he could have his fight, threatening to make him regret it. Izuku paused at the tunnel entrance and turned back. He gave Bakugo a single, terrifying look of cold promise that quieted the nearby commotion before he moved into the tunnel, leaving Bakugo to seethe. Bakugo then shouted for Midnight to bring the faker back. He insisted on getting his fight. Midnight turned to him and reproved him for his demands, reminding him that staff and pro-heroes could not be ordered around. With a firm crack of her whip she restrained Bakugo, then escorted him off the stage. She remarked that his behavior was unacceptable as they left. Bakugo disappeared through the entrance and would not be seen again until the final match. A shocked murmur rippled through the crowd. So much had happened in the last 10 minutes, and for now the fighting had stopped. The announcer declared a short intermission, invited the audience to enjoy side attractions, and promised more action when the festival resumed. When Izuku reached Recovery Girl's office, he met the sharp, sterile scent of antiseptic and the stern gaze of the youngest heroine. Momo lay on an examination bed, her torso wrapped and her face pale, her left arm immobilized and faint burn marks visible from the heat attack. Recovery Girl motioned him inside and told him to close the door. She assured him that Momo would be all right but warned that the burns and general trauma would require rest and energy she did not have. Her arm would be treated but Momo would be sidelined for the rest of the festival. Recovery Girl noticed Izuku's trembling hands and asked him to sit. Izuku admitted that he could have stopped it and that he could have teleported her out of the ring. Toshinori appeared in the doorway, raised a finger to silence him, and pointed toward another bed where Shoto Todoroki slept. Toshinori suggested they take a walk and let Recovery Girl finish her work. They stepped into a quiet stairwell away from the roar of the stadium. Toshinori spoke softly and with measured pride about the save Izuku had made, praising the speed and timing that had prevented Momo from hitting the ground and noting that Izuku had managed it without fully revealing his quirks. Izuku looked down and said it had not been enough. Toshinori corrected him, insisting it had been exactly what was needed, then turned the conversation to a more serious concern, Izuku's control. Toshinori explained that the red lightning and the speed had been fueled by a dangerous rage and that losing control in that way risked everything. Toshinori placed a steady hand on Izuku's shoulder and asked him to consider how he truly felt about Momo Yaoyorozu. He observed that the intensity Izuku had shown was not the reaction of a casual friend but had been driven by the fear of losing her. He urged Izuku to learn to control those feelings and that chaotic energy before it controlled him. Izuku could only whisper that he did not know, that Momo was someone he trusted and that seeing her hurt to provoke him had stirred something he had not expected. Toshinori's expression was grave as he reminded Izuku that the final match was coming and that he must be ready. Toshinori warned that the authorities would likely try to force Izuku to forfeit and that even if they did not, he should consider it. He emphasized that Izuku was not in a fit state to be a hero while he was fueled by anger, and that anger was how villains were made. Izuku's head snapped up and the color returned to his eyes, but it was a cold, dangerous red. He declared that he was not forfeiting. Toshinori sighed and shook his head, telling Izuku that his plan was reckless, that Bakugo was actively trying to destroy him, and that if he went out now he would lose himself. Izuku insisted that Bakugo had hurt Momo to get to him and that Bakugo had promised to put him on a stretcher next to her, a threat Izuku felt compelled to answer. He stepped around Toshinori with controlled purpose, then explained that Bakugo would get his fight but that he would not surrender himself to anger. He reminded Toshinori that Momo wanted to be a hero and had known the risks, and that he could not let his anger control him while still showing Bakugo that he was not the top dog and that he would pay for what he had done. Izuku left, and Toshinori watched him go with a small, proud smile and the thought that this was his boy. The roar of the crowd hit the arena as Izuku Midoriya stepped onto the stage. The red tips of his spiky black hair formed a chaotic halo around his face, and his usually wide, brooding eyes held a cold, predatory focus. Across from him, Katsuki Bakugo stood coiled and ready, his palms already sparking and his expression a mask of triumphant aggression and simmering fury. Present Mike announced that the contestants were ready and that the final match had begun. Bakugo did not wait. He exploded across the arena floor with a concentrated blast aimed at Izuku's chest. Bakugo taunted Izuku, insisting he was a fake, while Izuku vanished from the blast and reappeared a few feet to Bakugo's left, genuinely questioning Bakugo's accusations even as his movements showcased chilling speed. Bakugo accused him of acting like he had amnesia and demanded that he stop running. In the stands, the students of Class 1A gripped the railings, reacting with a mixture of awe and alarm. Kirishima observed that Izuku made Bakugo look slow, Kaminari noted how different Izuku's fighting was, and the others shared tense, wide-eyed agreement. Izuku accelerated and hit Bakugo's blind spot with a sharp, calculated kick to the abdomen that sent Bakugo skidding back. Bakugo, furious, snarled and shouted that if Izuku wanted to be someone else then he could be Deku. The shout shattered the barrier that had been suppressing Izuku's past. Years of torment, ridicule, and loneliness flooded back. Izuku dropped his hands and clutched his temples as the sudden rush of painful memories overwhelmed him. His head he was back in his childhood bedroom, surrounded by notebooks on heroes nobody had ever shared with him and the endless taunts of being quirkless and worthless. Bakugo saw the vulnerability and used it without hesitation. He unleashed a relentless barrage of close-range blasts. The strikes hit Izuku, knocking him off his feet and driving him to his knees. Red sparks of energy flared uncontrollably as Izuku struggled to regain his composure. Bakugo screamed that Izuku was trash and deserved to be beaten down, pressing the assault and using the chaos to mask his intent to hurt. Izuku curled into a fetal position, muscles seizing, tears welling as the pain of the memories and the present assault blended into one. Bakugo showed no mercy, hammering him from close range and kicking him to his ribs before following with another explosion to his back. Bakugo prepared what he intended as the final, decisive attack. The looks of horror among Class 1A were unmistakable. Kirishima shouted that Bakugo had gone too far and that Izuku had had enough. Bakugo paid no heed and hurled a vicious, personal taunt about Izuku's mother, claiming she would be relieved never to have to see him again. Izuku's eyes widened in stunned pain at the cruelty of the lie. 10 minutes earlier, in Recovery Girl's office, the small antiseptic room was quiet, lit only by the faint glow of the television mounted high on the wall. Momo Yaoyorozu gasped and opened her eyes to Kyoka Jiru's concerned face. Jiru was sitting opposite the bed watching the fight with Shoto Todoroki. Momo felt a dull, heavy ache across her chest and an arm that felt almost useless. Her body showed clear signs of the confrontation: bruises, bandages, and other visible injuries that testified to the severity of Bakugo's attack. Jiru rushed to her side and explained that Recovery Girl had done what she could but that Momo needed to recover some of her own energy before further treatment. She reassured Momo that she would heal. Todoroki, watching the muted television with an intense, quiet focus, pointed toward the screen and asked if what they were seeing was normal. Momo turned and felt her blood run cold. On the live feed, Izuku was no longer evading. He was frozen, clutching his hands to his temples as his body trembled violently under Bakugo's sustained assault. She could see the sheer, raw agony twisting his features. Momo, fear instantly overriding her pain, insisted that it was a mind attack and that the memories were flooding back all at once. She struggled to sit up, ignoring Jiru's hands trying to keep her steady, and insisted that she had to get to him and could help him break through it. Jiru forced her back down and warned that she could barely move and might reopen wounds, that Izuku had to fight this on his own. Momo persisted, tears of frustration leaking from her eyes as she argued that he couldn't be left alone when this happened. Todoroki, who was aware of Izuku's lost memories and unique circumstances, watched the desperate struggle and understood the stakes. He watched Izuku take blow after blow and then looked down at his own arms, flexing his fingers slowly and painfully and realizing he had some movement back. Todoroki swung his legs over the side of the bed despite the sharp protest of his healing injuries. He spotted a heavy utilitarian wheelchair folded in the corner of the room, leaped out of bed, and grabbed it clumsily. He conveyed a stoic determination that they needed to move, gesturing toward the chair and urging them onward. Jiraiya protested that Todoroki was being reckless and that both of them needed rest, but Todoroki stated simply that Izuku had helped him and that they were going to help Izuku in return. Momo offered a shaky, grateful smile and, with Jiraiya's bewildered and reluctant assistance, maneuvered her bandaged body into the wheelchair. Jiraiya sighed and agreed to push, intending to take the service elevator slowly. Before he could finish, Todoroki placed his working hand on the back of the wheelchair, his eyes glowing with controlled power. He created a slick sheet of ice behind them to act as propulsion and, with a forceful shove combining the ice burst and his recovering strength, sent the wheelchair Jiraiya clinging to the handles shooting down the hallway. Todoroki followed immediately, using his returning strength and small, steady bursts of his ice power to propel himself down the corridor. They sped toward the arena, ignoring staff shouts and driven by the fear that they might be too late. A deafening explosion tore through the arena and shattered the haze of pain. The worst of the pain vanished, replaced by a chilling emptiness. Red energy flared around Izuku's form. The arena filled with smoke, fire, and roaring noise. When the dust began to settle, Izuku was still standing in the center. His uniform was torn and his skin scorched, but he remained unmoved. The force of the attack had been absorbed by his body. Bakugo, exhausted and in disbelief, stumbled back at the sight of Izuku enduring the most powerful assault. A searing, unyielding grip closed around Bakugo's wrist, making him wince as the hold tightened. Izuku lowered his head. The pain and the fractured memories had receded into dull, indistinct flashes, replaced now by a hard, focused anger aimed squarely at Bakugo. The red energy around him pulsed violently, and he made it clear that Bakugo was not to mention her name. Izuku wrenched Bakugo off balance and brought him down with force, beginning a rapid, focused counterattack. He moved with terrifying efficiency, delivering punishment rather than trying to finish quickly. Bakugo gasped but recovered, roaring as he launched a massive, continuous explosion at close range. Izuku did not retreat. He used microbursts of speed to weave through the flames and smoke, striking Bakugo with a blinding, rapid assault. Observers realized with horror that Izuku was using speed to target pressure points and immobilize rather than relying on a single devastating blow. He landed a heavy strike that knocked the wind from Bakugo, then blurred to the other side of the arena and executed a reverse spin dash to block Bakugo's escape. He followed with a sharp, precise strike that left Bakugo sluggish and weakened. Bakugo attempted one last sweeping explosion. Izuku intercepted the move, locking Bakugo's arm and forcing him off balance until he collapsed to his knees, unable to continue the attack. Bakugo screamed but remained broken and defeated on the arena floor. Izuku stood over him, the red energy humming louder than before and the air vibrating with contained power, preparing to end the confrontation. In Nizu's office, All Might rose and roared that it was enough, transforming instantly. On the stage, Cementos acted first, slamming his hands down. Massive pillars of concrete erupted, aiming to create a cage around Izuku, but the red lightning surrounding Izuku flared and the pillars shattered mid-formation. All Might's voice echoed from the tunnel, calling for Izuku to stop before he could accelerate toward the stage. A loud cry for All Might rang out as Momo, Jiraiya, and Todoroki crashed into him. Todoroki had propelled the wheelchair with his quirk, producing an icy shove that sent them all tumbling into a bewildered heap. All Might rubbed his head and demanded to know what was going on, scolding Yaoyorozu and Todoroki that they should be resting. He said he had no time for distractions and warned that Midoriya was about to kill Bakugo and needed to be stopped. Momo's heart broke at those words. She saw Izuku on the stage, pure, raw rage and agony in his eyes, but she also remembered the person who had risked everything to save her. Clinging desperately to the massive hero's leg, She begged All Might to give Izuku a chance and to believe in him. Toshinori hesitated under the weight of that plea and told Midoriya not to make him regret his trust. Midnight tore back her sleeve and unleashed a wave of sleep-inducing aroma toward Izuku, but the chaotic energy around him repelled it and the scent dissipated before it reached him. Midnight and Cementos moved forward, prepared to use decisive measures to stop him. They were intercepted by All Might, which puzzled the two heroes. Cementos demanded that All Might get out of their way and press forward. Midnight insisted it was no time to play favorites and warned that Midoriya would kill Bakugo if he was not stopped. They tried to get past All Might, but he gently pushed them back and told them to wait. He argued that they were talking about the same boy who had saved an entire class of strangers from a villain attack, including himself, and asked them to give Midoriya a chance. He promised he would step in and end it if Midoriya let his anger take over completely. Cementos and Midnight exchanged looks and agreed to stand down. Midnight said she hoped he was sure and placed her whip back on her hip. Izuku continued to stare at Bakugo, his whole body shaking. He pulled his fist back, the intent to end the fight flashing through him, but then the single word that had echoed since the USJ protect rang in his head. His fist dropped. He remembered Toshinori's warning about losing himself and Momo's courage shining through her injuries. He realized she would not want this. He understood that delivering a final destructive blow would accomplish nothing but his own confinement. He was not a murderer, he was a hero in training. He caught All Might's eye and signaled for control. All Might smiled with a sigh of relief. The humming red energy immediately dissipated and the intense focus drained from Izuku's expression. He turned away from the battered Bakugo and chose the harder path. All Might told the others with a smile that he had been right. Midoriya was not a killer, he was a hero in training. Bakugo, struggling to breathe, demanded that Midoriya come back and insisted that he was not finished fighting. Izuku paused and peered over his shoulder. He told Bakugo that he did not know how Bakugo thought he knew him and that he did not care. He insisted he was not Deku but Izuku Midoriya and told Bakugo to enjoy his hollow victory because it meant nothing. He then announced that he forfeited the match in a clear voice that echoed through the hushed stadium as he made his way toward the tunnel where the others waited. Midnight rushed into the arena, raised Bakugo's hand, and announced Katsuki Bakugo as the winner of the match and the sports festival. The stadium erupted in cheers. Some voices called for Izuku to be declared the victor. Others argued that Katsuki deserved the win for how hard he fought. Most, however, had come for the fight itself, and a clash that would be remembered in sports festival history had been delivered. Bakugo's eyes widened in bewilderment before rage overtook him. He exploded in fury, insisting that this was not a real win and refusing to accept it, demanding that Izuku not walk away. Midnight rolled her eyes at the outburst and reminded everyone that Izuku had nearly bested Bakugo before officials had to intervene. She tore a small piece from her costume to release a sleep-inducing scent. The aroma reached Katsuki and quieted him for the moment. Izuku walked off the stage and slipped into the tunnel without another word. He reached the others and managed a weak smile, especially toward Momo. He stepped forward as if to speak, stumbled, and clutched his head with a sharp intake of breath. Momo rushed to him, asking if he was all right, but Izuku's reply was strained. His knees gave out and he collapsed, unconscious. Momo, Jiraiya, and Todoroki hurried to his side and tried desperately to rouse him. Momo looked up and noticed All Might standing near Cementos. She called for him in a panicked voice. Toshinori turned, startled, then immediately gasped at the sight of Izuku on the ground. He moved quickly, scooped Izuku up gently, and the four of them, All Might carrying Izuku with Momo, Jiraiya, and Todoroki following, made their way to Recovery Girl's office. Momo, frantic with worry, did not notice that the green gem shard around her neck, the one Izuku had given her, glowed faintly from within. In a dim, grimy bar, a flickering television played the sports festival broadcast. Tamura Shigaraki slumped on his usual bar stool, his hands twitching near his neck, watching with detached interest as Katsuki Bakugo fought Izuku. Kurojiri, in his misty form, polished a glass nearby, his golden eyes fixed on the screen. Shigaraki remarked on the blonde fighter's nasty streak and on how he had taken down the gravity user and then challenged Yaoyorozu, noting the volatility beneath that power. They watched Bakugo land his hardest blow and Izuku's reaction. The atmosphere on screen shifted instantly, red energy sparked, the force of a decisive move flashed, and then a tense, silent moment followed by Izuku's fierce counterattack. Shigaraki's attention sharpened. He commented on the rage and the way Izuku had moved, suggesting the boy could have finished the fight. Kurogiri pointed out that Izuku had shown restraint at the last moment despite the intensity of his response. A small, old-fashioned television in the corner, previously off, crackled to life and a deep, modulated voice filled the room. Shigaraki immediately lowered his tone and addressed the screen with a mix of awe and deference. The voice on the television noted, with a chilling amusement, that the boy could become violent if provoked in the right way and advised keeping an eye on him. Shigaraki, irritated and restless, struck at the glass that Kurogiri slid toward him, causing it to crumble in his hand. The speaker on the television spoke again with calm authority and suggested that Shigaraki's time would come and that the boy's anger might prove useful in the future. Then the set went dark, leaving Shigaraki staring after the screen as the seed of a new plan took root. Izuku opened his eyes slowly in Recovery Girl's office. The room was dim and filled with the faint glow of medical monitors. All Might, in his thinner form, sat slumped in a chair nearby and was asleep, snoring softly. Izuku attempted to move and realized wires were attached to his chest. He ripped them off, setting off the monitor's alarms. The noise jerked Toshinori awake. He scrambled up and rushed to Izuku's side, scooped him into an urgent embrace, and then froze when Izuku struck out to free himself, landing an elbow against Toshinori's head. All Might cried out in surprise as Izuku wrestled to break free. Recovery Girl burst into the room with a stern expression and struck both of them with her cane, scolding them for acting like fools, then turned off the monitor to silence the alarms. When the immediate chaos settled, Recovery Girl asked how Izuku was feeling. He said he was fine while touching his cheek, though his voice still sounded strained. All Might and Recovery Girl exchanged worried looks. Toshinori asked what the last thing Izuku remembered was. Izuku took a moment, rubbed his temples, and recalled that he had been winning the fight against Bakugo before everything went black. He described hearing indistinct voices and feeling a blur, then remembered Bakugo mentioning his mother, after which a surge of rage had consumed him. Toshinori noted that Bakugo had mentioned Izuku's mother and reflected that Aizawa might have been right. Bakugo could know more about Izuku's past than they realized. He did not think Bakugo was involved in Izuku's disappearance, but he acknowledged there was history between them that needed to be understood. He resolved to find out what had happened. Izuku stared, speechless. 26 hours had passed, more than a full day. Toshinori explained in a low voice that immediately after Izuku collapsed they had to rush him to UA High's main medical facility instead of the arena office. The energy required to stop himself after all that exertion and trauma had completely drained his system, and he had been kept in a deep, medically induced sleep while his body recovered the necessary resources. Recovery Girl muttered while adjusting a bandage on her utility cart that it had been 26 hours of chaos. Izuku gripped the sheet as the reality of the time gap sank in and asked what people were saying. Toshinori admitted the public reaction had been unprecedented. The staff had spent the entire day handling the fallout. On one hand, many praised the spectacle, assuming the fight between Izuku and Katsuki was just two powerful students going all out. On the other hand, some were calling for the immediate removal of Izuku and Bakugo from the hero course. Toshinori leaned closer and warned that the world had seen Izuku transform into something terrifying, something fueled by destructive rage. Every news outlet, politician, and villain organization now knew UA was harboring a student with phenomenal power, capable of stopping an attack like a howitzer impact without a scratch and then moving with blinding speed. When Izuku asked about Bakugo, Toshinori confirmed that the official winner of the sports festival was Katsuki Bakugo, but the staff had disqualified him from receiving the awards, the prize money, and the subsequent prestige. Toshinori explained that the decisions cited Bakugo's blatant, dangerous brutality against Yaoyorozu and his obvious intent to injure rather than to win. They had replayed footage of the fight in slow motion and it was clear Izuku had been having serious problems and the match should have been stopped. In the chaos it had been hard to tell. Toshinori added that, as a hero in training, Bakugo should have stopped and that he had been confined to his home under suspension immediately after leaving the stadium. Izuku let out a single sharp breath and felt a flicker of satisfaction, then asked again about the problems. Toshinori said the crucial point was that, after reviewing the footage, it was clear Izuku had been subjected to a mental assault during the fight. Izuku instinctively touched the side of his head and tried to piece it together. He remembered fragments, fighting something inside his own head, seeing pieces of a bad dream, and above all an overwhelming sensation he could only describe as pain. Toshinori sighed heavily. Recovery Girl suggested that the memories triggered during the fight could have been too much for him and that his mind must have shut down to protect itself. Izuku agreed that the theory made sense, thinking that Bakugo's comment might have snapped him out of it, but when the adrenaline faded his mind simply could not handle the strain. Recovery Girl asked if he remembered anything else, no matter how small. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck and said there was something else, but it did not seem related to the mental assault. He asked to wait until Momo was present before sharing it. Toshinori smiled and agreed, mentioning that he had something to tell them both later and that he was relieved Izuku had not displayed any other abilities they had agreed to keep hidden, which would have created even more trouble. When Izuku pressed, Toshinori deferred and said that first he had a very worried young lady to call. Momo sat huddled on her ornate sofa, her left arm supported by a thick bandage and her face still pale in the evening light. Her gaze fixed on the green gem shard that hung at her neck. The shard had returned to its normal, unlit state, but she kept tracing its cool surface as the silence pressed on, forcing her to confront the terrifying memory of the fight. She thought he had almost killed him, and the thought clashed with the image she had of Izuku, the kind boy who always worried for others. She remembered the chilling, crimson fury that had consumed him and the desperate relief when he chose to stop. He had chosen to protect his principles instead of giving in to revenge. He had chosen to be the hero she believed in, even when his own mind urged him toward something monstrous. A wave of fierce, protective emotion washed over her. She understood the cost of his control and why he now lay unconscious. The chime of her phone broke the silence. The screen displayed an incoming call from a contact labeled dark and brooding. Momo snatched the phone, her heart pounding, and struggled to answer with one hand. Izuku's voice came through low, slightly rough, and filled with concern as he asked if she was okay. Momo reassured him that she was fine aside from some bruises and a stiff arm and immediately asked after him. Izuku replied that he was all right, nothing beyond what he had experienced before, and said the sports festival had been intense. He had heard the whole event got shut down right after his match and asked if they had finished the awards ceremony. Momo laughed softly and explained that the ceremony had been cancelled after midnight intervened and Bakugo was knocked out. Placements had been announced later. She told him he still officially took second place despite the forfeiture, making him vice-champion. Izuku accepted that dryly and congratulated Momo on taking third place. Momo thanked him and emphasized that the important thing was that they had all made it through a crazy day. Izuku agreed and then asked about Ida, who had left before his match with Izuku. Momo's smile faded and her voice grew heavy as she prepared to answer. She asked if he knew who Ingenium was and, when Izuku confirmed he did, Momo told him that Ingenium was Ida's older brother and that he had been severely injured by the hero killer. Izuku's expression went to horror at the news and he said Ida must be devastated. Momo confirmed that he would be. A long, heavy silence followed as they both absorbed the weight of that information. Momo replied that the reports suggested he might not be able to use his quirk anymore. Izuku immediately asked if there was anything they could do, his concern overriding everything else. She sighed and said there was not much they could do, they would have to be there for him as friends. Izuku agreed, though the fate of Ida's brother clearly weighed on him. He cleared his throat and told Momo that Toshinori wanted to talk to them both the next day and that he intended to tell him about the visit or vision he had during his fight with Shinso. Momo smiled and said she would be happy to accompany him and expected to be out of her caste by then. She asked where they would meet. Izuku proposed meeting in the morning at Dagoba Beach and added that she should rest if she was not feeling well. Momo assured him she would be there and said she looked forward to seeing him, admitting that he had worried her. Izuku apologized, explained that he could not remember exactly what had happened, and said all he could do was focus on the future. Momo agreed that knowing he was okay would finally let her sleep. She said goodnight, and Izuku returned the sentiment. After hanging up, Izuku lingered with a soft smile before turning to Toshinori. Toshinori was struggling to smother a fit of laughter, shoulders shaking, one hand clamped over his mouth as his face flushed. Izuku asked what was so funny, his expression immediately turning serious. Toshinori waved dismissively and insisted it was nothing, still gasping and wiping a tear from his eye. He then straightened, his form swelling until he became All Might again. All Might produced a long black ponytail wig that was a surprisingly accurate replica of Momo's hair and, in an exaggerated high, fluttery voice, mimicked being relieved and able to sleep now that Izuku was okay. He put the wig on, struck a dramatic pose, and spun. He stopped, removed the wig, and replaced it with a short, messy black and red wig styled like Izuku's hair. In a playful voice, he mimicked a flattered response and rubbed his cheeks with his enormous thumbs. Izuku's eye began to twitch, and his expression hardened into an angry smile. He warned that he was going to hit him now and did not know when he would stop. Izuku launched himself at the symbol of peace, transforming into a homing attack. He bounced off and slammed into Toshinori repeatedly, his red lightning aura flashing against the hero's immense strength. The sound of rapid, dull impacts filled the recovery room, finally releasing all the pent-up tension of the last 26 hours. Izuku and Toshinori arrived at Dagoba Beach early the next morning. The air was thick with the scent of salt and decay. The entire shoreline was buried under a staggering mountain of discarded refrigerators, microwaves, plastic bottles, and countless tons of trash. Izuku looked over the colossal junk heap and asked, with an unamused expression, why Toshinori had brought them to this place. Toshinori smiled slightly, placed his hands on his hips, and told Izuku to be patient and wait to see. They waited until a sleek black limousine pulled up along the cracked asphalt bordering the beach. Momo stepped out in attire that was inappropriate for the setting, and she immediately noticed the stench. Izuku felt flustered and looked away. Momo covered her nose and walked over to Toshinori and Izuku, greeting them politely. Toshinori welcomed Momo and remarked that perhaps a different set of clothes would be more suitable for the environment. Momo agreed and returned to the limousine to change. When she came back, she was wearing a simple, practical black tracksuit that would not mind getting dirty. Izuku turned to greet her and was suddenly held in a genuine, compact hug. Momo expressed relief that he was okay and then let him go. She asked Toshinori why they were at a place that was supposed to be a beach. Toshinori's smile faded as he looked out at the mountain of refuse. He explained that Dagoba Beach Park had once been a beautiful beach but had become an environmental disaster due to bureaucratic oversight, lax recycling enforcement, and a shift in ocean currents. People had started using it as an illegal dumping ground, and the problem had grown too large and costly for the city to handle, so it had been largely ignored. Izuku interrupted to tell Toshinori that he had seen something during his fight with Shinso. Toshinori folded his arms and asked him to explain. Izuku recounted that, while under Shinso's control, time had slowed and he had seen a black hedgehog-like creature approach. He said the creature had mocked him for being controlled, then accused him of breaking its promise and claimed that their connection caused it to suffer. The creature had refused to give him answers, insisting that he would have to fight for his desires and regain his memories just as it had done years ago. Before it faded, it had told him to remember who he was and to keep his promise, and then it was gone as time resumed. Momo listened with a grave expression and confirmed that Izuku had told her about the encounter on the roof after the fight. She explained that she had persuaded him to share what he remembered and that they had intended to tell Toshinori sooner, but events after the festival had delayed them. Toshinori asked that he be notified immediately if anything like this happened again, and Momo apologized for the delay. Toshinori asked if there was anything more. Izuku said he had tried to talk back but could not, and that he had not seen the creature anywhere else. Toshinori gave Izuku a firm look and urged him not to keep anything back. Izuku admitted he felt the creature somewhere inside him but could not remember it fully. Toshinori rubbed his head and promised they would look into it and inform Nizu in the hopes of finding answers. Izuku sighed, frustrated by the unanswered questions. Toshinori then brightened and revealed that he had brought them to the beach for another reason. With a great gust of wind, he seemed to fill out and take on the towering, muscular form and wide, iconic smile of the symbol of peace. Momo's eyes widened and her hands flew up to cover her mouth at the sight. She stared, speechless, at the transformation. Izuku erupted in outrage, gesturing frantically at the number one hero and demanding what he thought All Might was doing. All Might responded with a booming laugh that carried over the sound of the ocean and the crushing garbage. While Momo's mind reeled on the filthy beach, Katsuki Bakugo sat alone in his pristine, silent home. He had been released from Recovery Girl's care earlier that morning, miraculously healed but psychologically shattered. The staff had declared him the sports festival champion, yet they had stripped him of the awards, the prestige, and the satisfaction of victory. Bakugo paced his room like a caged animal. Every window of his house was closed, not to keep people out, but to silence the incessant, mocking replay of the last 36 hours in his head. He was not angry about the disqualification anymore. He was consumed by confusion and self-loathing. He stopped in front of his mirror, his hands trembling slightly, the sight of the compression bandage on his left arm a stark reminder of when Izuku had crushed the bone beneath his fingers. He thought that Midoriya had stopped his howitzer impact and had let him hit him. That was the fact that twisted his stomach. He had not just been defeated, he had been allowed to defeat himself. His mind replayed the moment just before the howitzer impact, the moment Midoriya had screamed and collapsed, clutching his head. He remembered the body curled on the ground, seized by some invisible trauma. In that instant, the other power had been gone. Midoriya had been vulnerable, small, weeping silently into the dirt. Bakugo recognized the way Midoriya was curled, shielding his head, his whimpers overwhelmed by the noise, the same helpless posture Deku had used when cornered in empty classrooms years ago. The movements, the fear, the helplessness made a cold, undeniable truth settle in his gut. Beneath the trauma and the missing memories, Midoriya was still the same boy Bakugo had tormented his entire life. A wave of self-loathing washed over him. He remembered the destructive joy he had felt hammering the immobilized boy, the memory of yelling that it took him back. He was sickened by his actions, yet he had not stopped. He had reveled in the beatdown. He felt like a villain exposed, not a hero who had won a fight. The conflict inside him was unbearable. If Midoriya was the same Deku, where had the other power come from? Why did he not remember? Why had he come back? The answers could wait. What mattered now was Midoriya's final words, whispered with cold resolve, telling Bakugo to enjoy a hollow victory and that it meant nothing. The title of champion felt meaningless. Bakugo's hands clenched until his palms ached, but the rage was turned inward. He did not want a rematch for glory, he needed one to understand. He now knew it had been Deku, he needed to know what had happened to him. But where could he begin? How could he even approach him now? The door to his room burst open and Mitsuki Bakugo strode in, her hands on her hips and her own anger visible. She demanded that he start talking. He did not move and stood facing the mirror without looking up, refusing her. She registered the flat, lifeless tone in which he answered no, and it drained her anger into worry. She sat on the bed and ordered him to sit with her. He complied. She told him that after what he had done, he was lucky to have only a short suspension instead of expulsion, and reminded him that he had been brutal to some classmates even by his standards. Bakugo replied in the same low voice that those students should not be in the hero course if they could not handle when things got tough. Mitsuki placed a firm, gentle hand on his knee and asked why he had not told her Izuku was at U. He did not respond. She observed how much Midoriya had changed his hair, his eyes, and the unusual red lines on his arms, and remarked that it looked like he had obtained a powerful quirk. Katsuki tensed and told her to leave him alone. When she heard the quiet pleas in his voice, she froze. He had not said that without sarcasm since he was 7. She stood, defeated and unsure what to do next, and told him that whatever was happening he needed to talk to her before his own thoughts consumed him. Then she left, closing the door behind her and leaving him alone again. All Might's booming laugh softened, and his expression shifted to intense seriousness as he looked at Momo. He deflated slightly, revealing the true toll his career had taken. Momo gasped at the sight of the deep, puckered scar along his side, a severe reminder of a battle 5 years ago that had nearly ended him. All Might explained that the scar was evidence of his true form and of the cost of his years as the symbol of peace, and that his time in that role was nearing an end. Izuku, standing nearby, was silent, his shock replaced by a familiar dread. All Might told them he had brought them there because of a power passed down for generations called One for All. He described it as a quirk that stockpiles power, passed from one wielder to the next, and the power that had allowed him to stand as the symbol of peace for so long. He then offered Momo the chance to become the 9th wielder of One for All. He stepped forward earnestly and explained that choosing a successor required looking beyond raw strength and that Momo's performance at the sports festival had solidified his choice. He began to outline his reasons, citing first her intellect and strategic mind and noting that she was the most intelligent student in her class. All Might explained that One for All was pure power and that Momo's analytical mind would allow her to master its control far faster and safer than anyone else. He then pointed to her quirk synergy, describing how creation required extraordinary endurance and stamina to regenerate mass and energy, which proved her body was uniquely capable of managing the colossal internal resource demands of One for All. Finally, he praised her character, noting that though she had shown self-doubt, she had been utterly selfless when a life was in danger, brave enough to face a student like Bakugo despite being outmatched, and steady under fire during the USJ. He concluded gravely that she was the complete package, mind, body, and spirit, and that she possessed the unwavering heart of a true hero. Silence filled the air. Izuku protested in a raw, desperate voice and practically launched himself forward, panic surging back. He insisted that this was too dangerous, that she could already be a target. Momo, shaken but steady, demanded clarification and pressed for answers. All Might placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder and offered the truth as he understood it. Izuku's disappearance might be connected to the same person who had injured the former symbol of peace. That nemesis had a quirk that could transfer and steal other quirks. Momo's analytical mind began to race as she connected the threads. She realized that Izuku had been quirkless before he went missing and had returned with no memories and a powerful quirk. Toshinori admitted their uncertainty but said the theory made the most sense. All for One had long sought his power. He stepped closer to Momo and warned that if she accepted One for All she would become a target if she was not already, because that enemy might try to use her to get to Izuku. All Might sighed, sorrowful, and said that had they considered this sooner they would never have asked her to help Midoriya, but it was too late, she was already part of it. Momo stood frozen as the weight of the world pressed down. Her usually precise mind faltered, then cleared with a terrible calm. The man who had gravely wounded All Might was likely responsible for Izuku's lost memories, and he had given Izuku a quirk. That meant Izuku's power was not merely a gift but a danger, and anyone close to him could be targeted. She considered the problem strategically rather than emotionally. Becoming a wielder of One for All would not dramatically increase the risk she already faced due to proximity to Izuku, and it would provide a defensive advantage her creation quirk alone could not. All Might had offered One for All as the best way to protect both of them if either were attacked. A profound sense of responsibility settled on her. She understood that he had chosen her not only for her mind but because she would be a stable, intelligent guardian to complement Izuku's powerful but volatile energy. Fear remained, but it was eclipsed by quiet, unwavering resolve. Momo met All Might's scarred face and Izuku's pleading eyes and made her decision. She accepted. Izuku's composure finally broke. He surged forward, grabbed her good arm, and begged them not to go through with it, eyes wide and frantic. He argued that the power painted a target on her back and insisted that villains might already know who she was because of their proximity. He demanded that she refuse for her own safety and urged her to get as far away from the danger as possible. Pacing anxiously across the garbage-strewn sand, Izuku questioned the premise of their theory. He pointed to his vision, asking why he would see the black hedgehog-like creature, the one that had told him to regain his memories and keep his promise, if all for one were truly behind everything. He could not reconcile being told to protect everyone with the idea that the world's greatest evil had given him his abilities, and argued that his mind might be resisting some other influence. He pleaded that they not make this choice based on an uncertain theory. Momo cut through his frantic pace with firm, tactical clarity and told him to stop. She told him he was acting rashly and allowing fear to cloud the facts. Planting her feet on the dirty sand, she argued that she was no more a target than she might already be. The danger would not vanish if she ran home. She pointed at All Might's scar and clenched her bandaged fist, insisting that if All for One was behind this, they were fighting a secret war against a man who could steal powers and had nearly killed the symbol of peace. Running away, she said, would only leave her weak and vulnerable. Stepping closer, she explained that accepting One for All would give them a fighting chance. It would grant her the strength to protect herself and, more importantly, to protect Izuku from whatever entity had placed that energy within him. She refused Izuku's plea to flee and instead asked him how they would begin. All Might released a powerful, affirmative sigh that seemed to clear the polluted air and agreed that she was right. He looked at her with profound pride, calling her a perfect successor, courageous, logical, and prepared. Izuku's resistance faded. He stopped arguing and his shoulders slumped as the frantic energy left him. A bitter, self-deprecating understanding washed over him. He hated the decision and the risk it carried, but he knew she was right. Momo was always logical, brave, and one step ahead. Yaoyorozu was the one with the mind and the heart built for this kind of burden. He thought miserably that she had always been perfect, with or without One for All. He ran a hand through his chaotic black hair, gave a curt, defeated nod, and asked how they would proceed. All Might smiled, the true symbol of peace radiating from his gaunt form, and said that they would train. He then plucked a single strand of his blonde hair and offered it to Yaoyorozu, instructing the young hero to eat it. Izuku admitted to Toshinori that he had lost control for a while and apologized, saying someone had said something that got to him. Toshinori placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, reassured him that everyone stumbled sometimes, and noted that they would need to work on his anger soon. Recovery Girl asked what else he remembered. Izuku remembered beating Bakugo and then forfeiting the match, and his thoughts spun as he suddenly worried about Momo. He became frantic, asking where she was and whether she was all right. Toshinori stepped in and, after flicking Izuku's nose gently, assured him that Momo was fine. Recovery Girl confirmed that Momo had only minor injuries and would need a day or two to recover, but nothing severe. Izuku sighed with relief and murmured his gratitude. He then asked where everyone else was and where Momo should be. Toshinori walked to the window, opened the blinds to reveal the night sky, and explained that if he had not had his strength there would have been nothing they could do to force her to stay. She had been gone only an hour or two and had been worried, so he suggested Izuku call her. Izuku's eyes widened as he demanded how long he had been asleep and what had happened. Toshinori stepped back from the window with a grim expression and told him that he had been asleep for nearly 26 hours and that it was now Saturday evening.